Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows. Hospital, ward. Shikamaru, you. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the crimson bed, his face turning green, almost collapsing on the spot. Naruto, you bastard. At this moment, Shikamaru, weak and powerless, angrily said, painfully pulling up his pants. As he walked along the path, his legs spread further apart, and he trembled uncontrollably. The mess in the room speaks volumes. Just then, the front door of the hospital room suddenly swung open, and the arrogant voice of Uchiha Sasuke, who had just entered, rang out. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei said the team will be meeting tonight, Saturday. Suddenly, it felt as if Sasuke's throat had been grabbed. His usual aloofness instantly shattered, and he stared in stunned disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Naruto's small rubber ball was still stained with blood. The hospital room was covered in bloodstains, the marks of battle. At that moment, Shikamaru pulled up his pants and stood trembling by the bed. There was also a similar scent in the air. In an instant, the usually aloof Uchiha Sasuke's face flushed bright red, and he became increasingly hesitant and stammering. I have something else to do. Sorry to bother you. I didn't see anything, nothing at all. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have seen something terrifying and immediately ran out in panic, leaving the patients and medical staff in the hallway looking bewildered. Just as a nurse and caregiver happened to pass by and curiously glanced at the young lady, a piercing scream immediately echoed throughout the entire hospital. Seeing this situation unfolding in the hospital room, Uzumaki Naruto scrambled out the window to escape, a sight that further solidified his own guilty conscience. Shikamaru, who had been thrown aside, shouted loudly from the corner, Naruto, don't leave me alone. He's hiding somewhere. If you want to escape, at least take him along. What's going on? This is outrageous. Naruto. Shikamaru, his voice hoarse and exhausted, watched Naruto break through the window and flee, his eyes bloodshot, filled with deep-seated hatred. That same day, a rumor spread throughout the hospital that the young clan leader of the Nara clan was gay. Upon hearing this, some people suddenly understood, realizing why this young tribal chief had shown no objection to just 2 ounces of meat. It turned out he had long disliked this mere trifle. Meanwhile, in this distorted shinobi world, ninjas who spend their lives carrying out killing missions have developed a dark and twisted psyche. Upon hearing this news, many secretly and unintentionally made contact with this young man. Ultimately, the dark and twisted aspects of psychology give rise to this kind of obsession in quite a few people. However, this kind of twisted mentality is neither acknowledged nor accepted, and can only develop in the shadows. Shikamaru didn't know that because of this incident today, he would later stir up a lot of disgusting trouble. People kept secretly approaching him, including the man with the goatee, which only further angered him. Meanwhile, Shikamaru lay on the operating table, his eyes lifeless and dull. After treating the wounds, Yakushi Kabuto shook his head and said, be more careful next time. Don't be so hasty and impatient. Everything gets stretched and torn, and this person was too brutal. Everything is swollen and red. However, the wound has been stitched up well. Just pay attention to disinfection afterwards, and avoid spicy food and alcohol for now. Watching the medical ninja's rambling instructions, Shikamaru shed a single tear of utter despair. Yes, at that time someone saw a little girl with red hair covering her face running away outside the door, and it seemed like she was saying something. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto, lost in thought, suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise, that's right, this little girl said they were scammers. They're all con artists. You young people. Yakushi Kabuto offered a set of explanations, but it was met with a sigh and a shake of his head. This is truly outrageous. You two are causing trouble and deceiving a young girl's feelings. At this moment, Shikamaru was filled with apprehension. He hadn't expected Naruto's temperament to be so impulsive, but thinking about it, it made sense. Naruto had been proficient in the art of seduction since childhood. He was definitely a gifted talent in this area. Time and time again, his calculations went wrong, and he always ended up getting himself into trouble. Now that Sakura has discovered this, she will undoubtedly be shocked and furious. They believe he deceived the other party. Me. Shikamaru, his voice hoarse, tried to explain something, but Yakushi Kabuto beside him chuckled, pushing down his glasses. No need to say anything. I understand. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you. Furthermore, we doctors have had a lot of contact with people like you, so you can rest assured. With all of this in mind, the culprit Yakushi Kabuto smiled even more broadly, slowly taking out a bottle of medicine and handing it to Shikamaru. This is the acceleration of your treatment with the medicine. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru seemed to only be a real human being in the presence of Yakushi Kabuto, this medical ninja, and his 5 senses were instantly in turmoil. He regretted losing even 2 ounces of meat, but since the matter had spread, he finally felt the pressure of public opinion. So, will this have any impact on the future? Seeing Nara Shikamaru's questioning look, Yakushi Kabuto calmly said, because of the deficiency. In this situation, male hormones decrease, and since you are in your physical development period, it might have some impact. But don't worry, it won't have a big impact on ninjas. The loudest sounds will become quieter, the pitch will change to something sharper, and might even stop growing facial hair. These are all physical matters, but the most important thing is the psychological one. Psychologically, Nara Shikamaru looked surprised, as if wondering what that meant. Yakushi Kabuto nodded and chuckled, saying, not bad, it's psychological. To put it this way, ordinary people only have a first time and countless times. In situations like yours, if it was just a psychological desire or thought in that direction before, and there was no actual action or consequence, it was fine. But if it's been tried once, then it's over. I was forced. Nara Shikamaru hastily explained, while Yakushi Kabuto smiled and nodded. I know that, regardless of whether it's forced or not, people are naturally curious. After trying it once, many people become completely consumed by curiosity. Of course, there are also people with unwavering resolve, so it all depends on the individual. After all, this is a way to vent emotions, especially for ninjas who spend years on missions. The pressure they feel is immense. Yakushi Kabuto's unbiased analysis, standing in the shoes of a purely medical ninja like Kakuzu, instantly filled Nara Shikamaru with immense gratitude. Thank you. So, if I wanted to change my mind, what methods would be available? Although Nara Shikamaru was grateful, he still didn't want to be dragged into such things. He had heard about this kind of thing in his clan, but he absolutely did not want to secretly do such things himself. Measure. Yakushi Kabuto bowed his head thoughtfully for a moment, then hesitated before saying, I've heard that some people undergo a psychological transformation, using their strong will to seek out certain singing and dancing prostitutes. Thank you. Nara Shikamaru respectfully thanked them and left the hospital under the cover of darkness that same day. After all, such an incident had already caused him considerable trouble, and he felt even more humiliated. That same evening, QBBQ restaurant. Hada Kakashi scratched his head, noticing that the atmosphere before him felt a little off. Well, Naruto is going to train with Lord Jiraiya in 2 days, Sasuke is also going to train with Lord Orochimaru, and even Sakura is going to train in medical ninjutsu with the pharmacist. Minister Yakushina knew, the 3 of you are basically going your separate ways. What are you guys doing at our Team 7 reunion tonight? Kakashi looked down with a puzzled expression, only to see Sakura lowering her head in embarrassment, her toes clenched tightly. At that moment, if there were a crack in the ground, she would really want to crawl into it. She really hadn't expected that 2 men could be together in the hospital room. It seemed that Senior Yakushi Kabuto had kindly warned her about it. Uchiha Sasuke was equally embarrassed, but his embarrassment was more like a desire to distance himself from Uzumaki Naruto, as if he would defile him with his actions. But what was more prominent in his eyes was shame. After all, these people, as a ninja, he can already avoid discrimination, but you expect him to treat Naruto the same way he used to. How could that be? Uchiha Sasuke tonight purely disregarded the difficulties and came writing a double shameful letter. But Uzumaki Naruto's eyes welled up with even more sorrow and pity. This was the first time he had ever shown such wild and reckless affection to Shikamaru. Even though he's thick-skinned, Uzumaki Naruto can still feel heartbroken. Sasuke, trust me, you've misunderstood me. The atmosphere became tense. Naruto looked at Sasuke and tried to explain, but Uchiha Sasuke quickly nodded. Yes, I believe you. I misunderstood you. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke changed the subject, looking at Kakashi and saying, Kakashi-sensei, when will Gaara arrive? Just then, the curtain was drawn back, and Gaara, with the word I love engraved on his forehead, entered. He first respectfully bowed to Kakashi and said, Kakashi Jonin. Looking at Gaara, Kakashi smiled and waved his hand, saying, Everyone's here, please sit down. First, let me make it clear that our 7th squad isn't being disbanded. It's just that your talents would be wasted if you spent too much time on missions. So we've arranged for you to go and train. However, Naruto is temporarily unable to participate in Team 7's mission because he's accompanying Lord Jiraiya, and Lord Jiraiya wants to travel the shinobi world. Therefore, Gaara has joined you all, accompanying Sasuke to train under Lord Orochimaru. Each year, you will be given missions, and I look forward to completing another mission with you after the 3 years of training are over. Kakashi, being the original version with a goal in mind, naturally had more energy and even his speaking skills had changed considerably. Following Kakashi's lively atmosphere, the 7th group raised their glasses and shouted, Cheers! But it's clear that Uzumaki Naruto, upon seeing Gaara take his place, felt a deep sense of aloofness and rejection. This is human nature. Even in the original story, when Sai joined Team 7 to replace Sasuke, Naruto was extremely opposed to it. But now that he's been replaced, he naturally develops a dislike for Gaara. In the original story, the two shared a close bond due to their shared suffering, but in this life, Naruto surprisingly harbors intense animosity towards Gaara. Having officially joined Team 7 because of their love for each other, Sakura and Sasuke were initially a little unfamiliar with each other, although they hid it well. However, Naruto had gotten used to it, and they had previously worked together seamlessly on so many missions. But this time, Sasuke and Sakura both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Sasuke, who looked at Gaara with the same gratitude. He finally had a sense of security. Sasuke. At the dinner table, Uzumaki Naruto's persistent gaze was fixed on his best friend Sasuke, while Uchiha Sasuke, feeling a tingling sensation in his scalp from such a stare, managed an embarrassed smile. Naruto. No matter how arrogant Uchiha Sasuke used to be, even when facing the Sannin he was filled with unwavering determination, vowing to surpass them. But this time, seeing Naruto's gaze, he became timid. Is something wrong with you? Uchiha Sasuke, despite the embarrassment and difficulty, spoke his mind. His once dismissive, fiery gaze now trembled every time he saw Naruto's eyes. Even the thick-skinned Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice Sasuke's unusual behavior. Instead, he saw that Sasuke, who had always been at odds with him, was now so gentle, and a warm feeling immediately welled up in his heart. Sasuke still had feelings for him in his heart at the moment of parting. Even the one who had once been so hostile towards him softened. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto smirked, revealing a determined smile as he gestured with his thumb towards Sasuke, laughing loudly and saying, Sasuke, in 3 years I will definitely surprise you. By then, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely defeat you. Hang the car's tailgate, you're exaggerating. Even the usually cold and ruthless Sasuke stammered these words, showing just how much the scene in the hospital bed had affected young Sasuke. Okay, you to stop making a fuss. The grilled meat is about to burn. Kakashi, noticing something unusual happening between the two, didn't pursue the matter further. After all, everyone experiences things in life. He revealed one eye, which curved into a crescent shape as he smiled at everyone and spoke. Itadakimasu. The barbecue restaurant was scorching hot inside. The group had happily gathered for a Saturday meal of grilled meat, but this particular meal left them feeling uncomfortable. But the ones who ate the best were Kakashi and Gaara. Kakashi was completely overjoyed. After all, his students all wanted to graduate, and their futures were all bright, so he didn't need to worry at all. For him, this was the most satisfying situation. But Gaara seemed to sense something different this time, especially since Sakura and Sasuke were receiving his signals, which instantly filled his heart with a rare sense of camaraderie. That night, he decided he would have trouble sleeping. The Nara clan was in a gloomy room. Nara Shikaku wearily rubbed his eyebrows. The after effects on him were, to say the least, significant. Father, this is the current situation of the family. After Shikamaru respectfully finished reporting, Shikaku sighed wearily and said, as expected, the Ino Shikacho clans are still divided. He had long considered the possibility of the three major clans splitting up. After all, even a single clan can have differences, let alone three major clans. The Ino Shikacho clan's previous harmony was purely a combination of interests. The situation is similar at present because interests are being diverged, which is quite normal. Shikamaru, the future of the clan depends entirely on you. You can't be as lazy as you used to be. I know, father. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru, compared to the original story, realized the importance of power much earlier, which was probably a good thing for him. Using just 2 ounces of meat to gain an earlier understanding of the fundamental principle of supreme power in the ninja world, Sound Village, although the Village of Sound has officially been incorporated into Konoha, like other ninja villages, it still retains its village status, gloomy underground headquarters. Haha, Night Lord, Konoha has changed so much now, even the entire shinobi world has changed because of you. The cold-hearted Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration, saying, so much has happened in the shinobi world lately. Not only is the landscape of the shinobi world changing, but the millennial daimyo-style system is also about to come to an end in the hands of Uchiha Yoru. It is precisely because of this that the entire shinobi world has almost never been united. Each daimyo secretly forms an alliance, naturally leading each major ninja village to join forces. Teacher Orochimaru, this shinobi world is like a stagnant pond. It's not that no one wants to change it, but rather that there has never been a force that could overwhelm the 5 great ninja villages. The 2 people in the gloomy laboratory broke into smiles. Lord, why didn't you launch a unified war? Was it simply because of the Akatsuki organization? Or was it because of the mysterious masked man? Or perhaps even the Rinnegan? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a curious smile, a sight that also earned Uchiha Yoru's admiration. As expected, of Orochimaru, he even knows a little about Akatsuki's intelligence organization. While the Rinnegan commands my respect, it's not to the point of being something to be wary of. I feel that the Akatsuki organization has someone behind it, perhaps a pair of hands controlling the entire shinobi world's development from the shadows. This isn't the best time to act, Uchiha Yoru said, smiling as he looked at the tentails he had nurtured. Haha, it seems Night Lord is confident that within these 3 years he will reach an even better level, or rather, surpass the former first Hokage. Orochimaru seemed to have discovered something interesting, revealing a hoarse, grinning smile. Uchiha Yoru also smiled without saying anything. The person secretly plotting had been doing this for so long, 3 years. In 3 years, he needed to reach an even stronger level. Teacher Orochimaru, you said there's someone who can control everything from the shadows, but this is the Rinnegan, the legendary Rikudo Sennin's eye. But at this moment, Uchiha Yoruichi's expression softened and a gentle smile faded, the traces of the Sharingan gradually appearing in her eye sockets. The 3 lines of jade nature slowly evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan, but then, to Orochimaru's terrified and frenzied yellow snake eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan unexpectedly evolved into purple, with rings appearing all around. Rinnegan. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Ha ha. Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to have discovered a new continent, and he burst into excited laughter. Originally, the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't the final evolution. There's another level higher. The Rinnegan is the ultimate goal of Sharingan evolution. Orochimaru, with his greedy, fanatical snake-like eyes narrowed, couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement, exclaiming, excellent! Haha, finally it makes sense. So, regarding the legend of Rikudo Sennin, whether true or false, Rikudo Sennin did indeed appear. And similarly, the Senju and Uchiha are both descendants of Rikudo Sennin. Uchiha Yoru inherited the Sage's Eye of the Sharingan, and the Senju, who similarly inherited the Sage's body, possessed a powerful physique. When the two combine, they revert to their ancestral form and give rise to the Rinnegan. This is what is known as the power of all things. Gazing at those exquisite, art-like eyes before him, Orochimaru was captivated and filled with unbridled passion. This is the true power of Rikudo Sennin. What's going on with the Akatsuki organization's Rinnegan? Watching Orochimaru's pursuit of the truth of the shinobi world, Uchiha Yoru's eyes revealed a Rinnegan, and as he sensed the immense power, a smile appeared on his face. Lord, when did you awaken this kind of power? Was it before, or under some special circumstances? Facing the great scientist, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, after the Chunin exam, and after a great battle with the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the two heroes of the Warring States period, my Rinnegan awakened. Hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, Orochimaru revealed an excited smile. Yes, Night Lord, although you were hiding your wood release at that time, your body truly is a combination of Uchiha and Senju. And when pushed to the limit of battle, your blood boils. These ninjas are strange creatures. They often transcend in desperate situations or when their excitement reaches its limit. You must be like that. Your body already possesses this kind of power. After all these years, you're just one step away from breaking through that barrier. The Chunin exam battle is the key to breaking through that barrier. Seeing Orochimaru's perverted gaze, he was speechless and couldn't help but take out a test tube from his chest and drop it in. This should be enough for you to study. After some time, I will arrange for Uchiha Itachi to come over. Uchiha Itachi. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a curious expression. Lord Orochimaru, I've noticed you value Sasuke more than anyone else. Why did you implant these Mangekyo Sharingan into Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku held a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his hands. Logically speaking, Sasuke, with his simpler thinking, was the more suitable candidate, although in terms of talent, in Orochimaru's eyes, Sasuke was still inferior to Itachi. But Uchiha Yoru just smiled and shook his head. We found some clues in Itachi's body. It's probably some kind of bloodline disease. So transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan to make it the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would be more suitable. And besides, at this point, Uchiha Yoru revealed a thoughtful smile. The clan records require the transplantation of a direct descendant's Mangekyo Sharingan to allow the eye to evolve. So, Uchiha Itachi's eyes would be perfect for Sasuke to inherit. Furthermore, we've discovered something very interesting. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and chuckled, saying, Uzumaki no Rudo and Uchiha Sasuke, their chakra seems different from ours. Their chakra is innately imbued with a certain will, just like the legendary reincarnations of gods. If these words were spoken to anyone else, they would absolutely ignore them. Myths might be believable, but Orochimaru was different. Since these legends existed, he was determined to uncover them, to find out whether they were true or false. Lord, you mean that ancient myths and legends are being reincarnated? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. The more he learned, the more insignificant he felt, realizing the shinobi world held too many secrets. Uchiha Yoru, displaying only his purple Rinnegan, chuckled and said, the Rinnegan, the most powerful ocular jutsu in legend that controls life and death, seems to be quite adept at sensing it. Sasuke's chakra and wood-release chakra cells both contain a surge of willpower. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru immediately narrowed his eyes, as if he had discovered something interesting. Teacher Orochimaru, you know, after the third Hokage finished performing the Edo Tensei technique during the Chunin exam, I, as the one who summoned the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, discovered something interesting in my blood. Although the first Hokage's chakra and willpower are very faint, perhaps because my body relies on the first Hokage's awakened wood-release cells, I can clearly feel that Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is exactly the same as the first Hokage's chakra. Or to put it another way, their wills are exactly alike, just like... At this point, Uchiha Yoru frowned, suddenly thinking of a metaphor. It's like the previous will left with the first Hokage's death, leaving only a few traces behind. And the departing will reincarnated as Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Yoru's analogy was so quick that Orochimaru's mind raced, instantly grasping something, and he exclaimed in surprise, Yokun, you mean Sasuke's chakra will? Uchiha Yoru nodded slightly. Not bad, the will within Sasuke's chakra is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's will. From this point, we have a certain kind of doubt. At this point, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. and the purple Rinnegan emitted an even more dangerous, cold gleam. The Senju and Uchiha are destined to be enemies, yet ironically, they share the same origin. So what does this generational hatred even matter? And what about these constantly reincarnating chakras? This generation of the Senju is in decline, so why the replacement? So does this mean we can say that the Senju and Uchiha clan's 1,000-year-long feud is a conspiracy? A conspiracy meticulously planned over 1,000 years? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a hint of coldness in his smile, of course. It could also be a game played by the legendary, high and mighty god. Hehe, that's interesting. Very interesting. Orochimaru burst into a perverse, excited laugh. He found the shinobi world increasingly interesting. Although he was becoming stronger and stronger, the more he discovered, the more he realized that he seemed to forever remain a mere ant. The god of games, or rather, the god of conspiracy, whatever you call it, the shinobi world has a pair of unseen hands. Orochimaru licked his lips, laughing excitedly. This is also the reason why you, Night Lord, stopped your conquest, isn't it? Indeed, a new god has appeared to challenge the elder gods. This game is quite interesting. Uchiha Yoru had revealed almost all of the secrets of the ninja world to Orochimaru step by step, but a slow smile spread across his lips. I've met an Akatsuki member with the Rinnegan before. He's a friend, but his Rinnegan is quite interesting. How so? Orochimaru became even more curious, while Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and chuckled. If it's the Rinnegan itself, it should be able to open and close, but Kakashi's Sharingan cannot be closed. You mean transplantation? At this moment, Orochimaru also narrowed his eyes, revealing a serious expression. To be able to transplant the Rinnegan is an absolutely monumental feat, and the person behind it must be incredibly formidable. Who else could be so decisive? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes lit up with excitement, his mind racing with images of all the great figures who had appeared in the shinobi world, especially the Uchiha and Senju clans. Ultimately, one thing has been proven. The combination of Sharingan and Senju is necessary to produce the Rinnegan, meaning that such a being would only appear in individuals belonging to these two clans. Looking at Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and said, Teacher Orochimaru, you think I secretly investigated all of this by gathering information from both clans? Although only the last 100 years have been recorded in relatively detail, the fact that someone could possess this ability, and moreover, keep it hidden, makes me suspect it might be related to Sasuke and Naruto's chakra. At that moment, Orochimaru also excitedly pulled out a scroll and upon finding it, immediately revealed an excited smile. Haha, found it. Perhaps there's a clue here regarding the 1,000-year-old feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Legend says Rikudo Sennin initially founded the ninja, which later gave rise to ninjas. This is also why ninjas later replaced warriors as the mainstay of the martial arts. Despite the dilapidated state of the documents, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show admiration. He truly lived up to his reputation as Orochimaru. He could even find such outdated and old documents. Truly impressive. According to historical records and legends, Rikudo Sennin, the founder of ninja, had two children who inherited his formidable power. However, after Rikudo Sennin's death, these two children became enemies because of their inheritance of ninja. According to legend, one of these two children inherited the eye of an immortal, while the other inherited the body of an immortal. At this point, Orochimaru raised his head, glaring at Uchiha Yoru with fiery anger. This is very similar to the Uchiha and Senju. The Uchiha inherited the sage's eye, while the Senju inherited the sage's body. This is also the source of the power of the Uchiha and Senju. And you, Night Lord, perfectly combine these two powers, which is why the Rikudo Sennin possessed the Rinnegan. This type of slow, mysterious veil lifting gave Orochimaru a somewhat perverse sense of excitement. Uchiha Yoru was also secretly impressed. He truly lived up to his reputation as Orochimaru. He only needed to throw out a single point, and the other man could immediately spout a whole lot of information and produce a wealth of evidence. However, the records are incomplete because the two immortal children's feud and hatred led to their eternal reincarnations, a constant struggle for survival, all for the sake of one day determining victor. At this point, Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips, looking at Uchiha Yoru with fiery eyes and saying, Yoru-kun, perhaps Sasuke and Naruto are the reincarnations of this generation. destined to meet, just like the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara. Haha, interesting, so interesting. This must be a game for immortals. At this moment, Orochimaru's twisted smile faded, completely treating this era of conflict as a sage's game. Watching his two sons' wills constantly reincarnate and fight, perhaps it was a sage's pastime, a mere pastime, that their lives were too long. But as Orochimaru's laughter gradually subsided, a dangerous, chilling glint appeared on his face. Sage. Haha, the sage's game has brought endless suffering and countless killings to the shinobi world, treating us like mere ants. Lord, judging by your appearance, you think the empty window has long been occupied by someone on the Divine King's throne. Orochimaru teased, his smile fading, while Uchiha Yuru smirked, revealing a cheerful expression. Just like your teacher said, aren't there always new gods appearing in ancient myths to replace the elder gods? Perhaps I am one of those eternal new gods. Hehe, this is getting more and more interesting. Excited, Orochimaru, facing the challenge, not only showed no fear, but instead displayed an excited smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you, Yi-Jun, will ascend to the throne of the gods 3 years from now. Of course, I'm even more eager to study what these so-called gods are. Orochimaru, with a maniacal grin, actually directed his research and experimental subject research towards Rikudo Sennin. It's safe to say he was completely insane. So, Teacher Orochimaru, Sasuke is in your care. Orochimaru similarly revealed a grin. Haha, I also want to see how much of a surprise the legendary reincarnation of the son of the sage can bring me. As Sasuke arrived at the Sound Village, he couldn't help but shiver, secretly observing his surroundings. As if someone was staring at him, time passed slowly, and before they knew it, 3 years had quietly slipped by. For these 3 years, the shinobi world has appeared calm and peaceful. But this is merely the calm before the storm. After the merger of Konoha in the Land of Fire, the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, and the Hidden Sand Village in the Land of Wind, their military power instantly rose to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Especially in these 3 years, Uchiha Yoru's policies have further shattered the so-called Great Daimyo, bringing them down to the level of mere mortals. For a time, the ninjas of various nations felt uneasy, secretly forming alliances and further strengthening their military forces. During these 3 years, the entire shinobi world has entered a state of extreme hostility. In particular, the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, the 2 major ninja villages leading the way, have practically joined forces with every smaller ninja village in the shinobi world. This time, the so-called daimyo have exerted all their strength, and their power is unprecedented. But similarly, everyone was able to foresee the devastating situation of the next great ninja war. Rain Village. The sky was gloomy, and a light drizzle was falling. Yet today, all the Akatsuki members had gone to the village outside. As Akatsuki's rules of drinking the Black Lion Crimson Cloud were enforced, figures appeared one by one. Explosion is the art. Sasori-sen. This was Patrick Star Didar's boisterous and excited performance, while Sasori remained silent and reserved, seemingly oblivious to the constant chatter. Damn it, we should be out searching for new sacrifices for Lord Evil God at this time. Shut your mouth, Haiden. If you utter another word of nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut. Akatsuki members Zetsu, Asuma, Obito the Mask, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Didara figures appeared one after another. Finally, after Konan and Akatsuki leader Pain took the stage, Didara, one of the most talkative, immediately widened his eyes. What kind of operation is this that requires Akatsuki to mobilize its entire force? Does this mean we have to capture the 9 tails? Looking at Didara, Sasori's voice became even hoarser as he said, perhaps so. At this moment, everyone was speculating in the shadows. Even the leader had made a move. This action was undeniably significant. The purple Rinnegan emitted a mysterious aura. And after the Akatsuki leader appeared, even they were secretly observing him. The Rinnegan is ultimately too mysterious. The rain poured down in a low, ominous tone. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. Although the Akatsuki organization's elite troops were standing in the pouring rain, they had been stuck there for over half an hour. Even Haiden couldn't help but scratch his head and look up at the sky. Kakuzu, why are we supposed to stay here for so long? Even if it's just for a commemorative group photo, We don't need to spend this much time. Shut your mouth, Haiden. A pair of green eyes glared at Haiden, but the equally silent Kakuzu's gaze was directed towards their leader. Even Obito, wearing a mask, narrowed his eyes, staring at Pain, secretly speculating about what the other party was up to. Half a day later, Pain finally reacted, raising his head and coldly staring straight ahead with his Rinnegan. Next, in an instant, it caused everyone in the Akatsuki organization to stare intently into the distance. As the rain fell in a hazy curtain, several figures slowly appeared in the sight of the Akatsuki organization's elite troops. However, upon seeing who had arrived, the rest of the Akatsuki members were immediately struck with shock. Many people are secretly taking precautions. Does the leader really want to have a decisive battle to determine who is the true god of the shinobi world? Haiden said excitedly, as if he didn't mind the big deal. Kakuzu didn't have time for such things at the moment. He had already prepared 12 hearts. A figure gradually emerged, and the strong physique of Uchiha Yoru appeared before everyone's eyes, a subtle smile playing on his face. Following closely behind him was a young man, Uchiha Sasuke, whose makeup was indistinguishable from his, the only difference being his slightly different hairstyle. Another figure, carrying a gourd on his back and with the red character left tattooed on his forehead, was Gaara, also the one-tailed Jinchuriki. There was also the white-haired Kimimaro, the handsome Jugo, and Hozuki Sugetsu, who carried a large sword on his back. With blonde hair, Ino's forehead revealed a purple-blue Byakugan no Jutsu mark, clearly indicating that she had received Tsunade's true teachings over the years, just like Uzumaki Karen, who had red hair and joined Uchiha Yoru's side. Lord Yoru, the Akatsuki organization, has 9 members, and each of them possesses an incredibly powerful chakra. Even Sarutobi Asuma, the weakest among them, has a chakra level vastly different from 3 years ago. He seems to have 3 different chakra levels within him. It's almost like. At this moment, Karen, lost in thought, pushed down the glass frame and, seizing the opportunity, leaned closer to Uchiha Yoru, whispering in his ear, "It's very similar to Shimura Danzu's chakra." Half of his body has wood release cells transplanted, and his right eye simultaneously possesses a suppressed Sharingan. At 1.63 meters tall, Uzumaki Karen looked even more mature, her outfit revealing her midriff, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, and her ordinary ninja shoes deliberately replaced with high heels, as if to close the height gap with Uchiha Yoru, with her pink hair and glasses, and a purple-blue Byakugan no Jutsu mark on her forehead. She also learned Tsunade's Forbidden's Jutsu. But even so, Karen's height difference with Uchiha Yoru still creates a kind of cute contrast. It seems Asuma is learning from Danzo, but it looks like he doesn't have any Sharingan in stock. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, looking at Obito's mask. He realized that the other party was also trying to increase Sarutobi Asuma's strength, as the plan to collect the Biju was about to begin. Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Kimimaro, Jugo, Hozuki Sugetsu, Uzumaki Karen, Yamanaka Ino 7 such young ninjas followed behind Uchiha Yoru. They're powerful or no less formidable than that of the Akatsuki organization. Among them, Yin-Yang Zetsu and Kuro Zetsu said hoarsely, "Be careful. Uchiha Yoru has 7 little brats behind him. Each of them has a strong chakra, and they all have cursed seals on their necks." Seal. Haiden clearly didn't know about this and couldn't help but look puzzled. Kakuzu, standing beside him, explained in a low voice. Similar to Orochimaru's research on cursed seals, according to intelligence gathered, after releasing a cursed seal, a ninja's speed, strength, and the power of their ninjutsu will all increase dramatically. Upon hearing Kakuzu's report, everyone immediately became wary. How old were those 7 little brats? Yet today they already gave them a sense of threat. Wow, should our squad come up with a catchy name? Look at the Akatsuki organization, and their uniforms are so cool. As expected, each squad had its share of chatter. On one side, Hozuki Sugetsu was excitedly demonstrating his mastery of the Akatsuki's heavenly squad, while on the other side, their attire was truly bizarre and outlandish. What do you think we should call this group? Snake weaving. No way. We follow the boss, otherwise we'd call ourselves the God Squad. Shut up, Sugetsu. Originally trying to maintain his composure, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. He had worked so hard to learn from Master Knight, and yet this Hozuki Suigetsu was practically dragging him down. Hey, Sasuke, you're a little stronger than me, but you're not the leader of this squad. At this moment, Hozuki Suigetsu glared with wide eyes, giving off an air of I won't listen to you, but while Karen, with her swirling red hair, was blissfully enjoying her stroll in the rain with Uchiha Yoru, Hozuki Suigetsu suddenly ruined the atmosphere. Shut up! With a quick glance, Karen's swirling, icy gaze instantly made Hozuki Suigetsu cover his mouth. But he still spoke in a reserved tone. You may be more powerful than Sasuke, but you're not my boss. Well done, said Hozuki Suigetsu, still boasting, while the others maintained their usual calm demeanor. However, the blonde-haired Yamanaka Aino teased, so who is your boss, Suigetsu? Lord Yoru certainly doesn't look down on weaklings. Being teased like that, Hozuki Suigetsu snorted coldly, a look of arrogance immediately appearing on his face. Don't underestimate me. I've almost mastered the second Mizukage's secret techniques. The second Mizukage's secret technique. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious, but only Karen, with a mocking smile, said, It's not much different, is it? Isn't it true that he hasn't learned it yet? Instantly, in the blink of an eye, everyone showed a look of sudden understanding, remembering Hozuki Suigetsu's personality, and immediately showed contempt. Seeing this, Hozuki Suigetsu couldn't help but exclaim, Just you wait, I will definitely learn the strongest secret technique of our Hozuki clan. Now that the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha have merged, the second Mizukage Hozuki's Gengetsu ninjutsu techniques are naturally available. It's not like in the original story where Hozuki Suigetsu, as a sage, didn't even have a place to learn his own clan's secret techniques. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Gengetsu, possessed a unique water-release jutsu, which was incredibly powerful. The two sides outside the Hidden Rain Village were locked in a standoff, and the most perceptive Uzumaki Karen, whose initial embarrassment had long since vanished, now only showed seriousness. She had even secretly prepared herself to unleash her full firepower at the slightest sign of anything unusual. Be careful, the opponents are all long-standing, reputable S-rank rogue ninja. Their strength is enough to threaten the cage of every major ninja village. In the original story, Karen was a keen ninja with exceptional analytical skills. In this life, with even better guidance, she naturally becomes even more outstanding. At the same time, with ninja guards on either side, Uchiha Yoru and Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, slowly took 2 steps forward. Yes, sir. The scene unfolded in a way that left everyone in Akatsuki stunned. The aloof and mysterious Pain, considered the leader of the Rinnegan, showed such reverence to someone, as if a student had met their teacher. Even Obito, wearing his mask, was astonished. When did the two become so close? Haiden and Adara were even more wide-eyed with surprise. Sir, you now hold half of the ninja world in your hands. You were far too modest at first. Years passed, and when the two met again, Pain couldn't help but marvel. Who could have imagined that what started as just an ordinary Jonin boy had now become an entity wielding immense power, capable of shaping the ever-changing landscape of the shinobi world? Even Pain and Conan simply believed that although Uchiha Yoru had great ambitions, he couldn't change the power dynamics of the shinobi world, which is why he wrote down his ideal world in a book. But I never imagined that the other party would now have almost completed half of the ideal. Akatsuki has accumulated immense wealth over the years, and yet their ambitions are entirely focused on the Biju. Uchiha Yoru's gentle words caused every member of the Akatsuki organization to become tense, because the Nine-Tails and the One-Tails were now in their hands. Song Pain nodded solemnly. Just as Mr. Knight said, the path to peace is also fraught with sacrifice. If we join forces, I will wield the power to threaten the shinobi world with the Biju, a tool of war, and assist you, Mr. Knight, in unifying the shinobi world, thus reducing bloodshed. Seeing Pain's plan, Obito, wearing a mask, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. This was like asking a tiger to skin itself. However, Uchiha Yoru chuckled softly. You're right. Peace certainly requires bloodshed, but you must have read my books. The shinobi world's expansion into such a small territory, do you think it can accommodate gods? Uchiha Yoru's cold remark whispered into both ears, was undeniably laced with hostility. However, Pain, with a calm and gentle expression, nodded slightly, not bad. The shinobi world's God King's throne can only accommodate one person, but before that, perhaps we can cooperate. I want the Biju. You want the shinobi world. Just like the beginning between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the final battle will decide who the shinobi world belongs to. Pain also had his own spirit, but the Akatsuki's elite group, with their icy demeanor, saw Conan's heart filled with sorrow. Nagato, did you foresee your own death? At that moment, Uchiha Yoru and Pain looked at each other, and a smile gradually appeared on Uchiha Yoru's face. He appeared calm and resolute. But the next moment, Uchiha Yoru's pupils emitted a bright red light, and his Mangekyo Sharingan was instantly revealed in an instant. The two entered the world of illusion. Amidst the birdsong and blooming flowers, the two gazed at each other. In this moment, with no outsiders present, all their secrets would remain undiscovered. Yes, sir. With no outsiders present, Pain lowered his posture and respectfully nodded. This Rinnegan of mine is indeed a conspiracy, as Mystery has said. But the unification and peace of the shinobi world cannot be delayed. Through years of quiet experimentation, he discovered that the Rinnegan he was so proud of wasn't truly his own. In other words, he had lived from a young age within a conspiracy. Even in the illusionary realm, Uchiha Yoru remained calm. Moreover, with so many secrets already revealed, he naturally no longer worried about anything else. Pain watched in horror as Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly transformed into the purple Rinnegan, instantly filling him with ecstatic joy. Yes, sir. You've awakened the Rinnegan. Seeing Pain's agitation, Uchiha Yoru nodded slightly and said, not bad. After awakening the Rinnegan, my vision has broadened. This conspiracy will likely spread throughout the entire shinobi world. So, Mr. Yi Biju. Uchiha Yoru raised his hand to stop Pain, then said, the person hiding hasn't surfaced yet. Let's proceed cautiously and discreetly. I've also discovered quite a few secrets. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both possess a kind of terrifyingly powerful will within their chakra, but through years of research, this will within Sasuke's body has been suppressed. But Uzumaki Naruto's willpower is even more terrifying and unwavering. So remember, when you're going to capture the Nine Tails, you absolutely shouldn't do it yourself. I understand, Mr. Yi, that sealed Biju weapon. Knowing he was caught in a conspiracy, Pain had prepared for the worst-case scenario, and at the same time, he didn't want the terrifying Gato Mazo to fall into the wrong hands. Uchiha Yoru listened and then gave a cold laugh. Rest assured, this is the key to uncovering the mastermind behind all this. The illusory world seemed to have been inactive for an unknown period of time, but to those outside, it was merely a blink of an eye. Both sides only saw Uchiha Yoru's eyes flash with a bright red light, and then, after a moment of looking at each other, they both broke into smiles. It was clear that people from both sides knew that the two had reached some kind of cooperation in the illusory world. With the Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan facing each other, Pain and Uchiha Yoru reached some kind of agreement. However, Obito's expression behind the mask was extremely grim at this moment. He increasingly realized that things were getting out of control. Kurozetsu calmly observed all of this, showing not the slightest surprise. On the contrary, he secretly rejoiced. Chaos. It would be best if the shinobi world were thrown into utter chaos. Because Kurozetsu knew that the fact the two could reach an agreement proved one thing: the Biju were the problem. Leader, no matter what Uchiha Yoru says, at the very least, you must hand over the One-Tails and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Only then will we see your sincerity. At this moment, Obito's mask opened its mouth, clearly indicating its desperate desire to know what the two sides were discussing. However, at this time, Obito was wearing a mask to conceal his true identity, so the Akatsuki leader's face still showed the Rinnegan user Pain. As Obito removed his mask and opened his mouth, everyone's gaze fell upon him, and Uchiha Yoru merely let out a faint chuckle. The Akatsuki organization certainly has some strength, but we don't think that with the addition of the Hidden Rain Village, they can challenge Lord Yoru. At this moment, Yamanaka Aino, standing behind them, let out a cold snort and calmly looked at all the members of the Akatsuki organization, Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village, And the hidden sand village, the combined number of ninjas has almost reached 100,000 and the number of jonin exceeds 2,000. What gave you such courage? Or rather, you're acting so arrogant just because you have a Mangekyo Sharingan and a rudimentary would-release jutsu. Following Yamanaka Ino's words, Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes even more, revealing a hint of fighting spirit, his hand already gripping the sword at his side. As the rain poured down, Akatsuki's elite squad faced a group of teenagers who seemed like newborn calves and afraid of tigers, all brimming with fighting spirit as they glared at them. But as the rain poured down, the curse marks on the necks of each of the young men and women began to heat up, and then curse patterns appeared on their bodies. Only Jugo remained calm, but it was precisely this simple transformation that caused the Akatsuki members' expressions to change drastically, revealing a serious and wary look. Their chakra pressure instantly surged, damning these little monsters. Especially when Karen's swirling vortex revealed a threatening smile. The terrifying chakra was so intense that even the raindrops falling from the sky couldn't touch her clothes. Afai! Shut up! At this moment, Dodara couldn't help but silently yell, "Obito masked guy, look at the mess you've caused." The Akatsuki organization is truly fearless. But when conflicts erupt unexpectedly, it's something no one wants to see. As the tense atmosphere subsided, Uchiha Yoru simply raised his hand. And in an instant, the terrifying aura emanating from the young men and women behind him vanished. Looking at the Akatsuki organization, it needs proper management. The leader hasn't even spoken yet, and the trash below is already causing trouble. Or perhaps you're just confident because of your void jutsu. Uchiha Yoru looked at Pain with a cold, disdainful gaze, completely disregarding Obito's mask, saying, "After all, who told you to play the minor role of Kira? When presented with an opportunity, it would be foolish not to seize it." Pain, seizing this opportunity, coldly glanced at Obito's mask and said, "Afai, why don't you let Mr. Knight apologize? Say sorry." Obito's mask revealed an unsightly, grayish-blue face. If it weren't for the mask, Kurozetsu would be even more terrified. Well done. Is he trying to use this opportunity to beat Obito up? Me. At this moment, Obito's mask slipped down, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan covered in fierce blood vessels. In front of so many people, he had never experienced such humiliation before. Afai, don't do anything bad. Pain, with a cold, Rinnegan-like gaze, gave Obito a warning look. Finally, the masked Obito took a deep breath, suppressing his resentment, and bowed his head, saying, "I'm sorry." When Obito apologized, Uchiha Yoru simply calmly glanced at the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Pain, our deal is based on shared goals, both for the ultimate peace of the ninja world. But if subordinates disobey orders, then when the time comes to punish them, punishment will still be necessary. The unspoken meaning was that, although Pain's strength was considerable, his management of his subordinates lacked skill, as there were still people who didn't understand the rules. Uchiha Yoru's mockery this time caused every member of the Akatsuki organization to feel a little embarrassed. They were all S-rank rogue ninja. How could they not understand even this basic principle? Well, the leader was still speaking. His subordinates were making a racket. This shows a lack of understanding of the rules. If it were them, they would also get angry. Even Dodara and Haiden, those two troublemakers, couldn't help but stare at the bewildered Afai without even looking at Obito's mask. Essentially not considering him a threat, Uchiha Yoru coldly waved his hand at the person behind him. Rustling, all that could be seen was a swirling mass of golden sand descending, enveloping two figures, their entire bodies covered in bandages and seals, as they emerged. I'm afraid I can't give you the Biju directly, but I think a large amount of Biju chakra should be enough. These two individuals clearly have a large amount of Biju chakra sealed within their bodies. One is the one-tailed beast, and the other is naturally the nine-tailed beast. Seeing this scene, Pain calmly nodded, possible. At the same time, Pain also threw out detailed intelligence about the shinobi world. With both sides reaching an agreement, Uchiha Yoru, along with the group behind him, slowly disappeared into the rain. After the figure disappeared from the range of his inner senses, Obito's mask revealed one eye filled with cold malice, while the rest were filled with curiosity. So, does that mean we don't need to capture the one-tailed beast and the strongest nine-tailed beast? Haiden scratched his head, a look of doubt appearing on his face, while everyone else looked at the two figures still covered by the seals. Kakuzu carefully examined the two ninjas, frowning slightly as he said in a low voice, "Although there's a seal, these two ninjas clearly don't have bodies suitable for sealing Biju. At most, it will take half a year. The seal won't be able to prevent the Biju's chakra from corroding their bodies. Becoming a Jinchuriki has been a headache for the 5 great ninja villages for so many years. And it's not that easy. You can't just randomly pull someone over and expect them to become a Jinchuriki. The requirements for their physical constitution are extremely stringent. Leader, facing the gazes of everyone, Pain coldly swept his eyes over them all and indifferently uttered a single sentence, instantly causing everyone to reveal smiles that suggested they were afraid of causing chaos. I did agree, but when did I ever say I wouldn't capture the nine-tailed fox? Facing everyone, Pain's gaze finally fell on Sarutobi Asuma and Obito's face. I'll leave the nine-tails to you and Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma nodded coldly after hearing this, while Obito's mask showed a hint of gloom. It was clear that Pain was trying to gauge his strength, ultimately, because he had deceived the other party with the Uchiha Madara costume for so many years, and the other party was probing him in this way. He could only silently endure it. Originally, the Ninetales was given to Pain as part of the plan to probe its intentions, but now it's Pain's turn to do it himself. The rest of you proceed according to plan. Akatsuki's plan to collect Biju has begun. Yes, the Akatsuki members, all beaming with excited smiles, were ready to unleash their terrifying weapons upon assembling the 9 great Biju, further enhanced by the legendary Rinnegan. Who knows what unstoppable divine power they would possess at that point? Konoha, I, Uzumaki Naruto, have returned. The familiar surroundings outside the door, coupled with the increasingly confident Uzumaki Naruto, revealed an excited smile, his gaze fixed on his nostalgic home. Haha, Naruto, you go ahead. I'm going to rest first. With his white hair, Jiraiya looked at Konoha and also revealed a cheerful expression, letting out a carefree laugh. However, Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing this, couldn't help but say disdainfully, "Perverted sage, are you sure you're going home to rest? Weren't you supposed to be gathering materials? Haha, you little brat, what do you know?" Jiraiya, with a dismissive wave of his hand, dismissed it as adult matters. What do you know, little brat? And laughed loudly as he strode into the Hidden Leaf Village in his crisp wooden clogs. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, walked nostalgically through the familiar streets of Konoha. Over the course of 3 years, the village underwent tremendous changes, becoming even more prosperous and simultaneously incorporating more ninja families from various countries. Familiar faces and unfamiliar ones now resemble family members, all exchanging warm smiles and engaging in friendly conversation. Naruto, Kiba. Uzumaki Naruto never imagined that upon returning to the village, he would encounter his classmate, Inatsuka Ga, who was now riding her large white dog and barking Tochi at Naruto with a beaming smile. Both of them were the kind of people who farted like stinkers. After meeting for only a short while, Inatsuka Ga smugly grabbed his green vest. "Oh dear, I forgot to change my clothes before going out today. These clothes are all dirty." But Uzumaki Naruto was clearly thick-skinned and didn't react at all. And Inatsuka Ga's expression was even more bewildered. He had said all that intentionally, yet Naruto still hadn't reacted. Damn it. Hey, Naruto, you've been away training for 3 years and haven't even come back for a moment. Really, you've missed so many of our classmates' Jonin reunions. A gathering. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto looked envious and couldn't help but start complaining loudly about how much trouble he was having. "I've been training with Master Jiraiya for years, so I haven't had time to come back." Hey, Naruto, you did that on purpose. Looking at Naruto, who was still not reacting, Inatsuka Ga couldn't help but show a hint of anger. His green vest was almost torn to shreds, and you still haven't reacted. Intentionally. Naruto scratched his head, looking bewildered, wondering how he had somehow angered the other person. Seeing Naruto in this state, Inatsuka Ga gritted her teeth, seething with anger. Without bothering to compose herself, she pulled off her green waistcoat and shouted, "This is a Jonin waistcoat. I am a Jonin now." "Naruto, shouldn't you congratulate me?" Inatsuka Ga, who had been boasting about her good mood, was instantly silenced and couldn't help but glare angrily, directly stating her opinion. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto also burst into laughter. Kiba, so you did all this for half a day just to have me congratulate you on becoming a jonin? Ha! So congratulations on becoming a jonin. Now, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but look at Inatsuka Ga with envy. In these 3 years, he was probably the only one still lingering in Chunin, while the rest had all become jonin. Time really flies. When the Chunin exam first started, Uzumaki Naruto became a Chunin based on his strength, even though he wasn't very intelligent. Cut it out. Inatsuka Ga snorted disdainfully, then said in a sour tone, to be able to train with Lord Jiraiya for 3 years, let alone being a jonin, what difference would it make even if you were a genin? There are times when jonin and genin can't really be said to be of equal strength. With a legendary ninja like Jiraiya as your teacher, and him personally guiding you through 3 years of training, what's the point of being a jonin anymore? Even after completing his studies, becoming a jonin is not a guaranteed outcome. Haha, Kiba, you're still as stinky as ever, but anyway, I need to go to the Hokage's office to report now. Naruto. Watching Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappear into the distance, Inatsuka Ga couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then a smile appeared on her face. They've all grown up. Even Naruto, who used to be a hot-blooded, reckless fool, now has a sense of maturity. Photo of a large office building. Over the years, I've taken Naruto to many places and deliberately let him see a lot. Naruto has certainly grown, but now I feel that Naruto has kept his former ideals hidden in his heart. With his white hair, Jiraiya spoke with a melancholy expression about how Naruto had grown over the years. And when he spoke of Naruto's transformation, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Looking at you, Jiraiya, you still haven't changed your little brat's mindset. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, a look of embarrassed amusement on his face. It's not that there hasn't been any change, though. At the very least, Naruto has matured. Before realizing that there's no power that can change things, he won't blindly make a fuss like he used to. Seeing Jiraiya say that, Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in your hands is practically useless. To be honest, it would have been better to send him to Root to see if he could be trained. If this little brat at Root can maintain this kind of temperament, then we really need to consider whether we should replace him with a new Jinchuriki. Tsunade's words left Jiraiya utterly mortified. After all these years, it would be a lie to say he had no feelings for Naruto, so he could only feign ignorance. Hey Jiraiya, don't pretend to be stupid. You should know what kind of information Orochimaru gave you. Tsunade said with dissatisfaction, and Jiraiya's expression gradually became serious after hearing her words. Orochimaru's information suggests that perhaps there was a real conspiracy behind the shinobi world, and even the shinobi world's 1,000-year-long war had a mastermind behind it all. But Naruto and Sasuke are different. Having spent years researching the secrets of the shinobi world, Orochimaru knew there was a problem between Sasuke and Naruto. So how could he possibly let Uzumaki Naruto go? Thinking about wanting to study Uzumaki Naruto a bit, Jiraiya, who is now his guardian, couldn't bypass him. So Jiraiya's main purpose in traveling the shinobi world for these 3 years was to find Orochimaru. During those 3 months of research, Orochimaru didn't hide anything from Jiraiya. So he naturally understood all of this. As Orochimaru said, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra contains the will of Indra. According to mythological legends, Indra's ultimate will was simply to defeat Asura and prove himself right. At this point, Jiraiya let out a wry smile. Therefore, Sasuke's influence hardly changed his personality in any way. At most, he would encounter his destined rival Asura, defeat him, and then prove himself right. That would be enough. Therefore, Indra's will is very simple and pure, unlike that of the Asuras. Asura was the second ninja leader, and his unwavering belief that peace cannot be separated from love is not wrong in itself. After all, humans cannot be separated from love. However, according to records, this love's will was somewhat stubborn. At this point, Jiraiya couldn't help but say weakly, just like the first Hokage, he possessed absolute power, which is why he had the right to speak of what is called demon. When absolute power exists, everything in the world will naturally appear as desired. But as that power disappears, demons will also undergo a transformation. According to historical records, the ninja eventually faded away along with their power, and were ultimately buried in the dust of history. Peace cannot be separated from love. Even Jiraiya once succumbed to it, even straying from it. But history records that Rikudo Sennin didn't experience love. Didn't Asura experience love? But what was the ultimate outcome? Of course, these are all mythological legends, not necessarily true. So where is the first Hokage? This happened within the last 100 years. At the time of the first Hokage, the shinobi world enjoyed peace, but as absolute power vanished, that peace was instantly torn apart, revealing the sinister smile of an ambitious villain. In the office, Tsunade sat solemnly at her desk, her crosshairs crossed, and said in a low voice, "Jiraiya, you mean to say that Naruto has been influenced by the will of Asura, right?" Although reluctant to admit it, Jiraiya, after years of investigation, couldn't help but acknowledge a truth. He sighed and nodded, saying, "Let's just say that's the case. I went to Mount Myoboku to see the Toad Sage, and the Toad Sage himself confirmed that Rikudo Sennin truly existed, and that the conflict between the Asuras and Indra Ninja was also real." Speaking of Mount Myoboku and the Toad Sage, Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat gloomy and disappointed, because Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru, through their research, discovered that, just like Rikudo Sennin sealed the demonic creature thousands of years ago, the Toad Sage's figure was among them, Rikudo Sennin, Asura. Indra Chakra reincarnation bringing millennia of war to the shinobi world, and what role does the Toad Sage play in all of this? Tsunade also heard something, and couldn't help but frown. Pausing her speech, "A Toad Sage, huh?" But the records of the Rikudo Sennin from the previous era cannot be ignored. According to Orochimaru's investigation, there was a time window in the Rikudo Sennin era, as if this period of history had been erased. But traces could still be found before that. In the era before Rikudo Sennin, samurai were prevalent, and the most prestigious status belonged to the mysterious Onmyoji Yin-Yang masters. Of course, some powerful samurai were also not weak. In this era, the world became increasingly chaotic, with countless demons causing trouble. And these demons were various kinds of enormous creatures. In the midst of a world plagued by man-eating demons, mysterious Onmyoji exorcists and powerful warriors fought and slayed these monsters. Similarly, a group of benevolent demons also formed contracts with powerful humans, living together peacefully. Similarly, there was a segment of humanity that, in pursuit of immense power, was seduced by demons and took refuge in them. It was a chaotic era. But suddenly, in the middle of this transitional period, came the Rikudo Sennin era. The world was plagued by plagues, and demons were almost extinct. Similarly, samurai and Onmyoji gradually left the scene, replaced by ninjas. I know, that's why there are some things I haven't told the Toad Immortal. Jiraiya had previously almost given his heart and soul to Mount Myoboku, but after experiencing so much in this peaceful, ordinary ninja world, the sudden appearance of various sages left him bewildered. As a result, Orochimaru even produced various pieces of evidence and documents, forcing him to pay extra attention. An incomplete section of ancient texts contains a clear drawing at the top, proving that the Toad Sage and Rikudo Sennin lived in the same era. So what role did the Toad Sage play in that text? Rikudo Sennin's two sons, with their unwavering will to reincarnate and fight for over 1,000 years, where is Rikudo Sennin? Is he truly dead? And who is the child of destiny that the Toad Sage spoke of? Is it the reincarnation of Asura and Indra? So what was the relationship between the Toad Sage and Rikudo Sennin? Even the current Toad Sage is still alive. So how could Rikudo Sennin die? What reason could there be for Rikudo Sennin to coldly watch his two sons endlessly reincarnating, fighting, and killing each other for thousands of years? The world of ninjas has been engulfed in war without ceasing. All of this, including Jiraiya, would have plunged anyone else into darkness long ago if it were someone else. So where is Naruto? Facing Tsunade's questioning, Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a wry smile. I don't know what to do either, but Naruto is such a good boy. If we consider fate based on millennia, Asura would win every time, while Indra would lose every time. The Senju and Uchiha share a common fate. This generation of the Senju is in decline, which is why Asura reincarnated as Naruto. But because Indra is still an Uchiha, I think this time there might be some differences. Jiraiya frowned and voiced his thoughts. In each era of destiny, the Senju would release counters the Sharingan, and this generation's Naruto is unlikely to unleash would release again. Even though he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha Sharingan counters the Biju. In response to Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade glared at him disapprovingly. Jiraiya, you're really something to actually place your hopes on this. Jiraiya now knew he was destined to be a child of fate, but the more he knew, the greater the gap became, a gap that had once been filled with anticipation. After half a day's work, the so-called child of destiny is actually the reincarnation of Rikudo Sennin's two sons, chakra reincarnations. To put it bluntly, it's a struggle for reincarnation of will. Although Indra failed every time, the Isuras never won in any era either, persevering for 1,000 years. Surely they can see that peace achieved solely through love and understanding is futile. Or rather, it is built upon absolute power. The result is still not finished. What is this supposed to be? Is the shinobi world just a game for sages? Needless to say, after learning all this about Akatsuki, Jiraiya was also very angry. After all, he was pursuing the so-called child of destiny because he couldn't see the future of the shinobi world, and after all that effort, the being he wanted to entrust his existence to was just a game. Even honest people get angry, especially someone like Jiraiya, who has always been honest his whole life. When he discovered he had been deceived, the anger in his heart was merely suppressed. Tsunade, where did that little bright Yoru go? At this moment, Jiraiya, out of curiosity, inquired. He's been back in the village for so long, yet he hasn't seen any sign of Uchiha Yoru. Seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help but frown, pointing in the direction of the Hokage Rock and saying, he's training hard. The beginning of the chaotic era in the shinobi world is about to unfold. Haha, Tsunade, wait a little while, Naruto. That little brat will come looking for you. I'll leave it to you while I go find Yoru. Pushing open the back window, Jiraiya laughed loudly as his wooden clogs crunched on the rooftops and he disappeared, heading towards Hokage Rock. Seeing this scene, Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Looking back at the official desk, she scratched her head, filled with worrying. This Hokage really isn't the kind of person to do things. TSK, this is just the beginning. After the great chaos in the shinobi world, things will probably get even busier, Mei Terumi said with a teasing smile. But on the other hand, Sakura chuckled faintly and said, to be able to end the chaos and witness the dawn of a new era, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. When war breaks out, I'll personally go to the front lines. Compared to handling the main affairs, Tsunade's face was now filled with determination. She was much more willing to go to the front lines to fight. On Hokage Rock, perched atop a tree, Uchiha Yoru sat motionless, cross-legged beneath its branches. He had never been able to help but show a shocked expression upon witnessing such a scene before. If he hadn't seen the person right in front of him, he truly wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. Immortal form. At this moment, Jiraiya watched this scene in horror. He hadn't detected the slightest presence of the other party. It was as if Uchiha Yoru had merged with the heavens and earth. When he sat cross-legged on a tree, he was the tree. When he sat on the ground, he was a rock or the ground itself. Is this the perfect immortal form? When Uchiha Yoru opened his eyes, Jiraiya couldn't detect the slightest trace of his presence. It was as if the person before him was nothing more than an illusion. Jiraiya, your return proves that the windmill of the shinobi world is about to start moving again. Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly, without a trace of sage mode. Even a sage's form would undergo a slight transformation, but the opponent's appearance remained completely unchanged. This sight only fueled Jiraiya's envy. You little brat, you're truly unconventional. I feel like you're the chosen one. Jiraiya couldn't help but send a complaint, and Uchiha Yoru immediately broke into a smile upon hearing it. This is nothing unusual. The three great sacred lands of the immortals are actually just forms of the demons from a previous era, more suited to summoning beasts, and naturally, the difficulty of learning them is much greater. The truly suitable ninja cultivation method for the sage mode would likely belong to a cultivation technique left behind by an onmyoji or powerful martial artist from a previous era, such as the fire element sage mode, which is relatively much less difficult. The fire sage mode, once mastered, is so powerful that even a sumo knows it, which shows just how much easier it is to learn. The 3 great sage modes of Kuchiosi Holy Land clearly require cage-level chakra talent to be qualified to learn. Similarly, learning sage mode in the 3 great holy lands, combined with the use of summoning beasts, naturally makes one even more powerful. The Fire Tribe. Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile. I knew it. I bet you little brat from the wine country and the water country have plundered quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yura scoffed disdainfully. These good things are being held by the so-called daimyo, which is a great waste. However, I remember having Orochimaru's teacher bring these materials to you. Faced with this, Jiraiya couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment and say, well, I've naturally read it and used it as a reference, but I'm already used to Mount Myoboku. It's clear that Jiraiya still hasn't given up on Mount Myoboku. Regarding this point, Uchiha Yura quietly chuckled, shook his head, and said, that's your business. Let's talk about the main issue first. Politics. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he looked at the Hidden Leaf Village, which was even more prosperous than it had been 3 years ago, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How are you planning to proceed? Or are you saying you're not afraid of the forces hidden behind the scenes in the shinobi world and will directly launch a war to unify the shinobi world? Jiraiya usually detested war, but at this moment he disagreed. Having personally experienced 3 battles, he knew that war was inevitable sooner or later. If initiating a war could maintain a century of peace in the shinobi world, then he would stand on the side of the war, because he personally witnessed, in just 50 or 60 years, the shinobi world launched 3 extremely brutal great shinobi wars. We're preparing to join forces with Akatsuki, and then Akatsuki will orchestrate the chaos in the shinobi world. Uchiha Yura's words made Jiraiya frown and stop speaking. Akatsuki. I've heard Orochimaru mention this mysterious organization, and I'm afraid there are people behind it. Is it important? Uchiha Yura chuckled coldly, a look of contempt immediately appearing on his face. When absolute power prevails, any conspiracy will pale in comparison and become powerless. Looking at the confident Uchiha Yura, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Little brat, perhaps you are the one who will truly change the shinobi world. I also look forward to the arrival of a new era. How are you preparing for Naruto? Jiraiya eventually managed to find out the truth about this matter. His feelings for Naruto had been complicated for so many years. Uchiha Yura, upon hearing this, coldly remarked, the mastermind behind the scenes hasn't revealed himself yet. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is a decent asset, but what happens next? It depends on the other party's choice. Furthermore, Naruto's destiny is not mine. How he chooses to face his own fate is naturally up to Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Yura couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. He was eagerly anticipating whether Sasuke, whom he had trained to become even stronger and more perfect, would once again be defeated by the so-called fate. That's right, Jiraiya, I still need your help with something, or rather, I want you to see just how important Naruto is to you, how much you matter to him. Uchiha Yura's lips curved into a slight smile, and Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bad premonition. This isn't necessary. The Akatsuki organization possesses the Rinnegan, and it seems Jiraiya was your disciple. Uchiha Yura's gentle words instantly caused Jiraiya's expression to freeze, and he solemnly said, for the peace of the shinobi world, how could I, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, refuse? Looking at the shameless Jiraiya, Uchiha Yura chuckled and shook his head, saying, the Akatsuki organization's Nagato Rinnegan is a conspiracy. But now Conan and Nagato are both under surveillance, so they need external forces to investigate. Jiraiya, you can conveniently go and help your disciple, and while you're at it, you can also investigate Naruto. The Rinnegan is a conspiracy. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little suspicious, but at that moment, Uchiha Yura's cold gaze was fixed on him, his 2 eyes turning a bright red. His 3 tamos slowly rotating downwards to transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan. But what followed filled Jiraiya with terror. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun downwards, slowly transforming into mysterious purple rings the Rinnegan. Having witnessed the existence of the Rinnegan firsthand, how could Jiraiya not recognize it? How? How is this possible? Seeing all this, Jiraiya was terrified, but then he seemed to remember something. At this moment, Uchiha Yura nodded indifferently. Not bad, just as you thought. The Uchiha who inherited the sage's eye and the Senju who inherited the sage's body. The combined power of the two clans producing the universal force is the Rinnegan. So Jiraiya, you said your student, Nagato, awakened the Rinnegan from a young age. But how did Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan, awaken it? And it's a pair of Rinnegan that can't be closed. In an instant, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. He now understood, and with a grim look, he said, transplantation. Only a transplanted Sharingan I would prevent it from closing, just like Kakashi's, who wears a 3-Tamo Sharingan every day. He didn't know that before. He thought the Rinnegan was something he was born with, something that couldn't be deactivated naturally, and he didn't think much of it. But for now, Uchiha, you're evolving from Sharingan to Mangekyo, and then to Rinnegan. This is the correct way to evolve. I am being transparent. The ninja world is full of secrets and conspiracies, and even Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart at this moment. Standing on Hawkage Rock, Uchiha Yoru gazed at the Konoha sunset, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. The ninja world has begun its wind-blown movement, thus welcoming the arrival of a new era. As the afternoon sun cast its rays, Uchiha Yoru, standing on Hawkage Rock, seemed to be enveloped in a golden glow, while Jiraiya, watching from the side, appeared even more resolute. Without changing, the shinobi world remains a cycle of reincarnation, with wars recurring and Indra and Asura being reborn one after another. Konoha, the return of Uzumaki Naruto only caused minor ripples in the village. After all, Konoha now incorporated many ninja families from the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, so naturally, they paid less attention to the so-called son of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, the fourth Hokage has been gone for many years. When one passes away, the tea cools, and the fourth Hokage is now just a figure from a previous generation, existing only in the memories of the past. A new generation of ninjas will no longer remember, even for Naruto's generation. The fourth Hokage is just a legend to them. Q barbecue shop. Hada Kakashi looked at Naruto and couldn't help but sigh with a touch of melancholy. He also had feelings for Team 7. Well, Kakashi-sensei invited me to eat barbecue. Next time, I'll treat everyone to Ichiraku ramen. Returning, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly and noisily exclaimed, while Kakashi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't know whether to call Naruto generous or stingy. In this life, Hada Kakashi, as Uchiha Yoru's trusted assistant, and with the policy changes providing ninja status, naturally his salary and benefits have increased. Ultimately, unlike in the original story where he frequently visited noodle shops, Hada Kakashi is now extraordinarily generous in inviting guests to eat barbecue. I'm late, Kakashi-sensei. A streak of red appeared, and after briefly raising his head, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but reveal an excited smile, shouting loudly, Sakura, you've arrived. The person who arrived was Haruno Sakura from the medical department. Compared to 3 years ago, she was even more mature, and the more she looked at Naruto, the more excited she became looking at Sakura. Kakashi also nodded and smiled thoughtfully. Sakura has grown up too. He naturally knew Sakura's talent, and although she was a disciple of the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, it was through his and Yakushi Nanu's joint guarantee that Haruno Sakura obtained the opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu. The fifth Hokage watched Hokage Tsunade's super strength fist and Byakugan no Jutsu. Unlike the original story, where Haruno Sakura directly became a disciple of Tsunade, learning these ninjutsu seemed like a matter of course. But this time Tsunade has taken on many disciples, making Haruno Sakura's path to learning much more difficult. Ultimately, how can something that comes too easily be valued? Moreover, Sakura's worldview in the original story was also problematic. In the original story, when Sasuke leaves Konoha intending to join Orochimaru's army, Sakura tries to dissuade him, but fails. He then suggests taking her along as well. Finally, Sasuke insists, and Sakura tries to call for help. What is this supposed to mean? Is it emotion? This is actually considered a betrayal of the village. Sasuke is a man with a deep-seated hatred for the dead. His whole life has been dedicated to revenge, so he's willing to abandon everything. So where is Sakura? She has parents, family, friends, and relatives. If Sasuke had initially agreed to go down, Naruto wouldn't have simply chased after Sasuke. He would have had to include Sakura as well, at the very least during that period. Haruno Sakura's worldview was still questionable. However, having endured 3 years of social abuse and hardship on her path to learning, Sakura naturally learned these ninjutsu techniques through various examinations. At the very least, loyalty is a must. That leaves two people remaining. Kakashi looked at Sakura and Naruto and lazily said, "Only Gaara and Sasuke are left." While they were talking, 4 figures entered. Seeing this scene, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "They've all grown up. They even know to bring their girlfriends along." Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. Gaara was all alone, but Uchiha Sasuke had brought a female ninja with him on each side. "Sasuke! You! Just looking at Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto's fingers trembled, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Haruno Sakura, with a forced, stiff smile on her face, said to Naruto, "Naruto, the one with black hair is Zabuza, the 9th teacher of the Sound Ninja class, the Gold class. The one with orange hair is Taiya from the Sound Ninja village." "Nani?" Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, as if he were the only one unaware of this scene. When Uchiha Sasuke faced Kakashi-sensei's teasing, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. But he still feigned a cool, indifferent demeanor and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you're overthinking it." Following behind, the black-haired ninja girl smiled gently and greeted everyone, completely disregarding Sasuke's strong personality. Taiya, however, stood there with a confident grin, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you bring Lin-chan tonight?" Faced with Taiya's teasing, Kakashi couldn't help but awkwardly scratch the back of his head, but inwardly he thought, as expected, "They have similar hair colors. Their personalities are indeed alike." At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was surrounded by 2 women, one with black hair and the other with pink hair, Taiya. Especially in front of so many people, he was incredibly embarrassed. He hadn't originally wanted to bring the 2 of them, but under the gentle gaze of his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" "2 of them." Uzumaki Naruto stared wide-eyed, looking completely clueless, while Sakura, standing beside him, forced a laugh and said, "Sasuke comes from a wealthy family. Being from a wealthy family, this is a privilege. In the ninja world, there is no such thing as monogamy, but the vast majority of people still practice it. Only a few wealthy and noble families do." But now that Uchiha Yora's status is being completely erased from the daimyos, and he truly and genuinely surpasses both the daimyo and Kage, the Uchiha clan will naturally rise with the tide, being of the same lineage as Sasuke. Belonging to the most prestigious of prestigious clans in the Uchiha clan, he naturally bears a different kind of responsibility. The final group will gather on Saturday. Kakashi uttered a sigh of resignation, then lazily greeted the waiter in the shop and began preparing to serve the meat. Uchiha Sasuke, who was already feeling a little uncomfortable, now felt his scalp tingle as he faced Uzumaki Naruto's intense, disbelieving gaze. He didn't know what he was thinking. Taiya couldn't help but smile and whispered in Sasuke's ear, "Don't forget what Big Brother Itachi told you." Comparing them, Taiya was straightforward and honest, while the other girl was relatively gentle. However, as soon as they sat down, their ears turned bright red, revealing that they were both trying to appear calm. Uchiha Sasuke, undeterred by the difficulty, picked up 2 pieces of grilled meat with his chopsticks, one for Taiya and one for the others, and placed them in their bowls under everyone's watchful eyes. However, his trembling hands were somewhat embarrassing. "This house, the meat is delicious. Let's eat." Hesitating and stammering, Uchiha Sasuke finally managed to say those words despite the difficulty. However, after saying that, Uchiha Sasuke, seeing Uzumaki Naruto's fiery gaze, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, all of this came about beforehand. Uchiha Itachi, acting as their elder brother, issued orders. After all, an elder brother is like a father, and, relatively speaking, from a self-serving perspective, he also valued the 2 individuals' origins from the Sound Village. It's impossible not to mention Uchiha Itachi, this older brother, who, even before the original clan massacre, went to great lengths for his younger brother. "Naruto, come eat some grilled meat." Kakashi saw this scene very clearly, but couldn't help but laugh as he spoke to everyone. I want to eat grilled meat. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have lost, and couldn't help but transform his resentment into motivation, frantically starting to eat like crazy. This scene gives people a feeling. How can I even describe it? Uchiha Sasuke secretly felt fortunate. Perhaps his older brother was right. At least it would have dispelled some of those ulterior motives sooner rather than later. As for Taiya and the zither, naturally, during these 3 years in the Sound Village, because they were constantly seeing each other, and with Itachi's deliberate involvement, they naturally reached this point. Gaara was quiet and reserved. Sakura, trying to hide her embarrassment, kept asking about everyone's experiences over the past few years, while Uzumaki Naruto, with his thick skin, quickly forgot everything and happily recounted his experiences over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, outside the barbecue shop, a pair of sharp, red eyes watched this scene, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction before disappearing. This scene, of course, did not escape Kakashi's notice. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Itachi is truly a master of controlling his younger brother. The barbecue restaurant outside the electric train station above Uchiha Itachi's house looked up at the silver moon and smiled. Mom, Sasuke has grown up. As Uchiha Yora's right-hand man, he naturally understood many secrets, such as the reincarnation of Indra and Asura's will. He naturally knew about it. But based on historical records and observations, he discovered a terrifying fact. The fate between the two individuals was somewhat excessive. In particular, the previous generation's ancestor, Uchiha Madara, never married, which means that the so-called noble bloodline was not passed down. On the contrary, Senju Hashirama got married. After thinking it over several times, he couldn't help but feel secretly worried. It seems that the first Hokage at the time didn't even consider getting married. It only happened because the family had elders to make the decision. Therefore, as the older brother, he secretly observed Sasuke and discovered something. Sasuke didn't have a single ounce of sexual desire. This is infuriating. How can this be? Therefore, Uchiha Itachi could be said that he put in a lot of effort and energy observing the two girls in the Sound Village for a while, discovering that they had quite good potential, especially Taiya, who had already possessed a special amount of Jonin chakra 3 years prior. Therefore, it's undeniable that Uchiha Itachi, in this life, also suffered greatly because of his younger brother, Fire Temple. After the Fire Kingdom's Grand Prefectural Office plummeted in status, the Fire Temple was no longer what it once was, as one of its most important sources of funding was gone. Beneath the veil of Yoru, from within the dilapidated Fire Temple, a tumultuous scene of fighting and bloodshed erupted. After half a day had passed, the Fire Temple was burning fiercely, and two figures emerged from the dilapidated main gate. Damn Kakuzu, I was still planning to pray to Lord Evil God. Haiden, you, Lord Evil God, might not be so bad this time. Looking at Haiden, whose mouth was full of blood but who was making a fuss as if nothing had happened, Kakuzu smiled for the first time. His emerald green eyes were brimming with the scent of wealth and happiness, and in one hand he was dragging the corpse of a monk. Lu, formerly one of the 12 ninja guardians of the Land of Fire, is currently the head of the Temple of Fire. The reward is 30 million. Looking at the valuable corpse, Kakuzu's face was filled with happiness, and he even offered rare words of encouragement to Lord Haiden the Evil God. Luckily, the price hasn't dropped yet. If we wait a while longer, I'm afraid this monk won't be worth this price anymore. Hearing Kakuzu's name mentioned later, Haiden scratched his head in confusion and said, Kakuzu, can this guy's bounty still fall? What do you know? Kakuzu, with his experienced demeanor, was in a good mood today, having earned 30 million yen, so he naturally didn't mind giving Haiden, this junior, a little lecture. The Land of Fire is now entirely under Uchiha Yora's control. The daimyo's mansion is said to be on par with the cage, but who doesn't know that the daimyo's mansion is now a thing of the past, its status fundamentally incomparable to that of the cage. So what does this have to do with this bald guy's discount? Haiden was suspicious, wondering if it was the evil god's secret technique that made him arrogant and somewhat unconventional. Kakuzu gave Haiden a look that showed he had no knowledge of anything. And so the two of them walked away from the blazing inferno of the Temple of Fire, heading towards the distance. This fire temple is one of the most powerful forces in the daimyo prefecture, and this bald monk, Liu, is also a key figure in restoring the daimyo's supreme power. Recent intelligence indicates that this monk has been secretly contacting people from other great nations. Do you think this could escape Uchiha Yoru's watchful eyes? This monk's value stems from his status. The previous reward of 30 million yen was because he was still the head monk of the fire temple, but after a few days of waiting for Konoha to make their move, this monk will at least have to reduce his reward by half. So this time, we've made a profit. Kakuzu was overjoyed and couldn't help but urge Hayden on. Hayden, don't dawdle. Don't wait until Konoha announces that the fire temple is colluding with the enemy. Then this corpse won't be worth 30 million yen. Let's hurry and exchange the money first. After hearing Kakuzu explain so much about science to him, Hayden had a look of enlightenment, then smiled and nodded, saying, "Although I don't understand what you're saying, Kakuzu, it makes sense." Well done. After half a day of this, he's just playing music to a deaf ear. Kakuzu muttered under his breath, his eyes a deep blue as he looked at Hayden. Kakuzu, didn't we make an appointment with a sume and a fi? Hayden looked skeptical, while Kakuzu snorted coldly, if you have money, why wouldn't you buy it? What will happen to these two bastards if you wait any longer? Are they even worth 30 million? Kakuzu, I remember that. Like Asuma, the bounty was 35 million yen. Hayden directly pointed out the flaws, but Kakuzu certainly knew, and simply scoffed disdainfully. You're saying this is all in the past. 3 years ago, Asuma's head price was already 25 million, now it's at most 20 million, and even that price is inflated. Clearly, without the added glory of being the third Hokage's son, Asuma's bounty would have plummeted. Hayden, send a signal to Afai and the others, tell them you're lost, and ask them to come pick you up. Kakuzu, by what right do you think you're me? In exchange for the reward money later, I'll give you 200,000. Kakuzu's face softened as he offered his alluring words, while Hayden wore a look of contempt for his foolishness. Finally, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Next time you pray to that evil god, I won't interfere." Upon hearing this, Hayden immediately broke into a smile. Next time, I'll be the one offering sacrifices to the evil god. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes after hearing this and nodded one last time. Good, after the sacrifice is over, give me the corpse. Deal. Haha, Kakuzu, I feel like the two of us are absolutely the strongest combination. Kakuzu, shut your mouth, Hayden. Konoha, Brother Naruto, I beg you. Uzumaki Naruto was awakened early in the morning while still in bed, only to see the young Lord Sarutobi Konohamaru, his eyes glistening with tears, repeatedly pounding on the floor. Naruto-san, the rogue ninja Asuma has appeared in the land of fire. Please, Naruto-san, take me to get revenge. Looking at Konohamaru in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto said in surprise, Konohamaru, how did you know Asuma appeared in the land of fire? He didn't know this either, so how could Konohamaru possibly know? Naruto-sama, it's Shikamaru Jonin. The Nara clan has received news that Shikamaru Jonin is currently at the Kageyama office awaiting orders. Shikamaru! Upon hearing this name, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Then he said in a frightened voice, this is bad. Naruto-san, wait for me a moment. In a state of panic and confusion, Uzumaki Naruto ran towards the skyscraper, with Konohamaru following closely behind him. Photo of a skyscraper. Hokage Tsunade, Mizukichi Mei Terumi, and Kazukichi Parakura the 3/5 Hokage were all intently examining the intelligence report in their hands. According to the information received, the Temple of Fire was attacked last night with no survivors. The perpetrators are Akatsuki member Kakuzu, known as the North Star, and Hayden, one of the three. Tsunade said, and at the same time, Mizukichi Mei Terumi picked up a piece of intelligence and said teasingly, I have some interesting intelligence here. Around dawn today, from a border area of the Water Country, other members of the Akatsuki organization also entered the Fire Country. Perhaps it's for reinforcements, or perhaps it's some kind of conspiracy. At dawn, the two Akatsuki members who entered the Land of Fire's territory were Sarutobi Asuma, known by his vermilion bird title, and the mysterious masked figure, Afai, from the Southern Dipper. For dangerous S-rank ninjas, it seems Akatsuki's plans this time are quite significant. Upon hearing this intelligence, Sakura's expression became even more serious. For dangerous S-rank ninjas are enough to cause a terrorist attack, not to mention that one of them possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release, and has a mysterious face. The 3/5 Hokage watched as the conversation began. Nara Shikamaru, kneeling on one knee, respectfully bowed his head and said in a low voice, 3/5 Hokage Shama, Jonin Shikamaru is willing to undertake the pursuit mission. At this moment, Shikamaru bowed his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions, including a deep-seated hatred that refused to dissipate. He trusted teacher Asume and directly delivered the most severe blow to Ino Shikacho, causing them to split apart. The Akatsuki organization is too audacious. They even dared to cause trouble within the Fire Country's borders. The 5th Hokage looked at Hokage Tsunade with increasing anger. Although they knew about the secret alliance with the Akatsuki organization, her actions were going too far. Not allowing them to retaliate would truly be disrespectful. Immediately inform Hada Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame to lead their respective teams, each commanding Team 7. Before Tsunade's words even finished, Uzumaki Naruto pushed open the Hokage's main door and, without even entering, excitedly shouted, "How can I chase after Asuma Shikamaru alone? I must go." Seeing Uzumaki Naruto acting so arrogant and disrespectful, Tsunade's face showed a hint of anger. "Uzumaki Naruto, you're being too reckless. You can just barge into the Hokage's office whenever you want. You're completely disgracing your father, the 4th Hokage." As soon as he entered, he was met with Tsunade's angry scolding. Overwhelmed, Naruto was about to retort, but then realized he had been too impulsive. During these 3 years, he did mature considerably. Jiraiya spoiled him, but the others didn't. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto, seeing the front door being casually pushed open, couldn't help but show a displeased expression, but ultimately remained silent and didn't come out. Ultimately, Tsunade brought the 4th Hokage along to reprimand him. Jonin Tamari requests an audience, but at that very moment, although the front door was open, Tamari appeared, standing respectfully outside, head bowed, eyes fixed on her toes, and speaking respectfully. There's no comparison without harm. One person just pushes the door open and enters, treating the place as their own home. The other, even if the front door is open, still politely announces their arrival at the entrance. The difference was immediately apparent, and it only added to Uzumaki Naruto's embarrassment. Enter. After this comparison, Tsunade's cold expression finally relaxed a little, and Tamari, carrying a large fan on her back, respectfully approached. Hokage, Mizukage, Kazakage, and Jonin Tamari request to join the task force pursuing the Akatsuki organization. Upon entering, Tamari respectfully awaited orders. Her straightforward nature meant she showed no pretense whatsoever, directly stating the purpose of her visit. The 4th Kazakage, Ressa, had her father killed by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. She was unable to avenge her father, as the 3rd Hokage was already gone. However, the 3rd Hokage's son, Sarutobi Suma, would absolutely not let go of the opportunity. Seeing this, Naruto also quickly nodded. Uzumaki Naruto also requests to join the task force pursuing the Akatsuki organization. Just then, Sarutobi Kanehamaru also rushed over, just like Naruto, treating the image of the office building as if it were himself, and hurried forward. Shouting, Junin Kanehamaru requests to join the pursuit team. Upon witnessing this scene, Mizukage Mei Terumi and Kazakage Pakakura both narrowed their eyes, expressing their dissatisfaction with the situation, while Hokage Tsunade was even more enraged. Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Kanehamaru, do you really think the Hokage's mansion is your own home? Or do you still think this is the decaying 3rd Hokage era? This time, Tsunade, who was truly angry, didn't show any outward anger. Instead, her expression gradually turned cold, and her icy gaze fell upon the two of them. Seeing this, Kanehamaru was somewhat intimidated, but his temperament hadn't changed so easily over the years, especially since his grandfather was still alive back then. Wasn't this Hokage Tower something he could have easily accessed himself? Brother Naruto? In the end, Kanehamaru still found his boss, and after witnessing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto protected Kanehamaru by shielding him behind him. I will protect Kanehamaru. Acting on impulse. At this moment, Tsunade was truly disappointed in Uzumaki Naruto. His personality was completely dependent on Jiraiya's favor, thinking that others would be the same. Immediately inform Hada Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame to form a temporary pursuit team with members chosen by them. Yes, and Ando appeared and respectfully nodded. After delivering the order, Tsunade's face turned cold, ignoring everyone. The quick-witted Temari immediately reacted, respectfully saying, "I'll take my leave now." Temari went directly to find her younger brother Gaara. After all, this time the team included Hada Kakashi, and as a member of Team 7, Gaara's strength naturally qualified him to join. Inside Konoha, upon receiving the order, Kakashi's expression immediately turned serious. The Akatsuki members were all S-rank dangerous ninjas. Being marked as an S-rank dangerous ninja indicates that the opponent's strength is capable of threatening the existence of the Shadow Clone, or, in other words, has reached the level of a cage-level strongman. Immediately convene the Saturday Assembly. 15 minutes later, outside the main gate of Konoha, with Samehada Hoshigaki Kisame carrying him on his back, a smile spread across his face. "I never thought I'd be able to go on this mission with Lord Itachi." Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were teammates in their previous lives, and they remain so in this life as well. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. "That's right, this time Kakashi is leading the team. Brother Itachi, Senior Kisame." Upon reaching Uchiha Sasuke, the first thing he did was have his older brother greet him, followed by Kisame respectfully nodding. In less than 5 minutes, the summoned pursuit squad members had all assembled. Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Temari, Nara Shikamaru, and also a tiny genin, Konohamaru. Seeing Konohamaru hiding behind Naruto, Hada Kakashi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Naruto, this operation is extremely dangerous. The meaning is beyond words, even I wouldn't dare guarantee anything. And yet you brought along a troublesome burden." Despite his enthusiasm, Uzumaki Naruto merely smirked at everyone and said, "Don't worry, Konohamaru is under my protection." Naruto, despite his enthusiasm, sometimes fails to consider the feelings of others. For example, in the original story, Sasuke's relentless pursuit of his loved ones led him into dangerous situations countless times. Should others just leave? Haha, Lord Itachi, I didn't expect there to be such a ninja in the village. Hoshigaki Kisame's lips curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile as he said, "It seems that those who haven't experienced the constraints of existence will not only fail the mission, but will also cause the entire squad to pay a heavy and painful price." After saying that, Hoshigaki Kisame's gaze turned towards Kakashi. Although Kakashi was the captain this time, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Knowing full well that the other party is a liability, yet still wanting to take them on, that's the captain's problem. Hoshigaki Kisame is a pure ninja. His philosophy is very simple. Hada Kakashi naturally noticed this point as well, frowning slightly and saying coldly, "Naruto, it was a mistake for the ninja school to let you graduate. You don't even understand such a simple principle. Haha, 3 people per squad, just right." At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame completely ignored Sarutobi Konohamaru and calmly stated the squad allocation plan. Kakashi nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, Guy's squad has completed their mission and is nearby. I've sent a message via Hawk. Each squad will be responsible for 1 Akatsuki member." While speaking, Uchiha Sasuke nodded indifferently. "I'm proficient in lightning release and fire release, so I'd be a perfect teammate for Itachi-san." Sakura nodded quickly after hearing this and said, "I'll be on the same team as Sasuke." Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and nodded, saying, "The Akatsuki organization has 4 members. I'm skilled in water release, which is perfect for countering Sarutobi Asuma's fire release." Upon hearing that Hoshigaki Kisame was in charge of Asuma, Temari and Nara Shikamaru immediately stopped talking and exclaimed, "We'll be on the same team as Kisame-senpai." At this point, Hoshigaki Kisame revealed an amused smile, but Temari glanced at Shikamaru beside her, a cold smirk appearing on her face. Shikamaru was in a hurry this time. His preference for targeting Asuma this time was, frankly, to completely sever all ties and prove to the village the Nara clan's determination. Okay, before we set off, this time the main purpose is to keep the masked man here. Konoha has a deep-seated blood feud with this person, so Itachi and I will be responsible for him. This is the most important objective. Moreover, facing Kisame's wide area jutsu, Kisame's counter jutsu wouldn't be very effective. Kakashi gave everyone a direct order, and they were about to set off. Seeing Sarutobi Kanehamaru's unwavering gaze, Izumaki Naruto couldn't help but tremble, but seeing the disdainful looks from everyone else, he could only sigh helplessly. Kanehamaru, you stay in the village and do your best. After saying those words, the figures of the few people at the main gate of Konoha disappeared, leaving Sarutobi Kanehamaru alone, his emotions low and his head bowed. It wasn't until they were far away in the dense forest, out of sight, that Sarutobi Kanehamaru raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment as he glared at the receding figures. I am an avenger. I survived for revenge, and for revenge I can give up everything. With a hateful gaze, Kanehamaru now closely resembles Uchiha Sasuke from the original story. Both are avengers, and for revenge, they are willing to abandon everything. But the point of contention is, Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra, possessing the protagonist's halo. So what does Kanehamaru have? The third Hokage's grandfather died long ago, and the mighty Sarutobi clan has even disappeared. The remaining Sarutobi families abandoned their former clan, and some even chose to avoid the hatred, abandoning the Sarutobi surname altogether. The Sarutobi clan soon disappeared into the river of history. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, a figure clad in a crimson robe with a black lining appeared, his mysterious purple eyes swirling around him. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, had actually come out in person. The 6 paths of pain performed together, and at the same time, Nagato's true form and Konan were also present. At this moment, both of them were filled with solemnity. Why are they making such a big fuss about this? Nagato suddenly contacted him, intending to secretly ambush and eliminate the mysterious masked man. Uchiha Yoru was slightly surprised, but after thinking about it, it was normal. When one discovers that everything is a conspiracy, naturally, an investigation is necessary, and time and again, this person, who initially boasted of being Uchiha Madara, the most mysterious figure, has become suspicious. Now that Nagato has the power dynamics to change the shinobi world, even someone in a good mood would feel uneasy. How could he possibly remain patient? Sir, this person also has a deep-seated blood feud with Konoha. How about we cooperate this time to eliminate him first? Seeing Nagato's murderous intent, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed, saying, if it were you before, I would agree. But now I think you should think it over carefully. Why? If it were anyone else, Nagato would have long since rewarded them with a Shinra Tensei, but he still held Uchiha Yoru in high regard. Even Konan couldn't help but frown and pause, saying, I thoroughly investigated the mysterious masked man. His illusion ability lasts a maximum of 5 minutes. If we work together and make the right arrangements, we should be able to eliminate him. That's quite something. Seeing Conan's murderous intent, Uchiha Yoru was truly speechless and couldn't help but shake his head. Because we've discovered the masked person's identity, this person is probably just a puppet being pushed around. There's someone else behind the scenes. What? Nagato and Konan were both shocked. They knew that this masked man was already difficult to deal with, and now he had deceived them for so many years, and there was someone else behind him. This person's identity, I can only say it's quite ridiculous, a truly unbelievable matter, but I have concrete evidence. Based on this person's identity, Nagato, you already possessed the Rinnegan back then, so there's someone else behind the scenes. As for Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Yoru, with narrowed eyes, didn't want to stir up trouble so soon. Moreover, he wanted to use Obito to gather the 9 Great Biju and instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. Furthermore, now that Obito has been killed, if Kurozetsu goes into hiding, who knows how many years it will take. What? The masked man's true identity is Uchiha Obito, who was once a teammate of Kakashi's. Upon learning the masked man's true identity, Konan and Nagato were both shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but it was simply too unbelievable. Seeing the terrified expressions on their faces, Uchiha Yoru feigned a wry smile and nodded. Not bad. At first, I also found it incredibly unbelievable, but after many tests and confirmations, it was indeed confirmed. Seeing the skeptical looks in their eyes, Uchiha Yoru reluctantly had to present the evidence. I fought against the masked man before. Previously, during the battle between the Ninetales and the 4th Hokage, there were also bloodstains left behind. Comparing the blood, it's definitely Uchiha Obito. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan belongs to him. After Kakashi's companion, Uchiha Obito, truly learned of this person's identity, Nagato and Konan couldn't help but show a serious expression. They became even more wary. The existence of someone capable of creating such terror meant the terrifying power of the person behind him was unimaginable. And they suspected that the person behind him was also connected to his Rinnegan. Therefore, the 9 Great Biju plan will continue, but you should be more prepared and cautious. At this point, Uchiha Yura slowly took out a trident-shaped kunai from his pouch, each engraved with the Hiraition symbol. Once the Biju has gathered enough chakra, if danger arises, you can channel chakra into it. Looking at the Hiraition kunai in his hand, Nagato couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the 4th Hokage's space ninjutsu?" I understand. Perhaps this is also the reason why you, Mr. Yi, have been accumulating strength all along. At this moment, Nagato seemed to be thinking of something. Uchiha Yuru had developed over the years, clearly possessing the strength to sweep across the shinobi world. Yet he had been holding back, perhaps having discovered an enemy lurking in the shadows, and therefore had been accumulating strength all this time. Seeing Nagato and Konan's somewhat clear understanding of something, Uchiha Yura smiled without speaking, but inwardly muttered to himself, "This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. By then, all the dark forces within the shinobi world will surface, and that will be the fastest way for him to unify the shinobi world." "I understand, Konan. Immediately summon the remaining Akatsuki members to come to our rescue." Having temporarily put aside dealing with Obito's mask, he naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity. Uchiha Yura smiled at this scene. Perfect. Take this opportunity to get Akatsuki to mobilize collectively. Hand over the 2 tails and 8 tails from the Cloud Village to Obito. I think he'll be very willing. The 2 looked at each other, then both broke into smiles. Within the Land of Fire, on the main road near Kitsuchi Pond, 2 streaks of red clouds lined with black ninja figures slowly appeared, conveniently located near a large public restroom. This place is the only gold exchange location within a 100-mile radius. Sarutobi Isuma, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, spoke indifferently, while Obito, wearing a mask, couldn't help but feign ignorance and laugh loudly, saying, "Ha ha. So it's in the restroom, it stinks." Song Isuma and the masked man of Phi exchanged glances, both displaying a serious expression. They had noticed a ripple in the distance, high in the trees. At the same time, in another part of the dense forest, the figures of Akatsuki members appeared one after another, and even the usually talkative Deidara couldn't help but frown. Kakuzu is insignificant, yet he dared to commit crimes within the Land of Fire. However, is it really necessary for our entire organization to mobilize this time? Deidara still showed a hint of skepticism, but seeing that his leader Pain had personally gone out, he could only mutter to himself, "Outdoor toilet. Hey, hi, should we wait for Kakuzu and the others to come out? Or should we deal with these little rats first?" Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the restroom, and a Phi, wearing a mask, couldn't help but tilt his head, revealing a Sharingan eye brimming with amusement. "It's delicious. It still tastes like watermelon." A figure with a blood-red side-like back, wiping his mouth, emerged from the restroom with a sigh of relief. It was Haiden, his face beaming with happiness as he chewed and swallowed a piece of candy. Following Kakuzu's lead, the other man nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, because the 3 great ninja villages merged. Most of the elite are concentrated in the Land of Fire. So business here is a bit slow. Therefore, the hygiene and sanitation here aren't too bad." The 2 chatted happily as they went down to the restroom, but their conversation left everyone wide-eyed. Even the mischievous look in Fi's eyes instantly turned into a blank stare. He came out of the bathroom, his mouth still moving. And what kind of vulgar words were those? In the distance, a frantic, anxious, and panicked Akatsuki member chased after them, his face turning green with fear as he exclaimed, "Haiden, he actually ate shit." This one image below made Deidara, who was working as an artist, restless, and the other Akatsuki members exchanged bewildered glances after hearing it. "Shut up, Deidara." Pain coldly uttered a single sentence. If he weren't a corpse, he probably wouldn't have said anything at this moment. Far away, the Konoha ninja group exchanged bewildered glances. Is this our opponent? Even the usually thick-skinned Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green with shock, exclaiming, "A shitty opponent. Idiot." Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but scoff. This place is clearly a hidden gold trading den. However, even so, Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat speechless. This Akatsuki member seemed to have a mind no less sharp than Naruto's, and he spoke without considering the context. Haiden's words, though seemingly insignificant, had an unfathomable impact, especially with Kakuzu's cooperation. At this moment, the Akatsuki members were all lost in thought. The Akatsuki organization, besides considering external strength, also looks at IQ when recruiting members. Sarutobi Asuma, waiting in the restroom outside, took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke before coldly saying, "Some lowlifes have arrived." Asuma. At that very moment, a sudden roar of hatred erupted, accompanied by the whistling sound of shurikens cutting through the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Konohamaru. Upon seeing the person who launched the attack, the Konoha ninjas were all shocked, and even Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but show a hint of shock. At this moment, Konohamaru clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment, and let out a loud shout. In an instant, the shuriken he threw began to transform. "This kid isn't bad. He's a genius." At this moment, Kakuzu coldly uttered a sentence. And judging from Konohamaru's age, the fact that he could use this jutsu shows that the opponent definitely has a lot of chakra. Although Konohamaru is a genius, the difference in skill is too great. Facing the relentlessly screaming shuriken, Haiden, emerging from the restroom, side-like blade in his hand, spun downwards, sending the aggressive shuriken flying away. Asuma. With a kunai in his hand and his eyes bloodshot, Konohamaru, upon seeing the figure he had longed for day and night, lost his reason and charged madly towards his enemy. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Asuma coldly spat out a puff of his cigarette. "Leave this brat to me, Konohamaru." Seeing Konohamaru in danger, Naruto immediately roared in worrying, revealing his position and rushing forward. Seeing this scene, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but show a trace of anger. "Kakashi, is this your subordinate?" Exposure occurs because, due to one person's emotional outburst, everyone is exposed. Seeing this action from the captain, Hada Kakashi couldn't help but show a hint of anger, and directly shouted, "See battle plan." Swish swish! Seeing the Konoha enemies appear, Haiden couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Kakuzu, I've told you to hurry up. Check on the Konoha pursuit squad that's coming." Fire release, great flame technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, water and fire clashed on the battlefield, and Uzumaki Naruto rushed forward, pulling Konohamaru back. "Itachi, you and I deal with the masked man, Kisame. Hold him back." Before Kakashi could finish speaking, the four members of the Akatsuki organization launched an attack together, rendering the strategy ineffective from the very beginning. Konohamaru. Uzumaki Naruto had just rescued Konohamaru, only for Konohamaru to frantically run towards Sarutobi Asuma. This scene caused Naruto to hastily abandon his so-called tactics. Seeing this, Kakashi was almost driven mad with anger, and couldn't help but shout, "The battle plan has failed." "Itachi, you and I restrain the mysterious person. The rest of you find the opponent." Because of Konohamaru's emotional appearance, coupled with Uzumaki Naruto's passionate impulsiveness, all their battle plans along the way went completely wrong. Saturday's team, in charge of dealing with the masked ninja with green eyes, Sasuke, Gaara, and Haruno Sakura quickly attacked Kakuzu, while Temari, Nara, and Shikamaru charged towards Sarutobi Asuma. Hoshigaki Kisame's natural opponent was Haiden, and the two looked down at each other, both grinning broadly. One wields a blood-red scythe, the other is a powerful samehada that can create doors. "Naruto!" Shikamaru quickly shouted. This time their opponent was Asuma. 3 years, and your hatred is still far from enough. Facing Konohamaru's attack, Asuma spoke coldly, but the next moment a dark blue sphere of light suddenly appeared in Konohamaru's hand. "Break! Rasengan!" At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but show a serious expression, but he had Konohamaru's move firmly under his control. However, seeing the others attacking, he directly elbowed Konohamaru in the lower abdomen. Whoosh! His stomach, along with everything else, was spewed out along with the blood. At this moment, Konohamaru's eyes widened. Such a heavy blow caused him to lose all control of his body. Konohamaru. Enraged, Naruto directly used the pill. Facing the same Rasengan, Asuma didn't dare to be careless this time and quickly retreated. Rumble. In an instant, at this end of the main road, fights broke out in front of several public restrooms. Damn you, you shark-faced bastard. If you have the guts, let's have a good fight. Speaking of combat, the most isolated individual was undoubtedly Haiden. He was a pure taijutsu attacker, yet he encountered a ninjutsu fortress. Hoshigaki Kisame unleashed a massive amount of chakra, and various water-release ninjutsu techniques flowed effortlessly, leaving Haiden's face covered in bruises and battered by the green Val's attack. Basically, they are lawless and treat people with utter contempt. Hehe, judging by your appearance, you're quite skilled in ninja taijutsu. At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame wore a cheerful expression. He most enjoyed bullying these amateur taijutsu strongmen, except for the abnormal Mato guy. Facing Hoshigaki Kisame's water-release cannon barrage, Haiden let out a series of groans. This guy, is he really immortal? Both of them became increasingly terrified as the fight progressed. Haiden was so terrified that he was completely unable to get close. The opponent's chakra was truly at the level of a biju. What terrified Hoshigaki Kisame was that the opponent's body was practically immortal. Those injuries would have left anyone else half crippled, yet this guy was still jumping around energetically. It was truly terrifying. Therefore, this further led Hoshigaki Kisame to secretly and consistently distance himself, as Haiden's immortal body made him even more wary. Kakuzu's fight was a dazzling exchange of ninjutsu techniques. Uchiha Sasuke, wielding a chakra shinobi katana, activated his lightning release ninjutsu and chose to engage in close combat, while Haruno Sakura occasionally provided assistance. Gaara's coordinated combat tactics, with grains of sand everywhere, were an unusually troublesome problem. Kakuzu also unleashed 5 terrifying types of ninjutsu. Having lived for nearly 100 years, his combat experience was extremely rich, especially in ninjutsu. He was practically a walking encyclopedia. Rumble, the level of his ninjutsu didn't decrease. Instead, Kakuzu felt a pressure he had never experienced before. His azure eyes moved incessantly, staring intently at the surroundings. Damn it, are all these little devils so abnormal these days? Inside, some people knew they had formed an alliance, and even during the fighting, they still restrained themselves. Obito's mask on this side is quite bizarre. It's truly a battle of wits and strategy, a gluttonous feast. Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi perfectly exemplify what high IQ combat is all about. Masked Obito was unusually nervous, truly apprehensive that his opponent also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. If we're talking about the most intense situation, it has to be Sarutobi Izuma here, facing Temari, Shikamaru, and Uzumaki Naruto's combined attack. That's the most intense indeed. As a result, Kanehamaru, who had already been kicked away, was now lying face down under a large tree, constantly dry heaving. Izuma. Shikamaru, this time, was filled with determination, showing no restraint whatsoever, and Temari, facing the son of her father's murderer, naturally needed no further explanation. Everywhere you looked, there were clones of Uzumaki Naruto, all roaring with anger, because his younger brother Kanehamaru had just narrowly escaped death. As the fierce battle subsided, everyone in the Akatsuki organization in the distance narrowed their eyes, and Odara excitedly shouted, "Leader, should we or shouldn't we?" Before Song could finish speaking, Pain coldly glanced back, looking towards the distant direction behind him. The Uchiha clan is gone. With just one sentence, the other members of the Akatsuki organization instantly became tense. After all, trees cast shadows, and people's names are not just empty boasts. Uchiha Yoru's numerous real-life battle achievements have filled even the usually cheerful Dodaro with a sense of solemnity. Rasengan. Rumble. It must be said that Uzumaki Naruto's fighting style is still unusually exaggerated, though of course, only someone of his caliber, belonging to the disparity in attack power, could pull it off. If it were someone else, creating so many shadow clones would mean their chakra would be evenly distributed, leaving them with little chakra left to perform ninjutsu, let alone a B-rank jutsu. Well, they wouldn't have any chakra left at all. Shikamaru and Kanehamaru. As the battle raged on, Sarutobi Izuma's expression turned somewhat grim. Facing Uzumaki Naruto, Temari, and Shikamaru, he truly felt his strength was being drained. But when the sound of Obito's mask echoed in his ears, Sarutobi Izuma's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He immediately made a decision. The masked figure of a Fai, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, filled Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi with apprehension. This jutsu was truly too abnormal, especially since the opponent could use the ability without any reservations. Hiden. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma let out a loud shout, and a chakra weapon in his hand, a flying swallow overflowing with sharp wind-release chakra, rapidly flew towards Hiden. At the same time, facing Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, one relentlessly attacked with chakra-infused Rasengan, while the other unleashed monstrous strength. Although the strength hadn't yet reached a perfected level, the addition of occasional shadow clone jutsu attacks from the periphery enraged Shikamaru. Wind release, vacuum jade. Suddenly, Sarutobi Asuma spewed out arrow-like projectiles of wind from his mouth. In an instant, Haruno Sakura screamed in agony, her arms and body covered in several wounds. Touch touch, Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones, not to mention, were continuously dissipating, and Sarutobi Asuma seized this opportunity to quickly create distance. Wind release, Shinker Taijyoku, taking advantage of your illness to take your life, Sarutobi Asuma, who had long since lost all sense of conscience, continuously spewed wind blades from his mouth, while also targeting Shikamaru, who was harassing and ambushing him from all sides. Sakura. Seeing Sakura injured, Uzumaki Naruto let out an angry roar, and in an instant, a massive amount of chakra erupted from his entire body. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang, hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto clones were everywhere, each rubbing a pill and relentlessly attacking Sarutobi Asuma. Meanwhile, far away, Hiden, who was battling Hoshigaki Kisame, caught the flying bird thrown by Asuma with a raised hand. Blood flowed down his hand, yet he showed not the slightest concern, instead displaying a maniacal grin. Ha ha, a sacrificial offering to the evil god, ha ha. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned, only to see the deranged Hiden grinning maniacally, greedily licking the swallowtail with his tongue, as if wanting to lick clean all traces left by Asuma. But the blood flowing from his own feet was used to draw a bizarre pattern of circles and triangles on the ground. With a maniacal grin, Hiden's body began to transform, instantly turning into a stark black and white state. I want to offer sacrifices to Lord Evil God. Laughing maniacally, he assumed a bizarre posture, grabbed the bright red scythe with his other hand, and, to Hoshigaki Kisame's terrified astonishment, with a whoosh, he stabbed himself through the stomach. The bright red scythe-like blade, with its sharp end, pierced directly through his abdomen, blood gushing down. At this moment, Hiden was laughing wildly with maniacal excitement, as if he possessed a masochistic constitution. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame's expression turned serious. He immediately began rapidly forming hand seals. Although he didn't know if the opponent was going berserk or performing some kind of perverse ninjutsu, he wouldn't give them a chance. Water release, water severing wave. Hoshigaki Kisame rapidly spewed out a super high pressure, straight column of water from his mouth, instantly piercing Hiden's chest. However, despite such injuries, Hiden only laughed even more maniacally. Haha, after landing a successful blow, Hoshigaki Kisame quickly retreated, widening the distance between them. He then frowned, carefully observing his opponent. Hiden, seeing the wound on his chest reappear, couldn't help but show his anger. Bastard, it hurts so much, don't you know? Could this guy really be immortal? Seeing this scene, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but show a hint of apprehension. Truly, immortality was far too extraordinary. Shikamaru! At that moment, a roar filled with furious anger echoed, and Hiden laughed even more maniacally. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, who had fallen from the giant tree, suddenly had two wounds on his stomach and chest, from which fresh blood gushed out. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Sakura and Naruto quickly retreated, with Naruto even rushing to help Shikamaru up. Damn it, Shikamaru, what's wrong with you? Naruto shouted angrily, while Nara Shikamaru was sweating profusely. Impossible. I dodged Asuma's wind release jutsu just now. It's impossible. Because their side was focused on Asuma, they naturally didn't understand Hiden's tactics. After all, their IQ was high, and now that they were facing Asuma, they were completely absorbed in the fight, leaving no time to observe the others' battles. Haha, the smell of fresh blood. From afar, Hiden laughed maniacally, and Sarutobi Asuma seized the opportunity to assist Hiden. With a swift attack, he directly clashed with Hoshigaki Kisame. With a loud bang, Kisen's terrifying strength clearly gave him the advantage. One blow from below nearly severed his opponent. The next moment, Sarutobi Asuma made a move that caused Hoshigaki Kisem's small eyes to narrow, and he quickly shouted, "Everyone must stay safe. Fire release, dust accumulation, and burning." In an instant, the mist rose and flames reached the sky, and the target of the attack was none other than Haiden's own comrade. At which point Kisame shouted, ordering everyone to turn their attention in that direction. "Cough, cough, Damasuma, your cigarette smells awful. It's suffocating." As the intense flames dissipated, Haiden, despite being affected by the fire release jutsu, appeared completely unharmed, even waving his hand dismissively as he coughed, as if trying to dispel the foul smell of cigarette smoke. "Shikamaru!" Following Naruto's scream, everyone showed expressions of fear and apprehension. At that moment, Shikamaru's eyes were glazed over, staring in disbelief at his own body. His body was extensively burned, his throat was constricted, and his trachea had been severely damaged by the burns. Wind release Raisin Shuriken. At that moment, 3 Narutos suddenly leapt out from beside the dense forest, roaring in anger, their hands condensing massive amounts of chakra, accompanied by deafening roars. And the target was Sarutobi Asuma. This is a jutsu. It can't be hit. At this moment, everyone, sensing the terrifying power of this jutsu, showed expressions of shock without exception. And at the same time, a single thought arose in their minds. They absolutely could not be hit. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Izumaki Naruto roared, wielding the wind release Raisin Shuriken, a rank S jutsu aimed directly at Asuma. Izumaki Naruto's attack was so sudden and overwhelming that Sarutobi Asuma had almost no space to dodge. His pupils contracted, revealing his fear of death. In the next instant, a blood-red scythe flew towards him, its tail end directly pulling Sarutobi Asuma over. Seeing this, Izumaki Naruto's eyes widened in rage, and he slammed his massive wind release Rasengan towards his opponent. When Haiden dragged Asuma to his side and saw this jutsu attack coming, he directly sent Asuma flying with a single hand, while he himself spread his arms wide, revealing a perverted, excited smile. Rumble! With a deafening explosion, this incredibly powerful jutsu caused everyone to show signs of apprehension. The swirling vortex descended, directly twisting and shattering the surrounding ground, causing those with Mangekyou Sharingan to show even more apprehension. Their Sharingan can see trillions of wind-release energy needles spinning wildly, targeting and destroying cells. Rumble! It wasn't until half a day later that the terrifying power of this jutsu gradually dissipated, and Haiden was already lying motionless on the ground. But after activating this jutsu, Izumaki Naruto, who had been thrown flying, fell to the ground, clutching his arm with a pained expression on his face. Naruto! At that moment, Haruno Sakalo let out a scream that echoed through the sky, and the eyes of Naruto's shadow clone beside her were filled with disbelief. "Idiot! Who told you to launch an attack so recklessly?" At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame angrily cursed, hastily shouting to everyone, "Beware of this person. This person has taken the fresh blood of others and, after performing some kind of sacrificial ritual, can cause simultaneous harm to both themselves and others." What? In an instant, everyone exchanged terrified glances, and only then did they understand why Kisame had said earlier that they couldn't get injured. Shikamaru! After the shadow clones were dispelled, Izumaki Naruto instantly understood everything. His pupils trembled, and he walked towards Shikamaru in disbelief. "Dear Shikamaru!" Izumaki Naruto stared in disbelief at the limp Shikamaru, whose eyes were fixed intently on him, as if reproaching him for his impulsiveness. Besides Sakura, tears welled up in her eyes, and her hands, clad in green healing chakra, were essentially helpless. Naruto, Shikamaru's body cells are dying off in massive numbers in an instant. Now! Tears streamed down her face. Although Sakura didn't utter a single word, everyone understood what she meant. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Deep within the pit, Haiden painfully lifted his head. Although he possessed an immortal body, almost all the cells in his body had been destroyed. It would be false to say he wasn't in pain. Damn it! Rumble! But at that very moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the distance, and a raging sea of fire descended from the sky, sweeping across everything in its path, causing the ground to crumble. Fire release! Great fire annihilation! The entire area was scorched to the point of being engulfed in a white sea of fire that swept through, incinerating the ground and melting it into streams of molten red lava. Stupid Haiden, retreat! At that moment, a white bird soared through the sky, and Deidara, in a state of panic and confusion, shouted to his Akatsuki comrades, "Uchiha, run!" Upon hearing the news about the Uchiha yesterday, Kakuzu was instantly and neatly thrown by a masked figure, flying towards the large white bird in the sky. At the same time, another masked monster quickly flew into the pit, grabbed Haiden, and suddenly swung him. "Kakuzu, you damn bastard! You shouldn't treat me like trash!" But in the universe, Haiden's loud scolding was directly intercepted by Kakuzu's outstretched arm. At this moment, Kakuzu no longer had the mind to argue with Haiden, and angrily said, "Shut up! Deidara, hurry up and let them keep a few birds." Kakuzu truly lived up to his reputation as a nearly century-old veteran. His rich experience and decisive, timely actions earned him the utmost admiration from Deidara. "Kakuzu, you're right." After bumping into several large white birds, Deidara quickly began to run away. With Kakuzu, this old veteran, in command, there wasn't the slightest bit of unnecessary delay or procrastination. In the original story, Kakuzu's death was partly intentional and partly part of the plot. After all, with so many years of rich combat experience, he was still killed off. However, the fact that he lived for nearly 100 years and didn't have much fame left in the shinobi world shows how low-key and cautious Kakuzu usually was. Retreat quickly? Akatsuki organized the remaining members and they all hastily began to flee, while in the distance, a deafening roar erupted. Countless explosive talismans rained down from the sky, and this entire realm seemed to transform into a violently exploding force field. One moment they were fighting fiercely, the next the entire Akatsuki organization was fleeing. Indeed, a truly astonishing fire release technique has appeared from afar. A B-rank fire release jutsu was unleashed, yet it directly turned an entire forest into nothingness. This is something these S-rank rogue ninjas could understand. But not only did the dense forest turn into nothingness, the ground exploded, revealing flowing molten rock. Even from a great distance, the sweeping light and heat waves made everyone's nostrils burn. This fire release was simply terrifying. Uchiha Yoru's power is even more terrifying than it was 3 years ago. Those S-rank rogue ninjas are indeed extremely aggressive and unruly, but to have reached this point today, except for a very small number of those in Haiden's ranks, aren't they all shrewd individuals? That's basically not a dimensional opponent, no escape. With one strike of this fire release jutsu, not even a single bone fragment would be left. Shikamaru! Tears streamed down Uzumaki Naruto's face as he was filled with regret, while Shikamaru, already lifeless, lay in his arms, his grayish-white pupils seemingly clinging to a final, unyielding resentment. Shikamaru probably never imagined that after fighting his whole life with his high IQ, he would ultimately die at the hands of a comrade's impulsive actions. Even in the end, Nara Shikamaru didn't leave behind a single last word. "Humph, Kakashi, your subordinates may be quite capable, but their brains aren't very good." At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame, witnessing this tragic scene, showed a surge of anger. He tilted his head, looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and coldly snorted, "Little brat, you're lucky today. Your impulsiveness only resulted in one death." Turning his head, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't look back in the direction he was leaving, and coldly said, "I will report the truth when I return. And I don't want to carry out missions with this impulsive brat." While the formidable strength of ninjas is appreciated, impulsive ninjas have always been prone to stirring up trouble, especially in battle, where they can disrupt various plans. In the original story, Uzumaki Naruto is hailed as the unexpectedly greatest ninja, a character with a protagonist's halo. Otherwise, given the brutal nature of ninja missions, an ordinary person would have died countless times already. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke walked over at that moment, looking at Naruto, not knowing what to say. This time, Naruto had truly been too emotional. Even Kanehamaru, who was severely injured in a distant place, had a look of intense anger in his eyes. He was truly a complete idiot. Gaara coldly crossed his arms and chose to leave, while Temari, witnessing this scene, showed a mocking expression. What a truly harmful little devil! Temari's gaze was clearly fixed on Kanehamaru in the distance, Then she looked at Naruto and couldn't help but tease him. Naruto, you should consider yourself lucky to have such powerful strength and background, otherwise, someone like you would probably remain a genin your whole life. Even if you're lucky enough to become a chunin, I'm afraid no one will team up with you, because anyone who does team up with you must have a strong life force. Temari said coldly, and Sakura, seeing this scene, couldn't help but say, there's no need to say anything, Naruto has already suffered enough. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at Shikamaru in his arms. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Water release, violent water-flowing waves. The vast ocean, with its powerful, surging waves, was enough to form a lake, and now on the scorching surface of the land, it began to boil, emitting a cloud of steam. The flowing molten lava was also extinguished by the seawater, and this area was even enveloped in a thick mist. Wind release great breakthrough. After the howling wind blew away the moisture, the wounded face of the ground was finally revealed. Lord Yoru. Hada Kakashi and Hoshigaki Kisame arrived at this place and saw Uchiha Yoru. Seeing the person approaching, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but frown and say, announce the news that the Temple of Fire has committed treason, and furthermore, no Temple of Fire is permitted to exist within the borders of the Land of Fire. Yes, Yoru. Hada Kakashi sighed, feeling a little ashamed. This time, my command failed. Nara Shikamaru died in battle. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame immediately snorted coldly and said, in my opinion, Kakashi, you're spoiling Uzumaki Naruto too much. The fourth Hokage may be great, but that's not a reason for him to act on impulse. After Hoshigaki Kisame explained it, Uchiha Yoru finally understood what he meant and immediately showed a look of sudden realization. Because of his own existence, the protagonist's aura weakens, and yet, due to impulsive actions, he even kills his own companion. But what does this have to do with him? A descent into self-doubt, Naruto. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but chuckle faintly. Kakashi, don't worry about it. This is something every ninja has to go through. Perhaps you protected him too well before, or maybe Uzumaki Naruto simply wasn't suited to being a ninja. What Uzumaki Naruto looks like has absolutely no bearing on him. To put it bluntly, he currently needs to exploit the other party's strength. Ultimately, the future still holds the threat of the Hatsutsuki clan's terror. Kakashi issued the order. Anyone who encounters an Akatsuki member must report immediately. Do not act on your own. Every member of this organization is a formidable and powerful individual. Yes, Akatsuki gathered a group of people who had just fled the Land of Fire, deep within a dense forest. Pain coldly stared at everyone, and at that moment, all the Akatsuki members' eyes were fixed on Kakuzu and Haiden. Facing everyone's glaring eyes, Haiden, still half paralyzed and limp, weakly waved his pot and said, Kakuzu insisted on going to earn money. It has nothing to do with me. With occasional painful spasms, Haiden finally felt the agony. Kakuzu, facing everyone, couldn't help but lower his head and say hoarsely, I miscalculated. I originally thought I'd raise some funds for the organization, but it turns out this monk is still worth 30 million yen. Kakuzu's blue eyes lowered, revealing an unprecedented agony, and he slowly took out two briefcases as if he were severing his own hands. Gritting his teeth, Kakuzu directly handed Konan the two briefcases containing a full 30 million yen in cash. At this moment, he was truly acting like a hero cutting off his own hand. Seeing this scene, Pain said coldly, everyone, before the plan is completed, you are not allowed to provoke Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru's strength, I think there's no need for further explanation. Pain's cold gaze, fixed on the Rinnegan, caused everyone to involuntarily show expressions of fear. Even the usually fearless Deidara couldn't help but pat his chest and say, Leader, that fire release was terrifying. My continuous explosions couldn't keep up before I was burned to ashes. Sosori said in an even colder voice, my puppets can't even talk about whether they can withstand it. Just now, when the fire release was unleashed, the chakra lines controlling the puppets were directly melted. This person's fire release has reached a level where it can completely overpower puppets. Even Obito, wearing a mask, couldn't help but show a serious expression. He said to everyone in a low voice, Uchiha Yoru's strength is something we shouldn't provoke right now. In fact, we might even cooperate with him in the future. Everyone immediately deploy the Biju capture plan. At this moment, Pain coldly looked at everyone. I don't know how the Uchiha clan will retaliate this time, but now we have obtained the One Tails and Nine Tails chakra. And the Three Tails and Six Tails are both in our Akatsuki organization. The Two Tails and the Eight Tails, the strongest Jinchuriki besides the Nine Tails, are both in the Land of Lightning. Asuma, Afai, Kakuzu, Haiden, go and capture the Two Tails and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The Four Tails and Five Tails are entrusted to me and Conan, while Sasori and Idara are responsible for capturing the Seven Tails. In an instant, Pain conveyed the mission's objective of capturing the Biju, and his gaze became a warning as he stared at everyone. Don't let the mother branch give birth to a child branch. Take advantage of the fact that the ninjas from the Clad Village and the Stone Village are unprepared, capture the Jinchuriki, and then immediately withdraw. Yes, Obito, still wearing his mask, wanted to say something more, but facing Pain's cold gaze, he could only hold back. He had originally planned to make Pain die alongside the Eight Tails. After all these years, he wanted to know exactly how powerful Pain had become. It seems this time there's no chance, but behind the mask, Obito's lips curled into a cold smile. Once the Biju are captured, I'll give you a surprise. This time, Kakuzu's actions were unexpected, and Pain didn't realize they were being used as an excuse, decisively and promptly relaying the plan for the entire team to mobilize and capture the Biju. This was an attempt to take advantage of the fact that the shinobi world hadn't yet reacted, and to round up all the shinobi Biju in one fell swoop. Of course, no one mentions the one-tailed beast or the nine-tailed beast anymore. Not even Obito's mask is mentioned in passing. Going to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails and the One Tails. Is Uchiha Yoro really just for show? Furthermore, Konoha has had so many terrifying cage-level combatants in recent years that it's enough to send shivers down your spine. Even the Akatsuki organization doesn't want to cross their eyebrows. Especially Uchiha Yoru, a Chunin-level fighter. And all the cage-level powerhouses in the shinobi world know one thing. In terms of strength, they are simply not on the same level as their opponent. Going there immediately means certain death. After all, they already possess the One Tails and Nine Tails chakra. Judging by the situation, even with two fewer Biju in their final weapon, its power would at most be slightly reduced. Konoha. Under the dim, gloomy sky, a light drizzle fell, and Uzumaki Naruto sat listlessly in front of the memorial stone, his eyes vacant and dejected. Naruto, you shouldn't do that. You didn't do it intentionally, and Shikamaru wouldn't want to see you like this. Seeing Naruto in this state, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but try to persuade him. Even Sasuke came over and calmly said, Naruto, this is the ninja world. A single mistake can lead to death. But at this moment, Naruto's eyes were vacant. He had completely fallen into self-reproach. Shikamaru was killed by his emotional outburst. If he hadn't been so impulsive and reckless before, and had rejected Konohamaru from the very beginning, Konohamaru wouldn't have followed him, and certainly wouldn't have ruined the battle plan that had just been formulated. Perhaps Shikamaru won't die after all. No, I was too emotional. I didn't observe and analyze the battlefield properly, and I directly unleashed my strongest jutsu in anger, resulting in Shikamaru's death. As Naruto fell into self-reproach, his heart was filled with even more anguish. This incident also seemed to make him realize something. He, too, was just an ordinary person. He hasn't changed all his abilities. Kakashi-sensei. Just then, Hada Kakashi, holding an umbrella to shield himself from the rain, appeared in front of the memorial stone. After giving Naruto a cold glance, he placed a handful of white chrysanthemums down. Naruto, at first I was just like you. I even killed my teammates. Kakashi wasn't being bland, but he recounted his past experiences, how he used unscrupulous methods for the sake of his mission, even disregarding the casualties among his teammates, ultimately creating a situation where no one else would team up with him at the time. Naruto, considering that your impulsiveness this time led to the mission's failure, a high-level decision has been made to issue you a severe warning. Furthermore, you possess the S-rank jutsu, Wind Release Rasengan Shuriken. At this point, Hada Kakashi coldly took out a green scroll from his chest, on which the word Wind was clearly written. The upgraded version of the Rasengan, an S-rank Wind Attribute Jutsu, was developed by Lord Yoru long ago. Your jutsu is still not perfected, so this is a gift from Lord Yoru. I hope that in the future you will be able to work more thoughtfully and carefully, and at the same time master this powerful ninjutsu. You will contribute more to the village. After Kakashi finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes welled up with tears, and he mumbled, "Why? Why?" If it were a serious punishment, he might have been able to tolerate it, but the result was just a verbal warning. What does that even mean? Seeing this scene, Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, she guessed the reason. Because Uzumaki Naruto is now incredibly powerful, everything can be handled more easily. But the more this happened, the more Uzumaki Naruto blamed himself. Seeing Naruto in such agony, Hada Kakashi sighed. This was something only he could handle. No one else could do it for him. Naruto, record this jutsu's aftermath and destroy the scroll. Furthermore, Lord Jiraiya vouched for you, even risking his life to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Sighing deeply, Hada Kakashi stepped forward and gently patted Naruto's shoulder, saying in a low voice, "As a hero of the lineage, I hope you can live up to this title, and not act impulsively and bring shame to your father." After patting the ground twice, Hada Kakashi bowed his head dejectedly and headed towards the cemetery. Standing before a tombstone, he gazed at his photograph of himself alone and began to stare blankly. This scene made Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura show complex expressions, as they both seemed to have gone through an unforgettable experience with Kakashi-sensei and Naruto. Shikamaru died in battle, and his former classmates gradually came to pay their respects. But ultimately, the dead are like extinguished lamps. Only Uzumaki Naruto was temporarily unable to leave, and even more so unable to dispel the illusion, until Jiraiya arrived and everyone dispersed. "Naruto, do you regret it?" Naruto looked up, gazing at Jiraiya's face, and his eyes immediately welled up with tears. At that moment, he felt as if he had found family. "Perverted sage, oh, I regret it. I really, really regret it. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. And I certainly shouldn't have indulged Kanehamaru. I shouldn't have." With a hoarse, exhausted voice, Uzumaki Naruto poured out all the pain in his heart, while Jiraiya gently comforted his disciple. "Naruto, actually, I regret it too." The two stood before the memorial stone, and Jiraiya, with a troubled expression, began to recount his past. This ninja path is filled with so much regret, all of which are irreversible. "I regret not persuading the old man in the first place, choosing to run away instead. I regret even more that if I hadn't supported your father Minato, but instead sided with Orochimaru, perhaps the situation would have been completely different. Perhaps, if Orochimaru had been in the village at that time, your father and mother wouldn't have been in this situation. I regret it." Jiraiya calmly recounted his life as a ninja, detailing each regrettable loss and misstep, but a look of desolation was evident on his face. "Naruto, everyone wants to move forward, but along the way, they'll inevitably encounter forks in the road. Everyone will take detours, make mistakes. This is unavoidable, not just for ninjas, but for ordinary people as well. Right now, you need to recognize yourself, then correct your mistakes. Make sure this doesn't happen again." With Jiraiya's comforting words, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have found his own safe harbor, quietly listening to the lecherous sage's story. "Lustful immortal, thank you." Finally, Uzumaki Naruto hoarsely uttered a thank you, which made Jiraiya burst into laughter, teasing the blonde Naruto, "You little brat, no need to thank me. After this experience." Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have matured. He looked up at Jiraiya and said apologetically, "Perverted sage, I heard from Kakashi-sensei that you need to go on a dangerous mission to protect me." "Haha, you little brat, don't be so smug. How could I, the Toad Immortal, possibly be interested in you?" Jiraiya laughed heartily, gazing at the beautiful setting sun and saying, "Even without your involvement, I, Jiraiya, should still have done something for the village. After all these years I've only focused on taking you on trips around the shinobi world. Using me, the Toad Sage, is nothing more than the Akatsuki organization. What's the big deal?" The more Jiraiya acted that way, the more Uzumaki Naruto felt guilty and ashamed, all because of himself. "Teacher Jiraiya, I'm going to find the Hokage." Gritting his teeth slightly, Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of reluctance because he was causing Jiraiya to risk his life, but Jiraiya caught him red-handed. Looking back, Jiraiya gave a cold, indifferent smile. "If I don't go, another ninja will. Are you and I special? The Akatsuki organization is a den of dragons and tigers. But Jiraiya, wasn't spoiled from a young age. Investigating the Akatsuki organization on this mission will definitely be carried out by someone else. If I don't go, someone else will. Maybe Kakashi, maybe Zabuza, or maybe Baki and the others. Naruto, you said they were allies, right? If you had to choose now, who do you think should be assigned to this mission? Facing Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto instinctively blurted out, "I'm going." But a moment later, Jiraiya's face showed disappointment, and he shook his head repeatedly. You're leaving, but first, tell me the worst-case scenario. The village will not only lose a heroic descendant, a young ninja with unlimited potential, but also the Nine Tails. Naruto, don't say it's irrelevant. You might be irrelevant, but what about the Nine Tails? Facing Jiraiya, Naruto opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, finally lowering his head in disappointment. Losing the Nine-Tailed Fox village would certainly enrage them, and there would still be people willing to undertake this mission. But the Akatsuki organization has already obtained the Nine-Tailed Fox, making their power even greater, and then even more people will die. Therefore, Naruto, you really need to calm down, and even more so, you need to think things through carefully. If you act impulsively, success is a matter of luck. Yes, you're lucky, but one time you're unlucky, and what Shikamaru experienced is the result. Do you really think something like that could happen again? Or are you saying you think you'll be lucky your whole life? Facing Jiraiya's intense gaze, Uzumaki Naruto was speechless and couldn't respond. He nodded dejectedly and said, "Perverted sage, I'm sorry." Haha, Naruto, you don't need to be ashamed. This time, I'm not doing this for you, but for the peace of the shinobi world. Under the setting sun, Jiraiya laughed heartily, and under Uzumaki Naruto's complicated gaze, he casually waved his hand and walked out of the village. Ninja Village of Clouds, Anreikyo. With a thunderous roar, the area surrounding the mountain was in utter chaos, the battlefield littered with traces of Bijudama. At this moment, Haiden was lying inside the evil god's diagram, his entire body covered in wounds, and his scythe was still impaled in his chest. I didn't think the Eight Tails Jinchuriki could actually do this. If it weren't for Haiden severely injuring the Jinchuriki, this battle would have been quite difficult. Obito, wearing his mask, gazed at Killer Bee, who was weak and spitting blood in the distance, and a look of solemnity appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Killer Bee was breathing heavily, cautiously looking at the Akatsuki members, staring at the wound on his chest. If he weren't a Jinchuriki, he would be dead by now. Such a bizarre secret technique, similar to the cursed techniques of Onmyoji, but it also has its drawbacks. Looking at the distant figure in Haiden's diagram, Killer Bee gasped, his voice faltering. If the distance is far enough, this bizarre curse jutsu will weaken or even lose its effectiveness. Furthermore, the opponent seems to insist on maintaining a specific pattern, and the prerequisite is that they must obtain the caster's fresh blood. No, also, if chakra is far superior to the opponent's, this cursed jutsu will weaken or even become ineffective. Killer Bee, panting heavily after a bloody battle, his pupils flickered up and down, and a Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Eight Tails, you may be the most perfect Jinchuriki, but now you belong to me. The space appeared as a swirling vortex, and Killer Bee, exhausted, was immediately swallowed by it, leaving no trace whatsoever around him. Eight Tails, capture complete. Obito, after retrieving the Eight Tails from behind his mask, coldly uttered a sentence. From the ruins, Kakuzu and Asuma emerged, both somewhat breathless. So you've arrived. With his eyes lowered, Obito, wearing a Mangekyo Sharingan mask, saw a flash of lightning rapidly approaching from afar. Upon noticing that Asuma and Kakuzu's chakra was almost at its limit, he couldn't help but coldly shake his head. Looking at this, the fourth Raikage is really lucky this time. Bastard! With a thunderous roar, the fourth Raikage appeared in Anreikyo. He glared angrily at the chaotic mountain valley, then let out a furious roar towards the sky. Both the Two Tails and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki have vanished without a trace. He can't even see a shadow of his enemy. Seal off the ninjas of Cloud Village. Even if you make me dig 3 feet deep, I'll dig them out. A sharp, jagged rock hung over half of Akatsuki's robes. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage roared to the heavens, Akatsuki, I will never forgive you. The Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki from the Stone Village were also captured separately, because this time the two Jinchuriki were facing opponents who possessed the Rinnegan. The attack on Takigaku village and the capture of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki by the Akatsuki organization truly shook the ninja world. After all, even though the Jinchuriki from the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village had been captured as the major ninja villages, they had secretly kept the news under wraps. But Takigaku village was different. So Sori and Deidara's combined martial arts skills relentlessly attacked Takigaku village, especially Deidara's explosive jutsu, which inflicted heavy casualties on the village. And some information that they tried to keep secret couldn't be concealed. For a brief moment, the Akatsuki organization in the shinobi world was directly thrust into the clouds. The Akatsuki organization instantly rose to become the largest terrorist organization in the shinobi world. At the same time, the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village directly initiated the 5-Cage Summit. This time, the Akatsuki organization's attack on the Biju directly triggered everyone's nerves. Just as the fourth Raikage was convening the 5-Cage Assembly, the Hidden Rain Village received an uninvited guest. The Village of Rain only had its interior architectural style visible, a deafening roar erupted, and a chaotic scene of panicked figures scattered about. "Oh my god, that's so cruel, run!" With his white hair, Jiraiya, a comical figure, shouted and yelled as he descended upon the chaotic architecture of the Hidden Rain Village, his opponent this time being Pain. Who possessed the Rinnegan? Akatsuki is organized within the base. 10 fingers stood firmly above 9 shadowy figures, each intently performing the 9-dragon seal, continuously drawing in Biju chakra. Haha, look how noisy that little insect is making after sneaking in. Insect's humph, the opponent, is Jiraiya, one of the Sennin. The Akatsuki members began arguing amongst themselves, with Obito wearing a mask, giving their leader Pain a mocking look. Pain coldly glanced at the others. "You all continue sealing the Biju. I, Jiraiya, will handle the Sennin." Watching Pain's figure disappear at his fingertips, Obito's mask revealed a mocking smile. Earlier, Pain had sent him to the Cloud Village to capture the 8-Tails and the 2-Tails, intending to gauge his strength and use the opportunity to wear him down. Similarly, he was very clear about the relationship between Jiraiya and the other party, and moreover, Sennin Jiraiya's strength was not weak. He also wanted to borrow Jiraiya's strength to find out just how powerful Pain really was. Many members of the Akatsuki organization also showed curiosity. After all, they were well aware of the intelligence and information they had gathered about Sennin Jiraiya. This level of ninja was already top tier, and they were even more eager to take this opportunity to witness the terrifying power of the Rinnegan firsthand. Unfortunately, they were all inside the sealed Biju, so there was no chance this time. Gedo followed the sealing of the Biju, and the eyes of each terrifying creature slowly opened. However, the unique architecture of the Hidden Rain Village, depending on the terrifying chakra ripples that erupted, only subsided after a full half-day. Konoha. The atmosphere inside the large office building was somewhat tense. Based on the Mount Myoboku summoning beasts, it has been almost confirmed that Jiraiya died in battle. Tsunade announced the news with a somewhat somber tone, but Uzumaki Naruto's eyes glazed over upon hearing it, and tears welled up in his eyes. "No, that's impossible. This is fake. How could a lustful immortal die?" Naruto. Hada Kakashi grabbed Naruto's shoulder with a heavy hand, and the next moment Uzumaki Naruto angrily shouted, "Impossible. The perverted sage can't possibly be dead. Shut your stinking mouth, you little brat." The fifth Hokage immediately saw Hokage Tsunade's face turn purple with anger, and a terrifying surge of chakra erupted, instantly causing all the ninjas in the entire building to panic, even Naruto, whose 9-Tails chakra trembled. The seal within Naruto's 9-Tails body filled with terror, sensed this immense amount of chakra. Damn it, would release power. At this moment, Tsunade coldly reprimanded Uzumaki Naruto. "Little brat, if it weren't for your father, the fourth Hokage's contributions to the village, with your repeated behavior, the Jinchuriki would have been replaced long ago. Stop complaining and yelling here. You're undeniably the fourth, but behind me are the first and second. What are you compared to them?" At this point, Tsunade seemed to erupt with similar emotions, directly shouting coldly, as the 9-Tails Jinchuriki, "You're acting so recklessly. Half of Jiraiya's death was due to you, and yet you're still here complaining and grumbling. Kakashi, I now command you to monitor the 9-Tails Jinchuriki from now on. Furthermore, without the Mizukage's and the Kazukage's orders, The Ninetales Jinchuriki is not permitted to leave the village. At this moment, Tsunade revealed a mocking smile as she looked at Naruto. Yes, you're not one to get emotional, but you'd better get emotional again this time. Run out of the village yourself, and then I'll have a reason to declare you a rogue ninja, and I can conveniently get a more obedient Jinchuriki. Fuck off! This time, Tsunade showed no respect whatsoever to Uzumaki Naruto, who, consumed by self-reproach over Jiraiya's death, was comforted by Kakashi, who helped him leave the cage tower. Watching the departing figure, Tsunade's angry expression gradually faded, and Mei Terumi immediately broke into a smile. You really went to a lot of trouble for this little brat. Taking the Kazukage's straw hat, Sakura chuckled. That's right, Jiraiya is like a mentor to him. Let's see if this little brat can stand firm this time. From the rooftop of the skyscraper, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was lost and heartbroken after Kakashi took him away, and couldn't help but show a complicated expression. Teacher, do you really think Naruto would be like that? Sasuke's words might be incomprehensible to others, but when Uchiha Yoro revealed almost all the secrets of the shinobi world to him, she naturally understood. At this moment, Uchiha Night God shook his head coldly. Sasuke, you must be careful. I know this is your comrade, but don't forget what you're carrying. Turning his head to look at Sasuke, Uchiha Night Whisper said with a serious expression. To Naruto, Jiraiya was both a mentor and a father figure, and similarly, the masked members of the Akatsuki or his sworn enemies, the murderers of his parents. If he could still forgive them in the end, then Sasuke. Do you think you could befriend someone like that? Uchiha Yoro's words caused Sasuke to fall silent, and finally, he looked up and gazed steadfastly at his teacher. Yes, master, this kind of person is worth befriending. But you can't burden them with heavy responsibilities. In Uchiha Sasuke's original life trajectory, his entire life was dedicated to avenge his parents and his clan, and at the very least, he had to kill his enemies. But Uzumaki Naruto, you said that facing the enemy who killed his parents, Uchiha Obito, you chose to sympathize. This could be somewhat explained as you being heartless and cruel. After all, he never saw his own parents in his childhood, so he doesn't have much emotional attachment to them. But where is Jiraiya? The master and father of the Heron clan existed. His death was so heartbreaking, yet in the end he forgave someone like Nagato. Regardless of the opponent's motives, the fact that Jiraiya killed his own teacher is undeniable. Should he be magnanimous enough to forgive? Therefore, it can be said that people like Uzumaki Naruto are someone you can befriend, but only to exploit. You absolutely cannot shoulder any burden for them. Sasuke, after unifying the shinobi world, I hope you can shoulder this responsibility as the 6th Hokage. Yes, sensei. When Uchiha Yoro said it himself, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although he had set Hokage as his goal, there were so many other options in the village. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and even Hada Kakashi, they are all almost certainly more suitable than him. Yes, Sensei Itachi-sen and Shisui-sen and Kakashi-sensei, they. Although Sasuke didn't say it explicitly, his astonished eyes said it all. However, Uchiha Yoro shook his head and said Shisui, despite his immense power, is politically incompetent. He's a powerful ninja, but not a qualified Kage, so he's unsuitable. Your older brother, Uchiha Itachi, although his mind is clear, his heart is clearly with you right now. Moreover, his spirit is quite stubborn. Don't be fooled by his usual calm demeanor. Once he gets caught up in trivial matters, he's easily prone to extreme actions. Hada Kakashi might be a good choice, but his mind isn't here right now. Saying this, Uchiha Yoro gave Sasuke a deep, meaningful look. But Sasuke, you're different. You have Indra's chakra, your potential is immense, and your heart is what I admire most. Me. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, facing this sudden onslaught of baked goods, immediately blushed, his excitement leaving him somewhat at a loss. Teacher Dot actually took a liking to him, and even wanted to train him to be the 6th Hokage. This is truly the pinnacle of his life. Unlike in the original story, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't harbor hatred. His ninja goal is focused on becoming the Hokage. He wants to become the 2nd Hokage of the Uchiha clan. But as he grew older, although his strength increased, His once simple dream of becoming Hokage seemed to drift further and further away. After all, Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi-sensei were three insurmountable mountains. Looking at Sasuke, Uchiha Yoru broke into a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Sasuke. I believe you can become a worthy sixth Hokage. This is also the shared expectation of Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi. You shouldn't let them down. With the baked bread being served and the chicken soup being consumed one bowl after another, Uchiha Sasuke's face flushed with excitement as he solemnly nodded and said, "Yes, sensei, rest assured. I will definitely not disappoint you, and I will certainly not disappoint the village." Not bad. I forgot to tell you, the candidate for the 6th Kazekage is Gaara, and the candidate for the 6th Mizukage is Kaguya Kimimaro. Uchiha Yoru suddenly let out a teasing laugh, and Uchiha Sasuke immediately showed a surprised expression upon hearing it. Gaara and Kaguya Kimimaro. Gaara and Kimimaro were naturally familiar to him, and it was precisely because of this that Uchiha Sasuke's fighting spirit flared up upon hearing about them. He couldn't afford to be defeated by Gaara. The 6 Hokage's chosen successors, in order, are Uchiha Sasuke, Kaguya Kimimaro, and Gaara, all of whom are from the younger generation. Uchiha Sasuke calmed down slightly, pondered for a moment, and instantly understood something. He looked up at his teacher, a look of emotion involuntarily appearing on his face. "Yes, master, thank you." Uchiha Yoru burst into laughter again. "Haha, you young people can cultivate your feelings now, which is more suitable for the great unification and integration in the future. Therefore, for these 3 years, I have often arranged for you to go on missions together, even with elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village. Because of mutual familiarity, the sooner you establish such a bond, the better. I want you to understand a principle. Once you start thinking using image-based thinking, your bond will no longer be limited to Kakashi's 7th team. Naruto is probably one of the most important companions, but that's all." After Uchiha Night Whisper's stern admonition, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes showed determination. At this point, he considered himself the future 6th Hokage, and naturally, he couldn't remain the same as before. His mindset, in particular, needs to change. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage's tower, Uchiha Itachi, hidden in the shadows and wearing a mask, revealed a faint smile. "Sasuke, I look forward to the day you become the 6th Hokage. You will be the greatest Uchiha hero after Master Knight." He was also the first true Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yoru is not considered Hokage, rather, he is the being depicted in the image above. Hokage Rock. Yoru, how is this possible? Hada Kakashi, who had just comforted Uzumaki Naruto earlier in the day, now had an expression that was practically identical to Naruto's, one of shock and disbelief. Uchiha Yoru sighed, shaking his head and saying, "I didn't dare believe it either. But after verification, the true identity of the masked man is Obito. This evidence is absolutely conclusive. How could it be Obito who brought me back to my senses? I saw Obito with my own eyes." At this moment, Hada Kakashi painfully covered his Sharingan. This was truly a complete reversal of his worldview. Uchiha Yoru then said in a low voice, "On the night of the 9 Tails, the 4th Hokage fought with a mysterious person. The Rasengan severely wounded the opponent, leaving behind an arm full of Hashirama cells, along with some fresh blood. Through Orochimaru's research and analysis, the blood matches Obito perfectly. Even the cells in Hashirama's arm contain Obito's blood. Furthermore, I previously fought against this person and obtained blood samples. Through repeated verification, it's undeniably confirmed that the mysterious masked man's true identity is Uchiha Obito." Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed downwards, and at this moment, Hada Kakashi forced himself to stay calm, but his voice was already trembling. "Yoru, why do you suspect that person is Obito? Even if it really was Obito, how could they have discovered his true identity so easily? Besides, Obito has been dead for so many years." As expected, no matter how terrified Kakashi was, his mind remained calm and he could still think things through. Truly the Kakashi of his time. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru let out another sigh. "Kakashi, do you remember back in the village, when teacher Orochimaru performed eyeball reshaping surgery on you?" Hada Kakashi was suddenly stunned after hearing this, and suddenly remembered something. Back in the village, when Orochimaru helped him solve his eye problem, he had also previously trained his Sharingan. Not bad. Initially, Obito gave you the Sharingan gene that Orochimaru's teacher collected, essentially to see if there was any possibility of fusion through studying your blood. You know, at that time, Professor Orochimaru had several research directions in charge, including would release research, and coincidentally, Professor Orochimaru had a mysterious person who initially left traces of blood at the Nine-Tails Night. At first, nothing would have been detected. After all, these were two different types of experiments. But then the third Hokage's high-ranking officials framed Orochimaru's teacher, and the research base was damaged. Inadvertently, the blood of the mysterious Nine-Tails Night user fused with your Sharingan specimen. At this point, Uchiha Yoruichi shook her head with a complicated expression and sighed. At that time, while gathering research evidence, I accidentally discovered something. But what I was thinking about more at the time was that Obito's body from the 3 battles was being exploited by someone. However, 3 years ago, I fought this person and obtained a blood sample. After further verification and comparison, I discovered that the opponent's identity was indeed Uchiha Obito. There's also this person with the Mangekyo Sharingan, which, like your Kakashi Mangekyo Sharingan, is both space type, so I'm even more certain. 3 years ago. At this moment, Hada Kakashi's expression was complicated. Yoru, you knew 3 years ago, but you. Kakashi had already spoken those words, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Looking at Uchiha Yoru's strong figure, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Uchiha Yoru, this companion of his is carrying too much on his back. Therefore, Uchiha Obito is still alive, but the wood release cells in his body are deadly. Thinking this, Hada Kakashi's face showed anger. It must be Root, damn it. As the initial main force in eliminating Root, Hada Kakashi was acutely aware of the extremely tragic things Root had done. Especially during wartime, they wouldn't even spare the corpses of their own fellow ninjas from the same village, particularly those with precious ninja bloodstains. In other words, the initial claim that Uchiha Obito's body couldn't be found was just an excuse. In reality, Root had secretly collected it and taken it away, even turning it into a valuable experimental subject. Kakashi, there's something you might want to face. Obito probably didn't die in the first place. Uchiha Yoru's low, serious remark instantly enraged Kakashi even more. Damn it, Danzo deserves to die. Obito didn't die, but the extent of his injuries was close to death, so he was taken away by Root. What does that mean? Kakashi now understands everything clearly. Otherwise, how could Obito have wood release cells, and how could he harbor such hatred for Konoha? This is entirely the result of the third Hokage's high-ranking officials creating this mess. Thinking about the once passionate Obito, now reduced to this state, Kakashi couldn't help but feel enraged. Danzo Root's inhumane methods were truly infuriating. Therefore, Root has now been transformed into the Door Research Department, headed by Orochimaru, with almost all of its combat members being Anbu. When Root was mentioned, Uchiha Yoruichi shook her head, while Kakashi's expression turned somewhat gloomy. Yoru, Obito is here. Kakashi hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't, shaking his head at Uchiha Yoruichi. Kakashi, no matter how many great contributions Obito made to the village, the hatred stemming from the Nine-Tails Night of Casualties makes it impossible to turn back. Especially since Obito's clan is Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face also showed a trace of sadness. The Uchiha clan is now the most dazzling existence. If I were to ignore the truth because Obito is my clansman, wouldn't all the blood we shed for the peaceful unification of the shinobi world have been in vain? Furthermore, Obito made a mistake, and even if I forgive him, and you, Kakashi, forgive him, can his family forgive the death of so many ninjas in the Nine Tails? Hada Kakashi's expression at that moment was complex, finally culminating in a weak sigh. I understand now. Kakashi's psychological resilience and composure were far superior to anyone else's. After all, his experiences were far too brutal. Compared to him, what had Naruto gone through was nothing. At the age of 5, he witnessed his father's corpse. At 12, he became a Jonin and saw Obito die. At 13, he personally killed his comrade Rin. And at 14, during the Nine-Tails Night, he witnessed the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi revealed a calm expression, the sorrow hidden deep within his heart. Obito is no longer the Obito he once was. En route, where humanity was eradicated, Obito died long ago. Looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru said in a low voice, "The mysterious masked figure of the Akatsuki organization is Obito's true identity, known only to a select few. Therefore, we've allowed the hero Obito to live on in our memories. This is the only selfish thing we can do." Beneath Yoru's veil, Hawkage Rock looked up at the starry sky, muttering, "What a pity, such a beautiful and peaceful starry sky." Kakashi, go down and get well prepared. The shinobi world is about to be shaken. The time for unifying the shinobi world has come. This battle is not just for ambition, but also for the peace of the shinobi world and for our descendants. This battle will likely be unparalleled in its ferocity, but after this battle, the shinobi world will usher in a new era. Under the starry sky, Hada Kakashi similarly displayed a look of longing, muttering to himself, "Before, I only felt disgust and hatred during war, but this time, I have a feeling of impatience. War, although I hate it just as much, right now I long for it." War is the only path to peace, Yoru. I think I understand your words a little better now. And so, the two of them, like Hawkage Rock, closed their eyes and enjoyed the brief, peaceful silence. Training ground number 44. Under the cover of Yoru, in the quiet, deserted training ground, Uchiha Sasuke gazed intently at the other two. The white-haired Kimimaro and Gaara, carrying a gourd on his back, looked at each other, seemingly sharing a different feeling. "Teacher said he wants to train us to be the future 6 great shadows. Do you understand what he means by that?" Finally, Sasuke spoke first. Gaara nodded slightly after hearing him. "Lady Pakura and Lady Yoru have said that for the sake of peace, I am willing to bear the title of Kazekage." But Kaguya Kimimaro's eyes were filled with unwavering determination at that moment. "For the sake of Lord Yoru's new era, I am willing." At this moment, Sasuke looked at the two of them, silently pondering in his heart. Kimimaro was clearly a fanatical follower of the Night Teacher, while Gaara's feelings for Konoha were clearly stronger than those of the Sand Village ninjas. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to understand something. They were all geniuses chosen by their respective ninja villages, and no one would object to Kimimaro Shikotsumiyaku of the clan becoming the future 6th Mizukage. Not to mention Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, coupled with his status as the son of the 4th Kazekage and his current strength, making him a Kazekage is something no one could find fault with. Lord Yoru is doing this for the sake of peace. Gaara, usually a man of few words, rarely expressed his own views, and Sasuke would simply nod indifferently after hearing them. Now, their ways of thinking had begun to shift. The original Gaara was able to become Kazekage, which shows he also possessed talent in this area. It's just that this discovery came a little later. However, he used these 3 years to increase his strength even more. Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas all had a long-standing feud, but now they are one family. And even the entire shinobi world is about to launch a war of unification. Peace is not something that can be achieved simply through war. Using absolute, ruthless force to suppress and unify the shinobi world, and quell countless hatreds, then came the transition period of 2 generations. Time is the most powerful weapon. 2 generations later, time will fade all hatred. The so-called 5 great ninja villages are merely representatives of local customs, and a new era is truly beginning. They are all witnesses of the new era. This time, during the 5-person meeting, the 3 of us will form a team responsible for safety along the way. So there are some arrangements we need to discuss. These 3 people also stayed up late at night to come here, because as soon as they arrived, they were given a burden. Kimimaro shook his head indifferently after hearing this. "I'm only responsible for the actions. You two can arrange the arrangements." Indeed, seeing Kimimaro's personality, Uchiha Sasuke felt much more relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. Kimimaro has a simple ninja mindset, so their relationship will be much easier later on. Gaara simply nodded, "Okay." The 3 of them settled down in a simple training ground and began to study how to arrange things. Although the matter wasn't big, it was a crucial step for the 3 of them. Now Uchiha Sasuke, with a face full of unwavering determination and fighting spirit, is fully committed to becoming one of the 6th Hokage. If Uchiha Sasuke could still be crippled by someone, and the 6th Hokage fell into someone else's hands, then it would truly be like buying a block of tofu and bumping into it. With Uchiha Yori's trust, his older brother Uchiha Itachi's support, and the backing of Shisui and Kakashi-sensei, along with the entire clan, even a pig's head could sit in this position. Although he was almost defeated, Uchiha Sasuke, on the contrary, exerted even more effort. He wanted to achieve something significant and didn't want to be accused of relying on the support of others to get ahead. Stone Village. As the dim light faded, the third Sachikage Noki anxiously looked at the intelligence report in his hand and couldn't help but let out a sigh. These are turbulent times. Akatsuki still has Uchiha Yoru, so the Great Ninja War is probably not far off. Grandpa. The Sachikage's granddaughter, Black Earth, looked at her grandfather with a worried expression. Ever since Uchiha Yoru rose to power and consolidated the strength of the three great ninja villages, the entire ninja world has practically lived under his shadow, and the former ease has been lost. Looking at the Black Earth, Noki couldn't help but smile wryly, shake his head, and sigh, then casually pass the information to his granddaughter. The Hidden Stone Village has no successor. I truly envy Konoha. They're never short of geniuses, with cage-level powerhouses constantly emerging, unlike our Hidden Stone Village. At this point, Sachikage Noki couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, grinding his teeth and aggressively slamming his hand on the table. Damn Deidara, that idiot, he betrayed and fled to join Akatsuki for the sake of some worthless art. What's wrong with this Hidden Stone Village compared to Akatsuki? Becoming Sachikage, then holding the fate of tens of thousands of ninjas in his hands, is foolish, absolutely foolish. Just thinking about Deidara made Noki's teeth ache, and his face twitched slightly. If he had a second option, he would have either killed Deidara, or at least nearly killed him. Of the 5 great ninja villages, only the third Sachikage suffered in his heart. Who could understand his suffering? Others would fight to the death for the sake of a photograph, but only he was so consumed by sorrow that he was almost going bald. Grandpa Akatsuki is organizing this way. They're practically trying to stir up chaos in the shinobi world, and what's more, Deidara is one of their members. After reviewing the intelligence report, Black Earth couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Deidara had actually joined this kind of terrorist organization. What was this supposed to mean? The powerful future Sachikage of the Hidden Stone Village shouldn't be running away from a terrorist organization when he's the perpetrator of a violent attack, should he? She really wanted to cut this one open and take a look. Damn it, after this meeting of the 5 cage concludes, have me secretly contact Deidara and tell that idiot that if he's willing to return, I won't hold him accountable for what happened before. Even the issue of him joining the Akatsuki organization, I'll take full responsibility for cleaning up after him. Now, the third Sachikage Noki angrily slammed his hand on the table and directly said, Deidara, you get back here. I've already cleaned up all the messes you've made, and yet you still want to groom me to be the future Sachikage. Damn, Grandpa, Deidara, my older brother, is he out of his mind? At this moment, even the Black Earth scratched its head in embarrassment, while Noki glared fiercely. If there's a choice, do you think I'm willing to make it? Deidara's minimum strength will not let down the title of Sachikage, and in terms of political affairs, your father Kitsuchi is there, so he can barely hold his own. Just mentioning this made him feel sorry for them. Other people's characters not only have top-tier strength, but they also have brains. Even the brute Rikage has a brain. Only Deidara, whose mind was completely consumed by art. Even if he hadn't initially fallen into the world of art, Deidara would still have had considerable potential now. He had no choice. 5 photos of the talks. The Iron Nation's general, with his 3 ships and bright, intelligent eyes, stared intently at the flag representing the 5 shadows. He never imagined that in just a few years, the 5 Shadows Conference would be held in the Iron Nation. The high-ranking officials who once held high-level talks now seemed to have fallen from grace. Although he thought that in his heart, he still didn't dare show it. A blizzard rages high above the castle, erected to represent the 5 great ninja villages' flags. The temperature inside the castle contrasted sharply with the blizzard conditions outside. Water, wind, fire, earth, and lighting these 5 flags represent the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world. Each flag, when placed down, features a ninja village's emblem or hood representing the identity of a ninja. The 5-year meeting is now beginning. A majestic and imposing voice echoed down, and this time, the one presiding over the 5 Shadows meeting was still the Iron Nation's 3-ship Grand Admiral. He frowned, his expression serious as he looked at the 5 shadows. I am the commander of the 3 ships, and now we begin the 5-cage summit. The Iron Nation once again had the honor of hosting the 5-cage summit. The 3 ships sat upright in their seats below, their faces serious as they watched the 5-cage announce the start of the meeting. At this moment, the figures in the U-shaped seats, in order, are the 3rd Sachikage Noki, the 4th Reikage, the 5th Kozakage, the 5th Mizukage, the 5th Terumi, and the 5th Hokage. Senju Tsunade. In the short span of a few years, compared to the previous 5-year photo exchange meeting, 3 photos have been directly changed. The cage guardians of the 5 great ninja villages stood behind their respective flags, solemnly watching the 5-cage summit, which was the focus of the entire ninja world. It was also from the village's formation that construction began after the 3rd battle. The 3rd Sachikage, Noki, looked at the Kozakage, Mizukage, and Hokage with intense jealousy. The other villages had all become 5th cage, but he was the only old man left. For a moment, Noki secretly cursed Dodora for being so useless. Gentlemen, the Akatsuki's capture of the Biju is an extremely vicious event. I don't think anyone wants to see a terrorist organization that dominates the 5 great nations, do they? The one who couldn't tolerate his violent temper the most was the 4th Reikage, who, with an angry expression, glared at the others and revealed a truth. The 3rd Sachikage Noki also nodded in agreement, saying in a low voice, "Not bad. The Akatsuki organization now threatens the rule of our 5 great ninja villages and is even disrupting the peace of the ninja world. Biju are crucial to maintaining peace in the shinobi world. If they fall into the hands of the Akatsuki, the consequences would be unimaginable." The Reikage and Sachikage exchanged witty remarks, and Mizukage Mei Terumi scoffed. Even with the Biju and the 5 great ninja villages, war wouldn't break out in the ninja world, would it? Furthermore, how could I possibly remember Biju being called the strongest war machine? Saying this, Mei Terumi's gaze shifted to Kozakage Parkour and Hokage Tsunade beside her. Upon hearing this, Sakura nodded indifferently. The Biju are all gone. All I can say is you're all useless. Mei Terumi and Parakura's back-and-forth banter instantly created a tense atmosphere, and that Sachikage and Reikage's guards behind the banner wore increasingly grim expressions. Although the 3 great ninja villages are now powerful after their merger, these words are going too far. They are incredibly insulting. The 3rd Sachikage, Noki, after hearing this, gave a fake smile as he looked at the 3 of them, his gaze finally settling on Tsunade. The powerful Biju were revealed to us by the 4th Hokage of Konoha over a decade ago, based on his own experience. This loss of Biju from our Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village also demonstrates the Akatsuki organization's strength. According to my intelligence, every member of the Akatsuki organization is an S-rank rogue ninja, each possessing the strength to assume the role of a cage. And the leader of the Akatsuki organization even has the legendary Rikudo Sennin Rinnegan. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. This directly refers to the 4th Hokage because the Biju's death in battle demonstrated its power, thus indirectly portraying the Akatsuki as a terrorist organization. Old fox. Tsunade muttered to herself, but on the surface, she wore a calm, carefree smile. The loss of the Biju is a matter for you Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Cloud Village. What does it have to do with us? Of course, if you wish to protect our One-Tails and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha welcomes you. Shameless. Tsunade's direct remark contradicted her own inability to protect the Nine-Tails. That was her own fault. We lost a 4th Hokage, but the Nine-Tails remains under our protection. The 5-year meeting had barely begun when divergence emerged. It was clear that Konoha, the Sand Village ninjas, and the Hidden Mist Village were unwilling to get involved, or rather, that it wasn't so easy for them to intervene. Facing the Akatsuki threat, this wasn't the original timeline where the 5 great ninja villages acted as they pleased. Naturally, they were wary of the Akatsuki organization's actions. Now that Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Hidden Mist Village have merged, and the Biju themselves are well protected, they have no fear of the Akatsuki organization. Hokage. The 4th Reikage angrily slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide as he said, the Akatsuki organization has a mysterious individual with would release and Mangekyo Sharingan, and also Sarutobi Isuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage. These 2 are the ones heading towards my Cloud Village. Hokage-sama, these 2 are from your Konoha. Do you really think you can easily expose their past with just a few words? Facing the Reikage's loud questioning, Tsunade slowly narrowed her eyes, revealing a cold, dangerous aura as she said, "Nigger, are you questioning Konoha?" The sound wasn't loud, but it was filled with a chilling aura that instantly made the atmosphere cold. The fourth Reikage's words were clearly an inquiry and a demand for clarification. Clatter! In an instant, 5 distinct guardian images appeared, one in front of each of the figures grappling with the other. Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Kimimaro, Hyuga Neji, Temari, and Hozuki Sugetsu. These 6 people essentially mean that Sasuke and Neji are from Konoha. Kimimaro and Hozuki Sugetsu are from the Hidden Mist Village, and Gaara and Temari are from the Hidden Sand Village. Leading the group, Uchiha Sasuke revealed a cold gaze, the 3 tamo in his eye sockets moving downwards before finally settling on the Reikage. He said coldly, "Those Cloud Village ninjas who came to Konoha under the pretext of peace talks to secretly steal the Byakugan? Shouldn't you Cloud Village ninjas also give Konoha an explanation today?" With his Byakugan wide open, Hyuga Neji coldly stared at the Cloud Village guards. "Are you Reikage questioning our Hokage?" The situation instantly became tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, the fourth Reikage glared with furious eyes. He wasn't afraid of anyone, but the current Hokage's attitude only fueled his anger. The fifth Hokage merely looked at Hokage Tsunade with a cold, indifferent expression, revealing an air of superiority, as if the 5 Kage's equal status didn't exist in his presence. "Nigger, considering the 5 great ninja villages, we 3 are newcomers, but this time, you, the Reikage, convened the 5 Kage Summit under the pretext of Shinobi World Peace. Now, if you want to question the Akatsuki organization, a rogue ninja originating from Konoha, then you're asking a ridiculous and illogical question. So this 5 Kage Summit is unnecessary," Tsunade's cold tone echoed, and Mii Terumi beside her covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. "If you don't even understand anything, why convene a 5 Kage Summit?" This mocking sound subsided, and the fourth Reikage's already dark face darkened even more. However, impulsiveness was just part of his personality. Being a Kage naturally allowed him to control his temper. "Go to the medical hole. See, step back." Following the fourth Reikage's pale face and low voice, even the 2 of them, including C, were filled with resentment and unwillingly retreated. This retreat signifies the Cloud Village is bowing to Konoha. After all, Konoha's strength is now immense. With the merger of the 3 great ninja villages, let alone the Cloud Village, even adding the Stone Village would put them at a disadvantage. Following the fourth Reikage's concession, the third Sachikage Noki chuckled and said, "Black clay, baked clay, you 2 don't need to be nervous." Noki wore an extremely deceptive smile on his face. Even the naive and honest woman couldn't see through it and obediently withdrew. However, the more sensible woman realized that the current situation of the 5 great ninja villages in the shinobi world was even more bleak than she had imagined. Finally, the 5 bodyguards withdrew, and the atmosphere in the meeting became somewhat tense, unsure how to proceed. Haha, the Akatsuki terrorist organization has disrupted the peace of the shinobi world. This is something no shinobi village can easily tolerate. Do the 3 of you unknown Hokage, Kazekage, and Mizukage have any opinions on this? Still the same venomous, vain third Sachikage Noki, with a smug smile, directly kicked the ball to the 3 great ninja villages of Konoha. The 5th Hokage, upon hearing this, immediately showed a relieved smile on his face, his fingers intertwined to rest on his chin. Konoha naturally yearns for peace. If the Akatsuki dare to come to Konoha, then we Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas, we are one family, will definitely show the Akatsuki what the 5 great ninja villages truly are. As Kurenai applied nail polish to her fingertips, the sound of which echoed crisply, the third Sachikage Noki's face immediately stiffened. Tsunade, meanwhile, was thoughtfully observing the old man, thinking, playing soccer, it seems like no one else knows how to do it. He had already said a whole basket full of nonsense. The power dynamics among the 5 great ninja villages were already different, and the Reikage still harbored the illusion of the 5 Kage sitting on equal footing. From the very beginning, there was naturally no possibility of continuing the discussion. The status of the 5 great ninja villages has changed, and since the Reikage still wants to maintain an equal status among them, he will naturally face a cold shoulder. Konoha, the Sand Village ninjas, and the Mist Village ninjas would all disagree. Otherwise, if our 3 great ninja villages merged and became so powerful now, why would we still want to sit at the same table with you? maintaining friendly smiles and claiming we have the same status. The village of ninjas fighting each other is not a sign of civilization. It's all about fists. When things go down to the smallest detail, it's natural to speak politely. But if you slightly distance yourself, and you still don't know when to advance and when to retreat, that's just hooliganism, and I'll raise my fist and stare you in the face. The third Sachikage Noki forced a smile, but inwardly he was cursing them to death. They were being too disrespectful. A bunch of young people daring to bully him, an old man, was utterly despicable. If only his village of stone could produce one, or two geniuses, he wouldn't need to remain so isolated at this point. Haha, the power of the night god in the shinobi world is naturally as clear as day, so there's no need to worrying about the so-called Akatsuki organization. I think the Akatsuki organization probably wouldn't dare to come to Konoha. Noki laughed heartily, showing no anger at all about what had just happened, and instead brought up Uchiha from yesterday. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a snort, secretly cursing the old fox. Hokage, Kazakage, Mizukage, your excellencies. At this moment, the third Sachikage Noki's deceptive smile gradually turned into a serious expression. This time, Lord Reikage has convened a meeting of the 5 Kage, actually to find out the thoughts of the 3 of you. After all, the Akatsuki organization has seriously threatened the peace between our Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Since arguing proved fruitless, Noki directly stated the crucial issue of this year's meeting. At this moment, Hokage Tsunade, after hearing this, slowly curved her lips into a smile. After exchanging glances with Mei Terumi and Parakura, the 3 Kage simultaneously revealed a sinister grin. That very smile immediately gave the third Sachikage Noki a bad feeling. Interfering with the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village without being able to protect Biju Village proves that the so-called 5 great ninja villages are a thing of the past. Sakura's cold voice echoed down, and immediately everyone in the meeting room was startled. Mei Terumi gave a similarly cold smile. Since the Sachikage and Reikage want to ask for our opinion, does that mean you too, representing your respective villages, are making a request to us? Boom! At this moment, their attitudes and status underwent a tremendous transformation. The 5th Hokage looked at Hokage Tsunade with an even more domineering smile. Every era of the great ninja village's dominance has been proven wrong by the facts. Just like the initial period of the Warring States era when ninja villages were divided and war still existed, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, I, in my capacity as Hokage, hope that the 3rd Sachikage and the 4th Reikage will join us. The daimyo's mansion has stood tall above the ninja villages for long enough. The unification of the ninja world is already a major trend. As long as we unite the ninja world, what is the Akatsuki organization compared to that? What about the Rinnegan? Even if Rikudo Senin comes, so what? As Tsunade delivered her domineering declaration, Kazakage Sakura and Mizukage Mei Terumi also displayed threatening smiles. Boom! With a loud crash, the 4th Reikage's handcuffs shattered the table in front of him, his eyes glaring with rage. The Hidden Cloud Village will not back down a single step. What kind of shinobi piece is this? Clearly, it's Uchiha Yoru's ambition. Ambition! Tsunade sneered. The Hidden Cloud Village has plundered all kinds of ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even bloodline abilities from all sides of the shinobi world. Their reputation in the shinobi world is practically ruined. And now they have the nerve to talk about ambition. How ridiculous! Seeing the situation develop to this point, the 3rd Sachikage Noki calmly laughed heartily. Haha, I don't understand these changes in the shinobi world. This time we were originally here to discuss issues with the Akatsuki organization. So how did it end up like this? Has it deviated from our original plan for the 5 Kage Summit? After uttering his final words, the 3rd Hokage gestured to the 4th Reikage, as if to say, today we're only discussing the Akatsuki issue. Let's not talk about anything else for now. However, at this moment, both Sachikage Noki and Reikage Iga felt a chill in their hearts. The merger of the 3 great ninja villages of Konoha and their ambition to dominate the ninja worlds seemed imminent, and it wouldn't be long before they could sweep across the entire ninja world. The 3 great ninja villages merged, and although they were only 2 of the major ninja villages, countless smaller ninja villages and daimyo in the ninja world also joined forces. Leaving aside their high-level combatants, just considering the military strength of their genin legions, they were evenly matched. Oh, look, I arrived at the wrong time. At that moment, a swirling vortex of spatial ripples descended, and Obito's mask appeared in the five-person meeting room, his voice mocking as he looked at everyone. In the blink of an eye, an incident occurred during the five-person meeting, and each of the guards became even more tense and on guard. Akatsuki! Upon seeing Obito's mask for a moment, the fourth Raikage roared in fury, as the Cloud Village's 2 tails and 8 tails had been captured by them. Roaring! Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the massive meeting room, followed by a resounding crash against the walls, revealing the furious figure of the fourth Raikage. Obito, still wearing his mask, coldly looked at everyone. The attack had passed right through him, yet he wasn't injured in the slightest. Whatever Akatsuki's plan is, it's just a devious scheme. There's no need to listen to it. Now, hand over the 2 tails and 8 tails ninjas from the Cloud Village. The arrogant fourth Raikage roared, while Obito, wearing a mask, let out a mocking laugh. Haha, fourth Raikage, don't be impatient. Perhaps we still need to join forces. The shadow guards also swarmed around them, briefly appearing to protect the figures floating in midair. The third Setsukage, Noki, also said in a low voice, Raikage, don't be impulsive. Let's see what other tricks Akatsuki has up their sleeves. Okay, isn't it possible for them to regain their senses? Facing the 5 surrounding figures, Obito, wearing a mask, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he chatted cheerfully while half-sitting on a raised wooden platform. Haha, how can I even begin to describe it? When I heard that you guys labeled Akatsuki as a terrorist organization, do you know how furious I was? How could you do that? At this moment, Obito's mask seemed like a theatrical performance, constantly changing his tone. And even more so, he spoke sorrowfully to the 5 Cage. Everything we, the Akatsuki organization, do is for the peace of the shinobi world. You 5 great ninja villages are constantly at war, and smaller nations have become battlefields for your great powers. The entire ninja world lives in misery. After a moment of mournful silence, the tone suddenly shifted to a high pitch, and Obito, in his masked form, excitedly shouted, we, the Akatsuki, are preparing to gather the 9 great Bijuu of the shinobi world, creating the most powerful weapon of war, using it to threaten the entire shinobi world, instilling fear in them, so that they will never dare to wage war recklessly. This is the peace the shinobi world has long awaited. After witnessing Obito's psychopathic speech, the fourth Raikage roared in anger. What bullshit! What right do you evil Akatsuki organization have to bring peace to the shinobi world? What kind of joke is that? How could we possibly hand over the shinobi world to someone like you? Each person spoke with indignation, while Obito's mask revealed only a single Sharingan, a mocking expression on his face. You so-called 5 great ninja villages, always talking about peace, but bringing only disaster to the ninja world, and now you're blaming others. With a suppressed retort, Uchiha Sasuke Saritama Sharingan stared intently at Obito's mask, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword at his side. Since your Akatsuki organization is dedicated to the peace of the shinobi world, why not hand over the so-called 9 great Bijuu, the most powerful weapons of war, to Master Knight? Aren't you all supposed to be advocating for peace? My teacher, Uchiha Yoriichi, dedicated her life to the peace of the shinobi world, and with weapons like this, the shinobi world can naturally reduce casualties even more. Ever since Uchiha Sasuke revealed his position as one of the future 6 Hokage, he has begun to shift his stance. Now, facing everyone, he displays an even more arrogant and shameless expression. How dare you? Isn't the Akatsuki organization supposed to be peaceful? Faced with Uchiha Sasuke's mocking words, Obito couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Uchiha Yori's so-called peace only brought war to the shinobi world. But Sasuke wasn't afraid either, and directly sneered, war is merely a bridge to peace, and you can't even understand this principle. How pathetic, Uchiha Obito. Boom! What, Uchiha Obito? An incomparably unfamiliar name hovered around them, startling both Setsukage Noki and Raikage AI. Their minds raced, trying to recall the name, only to find they had absolutely no memory of this person. Who is Uchiha Obito? Wearing the Uchiha Obito mask, his pupils trembled as he stared at Uchiha Sasuke in terror. The pretentious atmosphere vanished, and he was instantly stunned. When will my true identity be revealed? Damn it! From the moment he first saw the 5 photos, he saw a picture of someone high and mighty, exuding an air of superiority and arrogance. But the next moment, after his true identity was revealed, he was completely bewildered. This is truly like being knocked from the clouds into a muddy puddle. Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned even more mocking. Obito, you truly are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. When did you find out my identity? At this moment, Uchiha Obito revealed one Sharingan eye, its surface covered with fierce blood vessels, glaring intensely at Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, the mysterious veil covering his face had long since been removed, and his arrogant demeanor instantly vanished. Sasuke chuckled sarcastically. In Lord Orochimaru's research lab, he preserved Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan genes, originally intending to research how Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan could reduce chakra consumption, but he never expected to accidentally discover your identity. Knight of the Nine Tails, when you were assassinating your master, the 4th Hokage left behind your blood and an arm. And a few years ago, during your battle with Sensei Knight, you were beaten so badly that you fled like a dog, and you also bled profusely. It happened to be in a research lab inside, then it just so happened to fall down. Uchiha Sasuke shrugged, revealing a teasing smile. Uchiha Obito, with his Sharingan concealed, glared intensely at everyone, then slowly removed his mask in front of them, revealing that hateful, ferocious face. Haha, I didn't expect the mistake to be up here. When his true identity was revealed, Uchiha Obito lifted his face and glared at everyone with a ferocious, cold smile. Very well, so be it. Thus I declare the 4th Great Ninja War has begun. I hereby declare war on all of you. Roaring. Following the sound of Uchiha Obito's fall, the thick roof was blown apart, and hailstones flew everywhere. Each of the guards frantically used their ninjutsu to deflect the falling rocks. Haha, exploding is art. A snowstorm raged in the sky. Strange-looking white birds danced down one after another, and Adara stood atop one of these clay white birds, shouting excitedly. Seeing this scene, the 3rd Sachikage Noki, his blood pressure rising in anger, shouted, Deidara, you idiot, get back here immediately. Your mission infiltrating the Akatsuki organization is over. I now appoint you as the future 4th Sachikage. Well done, Noki truly lives up to his reputation as a cunning old fox. Even at this critical juncture, he's already devising ways to bring geniuses back to his village, even going so far as to spend all his resources. Riding on his clay bird Deidara, he looked down at Noki roaring at him from below, and couldn't help but scratch his golden hair, saying deftly, Old man, where's your senile senility? This is art. How could you ignorant people from the stone-carving village possibly appreciate or understand my art? Deidara's reaction was one of bitter resentment and anger, glaring at the 3rd Sachikage Noki, as if to say, you idiot, what do you know? At this moment, the 3rd Sachikage Noki was on the verge of losing his breath. He stared wide-eyed at Deidara, who was spewing out explosive words in the air, and he nearly died of anger. He invested so much of his capital, even going so far as to humiliate you and turn you into a hero, and then he begged you to come back, and you did it for some crappy art. Damn it! You idiot! As Akatsuki members, everyone be careful. A deep blizzard raged in the sky. Clay birds rose and stood upon the Akatsuki members in their uniforms, including Pain, who stood in the void with the Rinnegan. That's it, the Rinnegan. Ninjas with impaired vision were terrified to discover the mysterious Rinnegan, which belonged to the legendary leader of the Akatsuki organization. A ripple of Uzumaki space appeared, and Uchiha Obito emerged from a clay bird that flew upwards, his ferocious grin fixed on everyone. Do you Akatsuki organization really intend to declare war on the shinobi world? The 4th Raikage roared in furious rage, utterly arrogant. His lungs were about to burst with anger. Standing tall on the clay ground, Uchiha Obito looked down at the powerless, enraged people below, and couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. The 4th Great Ninja War. We'll see each other on the battlefield next time. Wait a moment. At this moment, a cold voice echoed down, instantly drawing everyone's attention to Konan, a member of the Akatsuki organization, who had unfolded a pair of white wings like an angel. Uchiha Obito, what right do you have to represent the Akatsuki organization? A chilling voice echoed downwards, and the ninjas below were filled with surprise, realizing that the Akatsuki organization was not as united as they had imagined. Uchiha Obito, with a choked expression, glared angrily at Conan, as if to say, "Is this the time to be arguing about this? Ignorant. Shallow opinion." Conan, with a cold, stern expression, glared at Uchiha Obito, so beneath that mask was such an ugly face, you even impersonated Uchiha Madara. You truly are a coward, only daring to hide behind others and not dare to show your true face. Conan's sarcastic words were like a cold blade piercing through, and Uchiha Obito coldly stared at Pain, as if saying, "What's the point? Even if I've kept my identity a secret for so long, is it really necessary at this moment?" Each member of the Akatsuki organization seems strangely eccentric, and the monstrous Zetsu even jokingly said, "Obito, haven't you noticed yet?" With Zetsu's strange tone subsiding, a bizarre situation arose within the Akatsuki organization. Zetsu, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Dodara, 5 members of the Akatsuki wearing their uniforms, rode their clay-white birds towards Pain and Conan from behind, leaving Sarutobi Asuma sullenly smoking a cigarette. Breaks, a deafening explosion of fire erupted, leaving the 5 figures in the skyscraper below completely bewildered. Well, they had just so boldly declared the start of the Great Ninja War, and now a civil war had broken out. Haha, art is just explosive. Didara's excited shouts still echoed in the sky, only to see the large bird beneath Sarutobi Asume and Uchiha Obito's feet explode. Under the firelight, Sarutobi Asuma's figure landed on the rooftop, and at the same time, a spatial ripple appeared, revealing Uchiha Obito, his face pale and grim, behind him. "Nagato, what do you mean by this?" Suddenly, he was kicked out of the group, with only Sarutobi Asuma following him. Uchiha Obito was instantly filled with rage, glaring intensely at Pain, and even uttering an unfamiliar name. A mischievous, scheming rat has no right to be in Akatsuki. Pain, like a god, coldly declared his judgment, directly stripping the opponent of their Akatsuki qualification. At the same time, the others all sneered. Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Dodara, all 4 of them, are arrogant and conceited. You can play your tricks, but in an organization, if you hide your true intentions so well and toy with everyone, who would dare to play along with you? Moreover, the fact that a fake Uchiha Madara was wagging his tail like a wolf, and then mysteriously hiding something similar to something else, had already made them feel disgusted. This time, when their leader, Rinnegan Pain, directly revealed Uchiha Obito's true identity to them, they immediately became enraged. A clown who only teases others, and then wants to tease the entire Akatsuki, it's clear the other party has malicious intentions and is not on their side at all. At the very least, Pain collected the Biju for the peace of the shinobi world, and this was also a glorious event. Even if they lost, their lives wouldn't have been lived in vain. But now you, Uchiha Obito, clearly have your own selfish motives. Oh well, I can't tolerate that. Nagato, you dare betray me. Uchiha Obito roared in anger. At this moment, he felt like a complete joke. One moment he had declared the 4th Great Ninja War in the name of Akatsuki, and the next he was kicked out of Akatsuki. What kind of situation was this? It was overly dramatic, and the audience below was filled with skepticism. This Akatsuki organization seems somewhat unreliable. Betrayal. Angel Conan scoffed. "You cowardly little rat. The Akatsuki organization was originally founded by me, Nagato, and Yuhiko. If anyone should be betraying us, it should be you." Standing majestically atop the rooftop, with the raging blizzard howling down, Sarutobi Asuma exhaled a thick puff of smoke and said hoarsely, "Obito, it seems your plan has failed." It was clear that Sarutobi Asuma knew a little something and was siding with Obito. Seeing the situation unfold like this, Uchiha Obito let out a ferocious, cold laugh and removed his Akatsuki uniform. Haha, just a crippled chess piece, yet he thinks of himself as a god. A chess piece will always be a chess piece. Uchiha Obito gave a cold laugh, then lowered his head to look at the people from the 5 great ninja villages. The 2 figures, clearly aware of the situation, couldn't help but curl their lips into a mocking smile as expected. "You, Uchiha Obito, are just a fool who doesn't show it. A worthless person will always be worthless." Uchiha Sasuke uttered similar words, and at this moment, he disgustedly pulled out a scroll bearing the Uchiha clan crest from his ninja tool pouch. By the name of the Uchiha clan head, I declare that Uchiha Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, did not wish to serve the clan, but instead became psychologically twisted, committing the Nine Tails night tragedy, bringing shame to the clan. From this day forward, his Uchiha clan name is revoked. After making the announcement, Uchiha Sasuke coldly chuckled and threw the clan's proclamation in his hand to the other party. What do you call this? A mixed-race bastard? Hozuki Sugetsu's mouth remained as foul as ever, sneering mockingly. Sasuke, hearing this, retorted sarcastically, "You're wrong. Even mixed-race bastards know their parents. This kind of person probably doesn't even know their parents." At that moment, Uchiha Obito glared at the scroll thrown at him. After catching it, the dazzling characters on the scroll further enraged him. Ha ha! Suddenly, Uchiha Obito burst into maniacal laughter, a hysterical, almost insane laugh, and the scroll in his hand was engulfed in raging flames, turning to ashes. Haha, you destroyed my only world, so I will destroy your only world from now on. The fourth great ninja war begins, and I, in the name of Uchiha Obito, declare. Finally, Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan revealed a ferocious, blood-red glow. He glared intensely at everyone, laughing wildly as he declared, "I will destroy this world and create a new one. I am the one and only Uchiha. You disgusting people don't exist. Obito!" In the midst of the blizzard, Hada Kakashi's figure appeared, his face filled with disbelief as he gazed at the hateful face of Uchiha Obito. But Hada Kakashi's mournful cry caused Uchiha Obito, who had just been in a frenzy, to freeze, stiffly turning his head to look at Kakashi, who was staring at him with a disappointed expression in the distance. Kakashi! The sound subsided. Uchiha Obito and Hada Kakashi looked at each other, but it was no longer the same as before. "Obito, turn around!" Kakashi's mournful words caused a sinister smile to gradually appear on Obito's face. Ha ha! Laughing hysterically, Uchiha Obito looked at Hada Kakashi in the distance, mockingly pointing at him. "Kakashi, you're talking about turning back. Does this world even give me a chance to turn back?" With a hoarse, exhausted roar, Uchiha Obito's eyes were filled with madness. At this moment, the image of Rin's death kept flashing through his mind. Again and again, with his nerves constantly being stimulated, Uchiha Obito roared, "Kakashi, give Rin back to me. Kakashi-senpai, the opponent is no longer the Obito you know. He's a madman who murdered the fourth Hokage and his wife, and killed countless people from his village." Next to them, Uchiha Shisui appeared and loudly addressed Hada Kakashi. Seeing Uchiha Obito in such a frenzied state, Hada Kakashi took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and then glared intensely at Obito in the distance. The glands opened, revealing a bright red Sharingan, which spun downwards and directly transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. "Obito, you've committed an unforgivable mistake. I want to use your Sharingan to make you realize your error." Hada Kakashi's voice was firm and resolute, while in the distance, Uchiha Obito seemed to have lost something most important, his expression becoming even more frantic. Ha ha ha! With a burst of maniacal laughter, the Tsukumo Mangekyo Sharingan spun around, their gazes meeting in the same spot. During the five-person meeting, a scene suddenly appeared that left everyone somewhat bewildered. The Akatsuki terrorist organization emerged, but the result was that they wanted to cause division. "Damn Akatsuki, hand over the Biju." The fourth Raikage roared in furious anger. Uchiha Obito looked on, realizing that he had just announced his intention to start a great ninja war, only to have the Akatsuki organization betray him shortly afterward. He looked like a clown in a joke, and at this moment, he couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile. The third Sechikage, the fourth Raikage, and the Akatsuki organization have allied with Uchiha Yoru. All 9 of the great Biju of the shinobi world have fallen into Uchiha Yoru's hands. Don't you feel you're in the wrong place? Uchiha Obito's sarcastic remark caused the 5-cage, including the Sechikage and Raikage, to change their expressions drastically. "Haha, such clumsiness provoking me. How could I possibly fall for your trick?" Noki chuckled faintly, seemingly not believing the other party's words at all, but the 5-cage had secretly begun to be on guard. This scene, in Uchiha Obito's eyes, was nothing but mockery. Indeed, this was a filthy world. "Nagato, Raising his head, Uchiha Obito looked up at Pain, who was lofty above him, and a mocking smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. A clever tactic, but unfortunately it's a pity. With a mocking smile, the Akatsuki members, who had been soaring like birds, trembled all over, their pupils flashing with the Sharingan illusion. At the same time, Pain suddenly trembled in the sky as if losing consciousness and fell directly from the sky. Conan, seeing this sudden turn of events, couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Nagato! Pain can undergo such drastic changes, meaning that a change has occurred in his very being. Roaring. In the distance, the heavy snow suddenly began to collapse, as if propelled by some ancient force, instantly forming a circle and frantically pressing outwards. Super Shinra Tensei? With a deafening explosion, a large crater, the size of a hidden leaf village, instantly appeared in the distance amidst the snow. Nagato! The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Conan cried out in alarm, while Nagato, who had unleashed this jutsu in the distance, gasped for breath, blood continuously streaming down his face. At this moment, Nagato's swirling eye, with its dark, ink-black eye socket and bulging flesh and blood, was continuously draining fresh blood, while a single Rinnegan eye remained, staring intently into the distance. Ha ha! Uchiha Obito burst into maniacal laughter, and behind him slowly appeared a figure of Kurozetsu, who at this moment emitted a hoarse voice. Obito, Nagato has 2 good legs, but he only has 1 eye. A gruesome, bloody mess appeared, and Uchiha Obito, looking at the Rinnegan in his hand, couldn't help but sneer. A complete Rinnegan. Touch, touch. In an instant, Akatsuki's Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Deidara, along with Sarutobi Isuma, appeared behind Obito. The difference was that Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Deidara all had Megakyu Sharingan in their pupils. Haha, you're probably the Akatsuki organization, but I planted a forbidden spell on all of them. I thought it wouldn't be needed, but I never imagined it would be of help today. Uchiha Obito's mocking smile faded, and he gestured for Kurozetsu to take the Rinnegan and retreat first. Meanwhile, Conan and Nagato were standing side by side in the sky. Nagato, your eyes! Gasping for breath, Nagato glared intensely at Obito, his face grim. Nothing to worry about, it's just 1 eye. Who's responsible for the deer's death now? Uchiha Obito's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at Nagato. A major battle was about to erupt. As the 5 members of the Akatsuki organization watched the internal conflict unfold, each one of them was on guard. But Uchiha Obito wouldn't let the 5 cage get involved in the situation. He simply sneered and said, "3rd Sachikage, 4th Reikage, just watch the show. After I'm defeated, you'll face a combined attack from Akatsuki, Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village, and the Hidden Sand Village. Go and kill the Hokage, the Mizukage, and the Kozukage." Uchiha Obito coldly uttered a word, and behind him, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, and Sarutobi Isuma instantly unleashed powerful chakra and charged towards the 3 cage. Akatsuki, give me back the 8 tails and the 2 tails. The 4th Reikage let out a roar, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in lightning as he charged straight towards Nagato, a scene that made the 3rd Sachikage curse loudly, calling him a cunning nigger. Wait a moment, old man. The 3rd Sachikage Noki also feigned an angry expression, directly targeting Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. Both of them are cunning old foxes. Akatsuki's target is the Hokage, Mizukage, and Kozukage. What are they doing staying here? Not helping is unacceptable, but as for assisting, they're unwilling. The fact that Akatsuki was engaging in internal conflict was actually a good thing. The 2 of them kept a close eye on Nagato. A wounded Akatsuki leader who had lost an eye would be defeated. Even without considering whether they could reclaim the Bijou, they would have already acquired this Rinnegan. Moreover, they were 2 against 1, with only their subordinates supporting them. If they couldn't win, they'd just smear oil on the soles of their feet, forcing them to fight to the death right there. It could be said that the Reikage and the Sachikage were completely focused on taking advantage of the chaos, seizing whatever they could get their hands on and retreating if they couldn't. Your opponent is me. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito appeared behind Conan, unleashing a spatial jutsu that directly blocked her path. Conan, I can handle this here. The arrogant Nagato, now being treated like a soft persimmon, instantly showed a flash of anger, and suddenly gave Conan a meaningful look. Touch, touch, with his hands forming a hand seal. 6 figures clad in Akatsuki organization uniforms instantly appeared beside him. Pain Rikudo takes the stage. Damn it, how can there be so many Rinnegan? Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, seeing that Sachikage and Reikage preparing to give up halfway, couldn't help but inwardly curse them as cowards, yet he had no choice but to rely on their strength. These 6 are all puppets of this person. They are, in order, Tendo, Ningenda, Asura, Shikushido, Gakido, Jigokudo, Heretic. Their abilities are. Uchiha Obito shamelessly revealed all of Nagato's intelligence, while Conan continuously waved paper to block the enemy, and at the same time, revealed Uchiha Obito's information to the pursuing Uchiha Shisui and Haddock Kakashi. This so-called Uchiha Obito, his Mangekyo Sharingan is holofication, but he can only enter holofication space for a maximum of 5 minutes. Both sides directly leaked each other's intelligence, and a chaotic battle ensued. Meanwhile, from afar, watching the scene unfold on the rooftop, Hokage Tsunade calmly waved her hand and said, "These guys are your training partners." Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Kimimaro, Hozuki Sugetsu, Temari, and Hyuga Neji, these 6 guardians instantly rushed out, directly charging towards the Akatsuki organization's 5 members, Kakizu, Haiden, Sasori, Dodara, and Sarutobi Asuma. The 5th Mizukage, Emi Tarumi, covered her mouth and chuckled playfully, teasingly saying, "It seems our opponent wants to come too." In the distance, deep within the Kurozetsu Yin-Yang forest, with both hands forming a hand seal, a sudden movement of snow and earth caused 7 coffins to appear with a thunderous roar. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Clan, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Reikage, 4th Kazekage Ressa, 2nd Mizukage Hozuki, Shimura Danzu. Obito. Following Kurozetsu's loud shout, Obito instantly vanished from the distant battlefield and simultaneously reappeared in Edo Tensei. 7 people appeared, each one utterly astonished, while the 3rd Hokage, seemingly aware of something, glared angrily at Obito, who had appeared behind him. "You evil Uchiha, you dare to toy with the souls of the dead." Uchiha Obito appeared, a cruel smile on his face as he looked at the 3rd Hokage. "Hehe, I have to thank you, the 3rd Hokage, otherwise how would I have mastered this jutsu?" Evil Uchiha. As the 3rd Hokage angrily berated them, Uchiha Obito, controlling 7 people, thrust the kunai runes into the heads of all 7. The next moment, 7 people from Edo Tensei unleashed their Byakugan, all displaying expressions of anger. "Damn it, that despicable scoundrel actually controlled our bodies. Damn it." Uchiha Obito let out another evil laugh. "You used your ninjutsu very well. It wasn't a waste of my time studying it. Go find your opponents and fight them." In the blink of an eye, the 7 Edo Tensei members rushed out. Uchiha Fugaku's opponent was clearly Haddock Kakashi, and Uchiha Shizuka's was Uchiha Shisui, as if it were fate in this duel. The remaining members originally intended to charge towards Tsunade, Emi Terumi, and Parakura, but an unexpected turn of events occurred midway. Konoha's strongest female ninja squad, Sanju. Several large snakes suddenly appeared. Of the 5 Edo Tensei figures, 4 managed to escape, but Shimura Danzu, who was standing in the shadows, had his ankle tightly coiled by a large snake and was then slammed repeatedly to the ground. Mitarashi Anko, with her upright and cheerful demeanor, wandered around the battlefield, with Utsugi Yugai and Yui Kurenai behind her. At this moment, Yui Kurenai, feeling a little embarrassed, touched her nose and whispered to Anko, "Anko, could you please speak a little quieter next time?" "Kurenai, this is called aura, do you understand?" The taciturn Utsugi Yuga directly drew out her shinobi katana, her voice cold as she said, "The Edo Tensei region is unkillable. Prepare your sealing jutsu. You guys deal with that old devil Danzo." From atop the rooftop, Tsunade, radiating an imposing aura, ordered Mitarashi Anko, Yui Kurenai, and Utsugi Yugao to attack. Watching the approaching enemy, he displayed a hint of mocking amusement. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Reikage, 4th Kazekage Ressa, 2nd Mizukage Hozuki Gengetsu. 4 cage-level powerhouses charged forward. Seeing this, Parakura narrowed her eyes even more. "Leave the 4th Kazekage, Ressa, to me. I need to teach this short-sighted Kazekage a good lesson this time. New grudges and old hatreds can finally be avenged." Seeing this, Emi Terumi couldn't help but shrug her shoulders and jokingly say, "Looking at it, I can only choose Mizukage. Youngster, be careful." The third Reikage was now completely out of control of his own body. Without even understanding the situation, he wanted to charge forward. Looking at the three cage-class figures in their hoods in the distance, he couldn't help but let out a roar, seemingly signaling the juniors to get out of the way. But wait another moment. Tsunade, with a defiant posture, let out a cold laugh. Her delicate fingers cracked with a crisp sound as she faced the third Reikage's incredibly powerful attack, instantly retaliating with a fist of vengeance. Roaring. With delicate, jade-like hands, Tsunade met the massive, fist-sized blows, unleashing terrifying power. Before the third Reikage could even react, he was sent flying by Tsunade's single punch. Monster Strength Fist. With a full-force attack from Tsunade, the third Reikage's body was slammed like a cannonball directly into the hard snow-covered ground dozens of meters deep. How is that possible? At that moment, deep within the pit, the third Reikage watched in horror as he was sent flying by a single punch. This terrifying force had surpassed that of a Biju. Obito, you're being too reckless. At that moment, Tsunade let out a loud shout, suddenly forming hand seals, and simultaneously yelled at Mei Terumi and Pakura, "Stop messing around, unleash your full power, and kill these old geezers in one fell swoop." Would release Tree World Forest, rumble. In an instant, the ground trembled, and in this icy, snowy landscape, terrifying trees and plants sprouted in a flash. Would release. Among those affected by Edo Tensei, only the third Hokage knew that Tsunade had awakened Would release, while the third Reikage, the fourth Kazekage Rasa, and the second Mizukage Hozuki were completely unaware. Danzo. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, seeing Danzo being beaten in the distance, immediately roared with rage, his eyes practically bursting with rage. At the same time, a vine whip lashed out, and Saratobi Hiruzen's powerful will resisted the control over his body for a moment. In that instant, he turned around, and his body was directly whipped away, still hurtling towards Danzo in the distance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu had disappeared without a trace. Looking at this forbidden technique, it still seems somewhat incomplete. Hiding in the shadows, Uchiha Obito watched this scene with a serious expression. The third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen's powerful will had caused a momentary slowdown, which was extremely dangerous for ninjas of their caliber. Looking ahead, it seems the third Hokage and Danzo will have to team up to fight. And you. Uchiha Obito's cold gaze fixed on Konan. Compared to confronting Nagato head-on, it was more direct to capture Konan than use her as leverage to obtain the remaining Rinnegan. Roaring. During the Iron Kingdom's 5-person meeting, a chaotic brawl erupted. Seeing this, the general of the three ships, even more indignant, shouted, "This is not a battle you can participate in. All Iron Kingdom warriors, retreat from the battlefield. Things could turn peaceful into a chaotic war, and as a neutral country, he wouldn't unnecessarily involve himself in it." Danzo. As they were in the same place, Danzo looked at the third Hokage who had come to his aid, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face. But the next second, the third Hokage roared in anger. "Damn you, Danzo, you dared to ambush Uchiha Yoru on your own. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Facing the third Hokage's anger, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, but Mitarashi Anko Utsugi Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai didn't give the two of them time to chat. The opponent is Edo Tensei. With unlimited chakra, a quick victory is the way to go. Utsugi Yugao directly formed hand seals with both hands, suddenly striking the ground, and in an instant, a huge, thick cloud of smoke erupted from the summoning beast. At the same time, she shouted loudly, "Anko Kurenai." As the thick smoke from the summoning beast dissipated, the enormous mammoth-like figure of Baku, the summoning beast, appeared. In Baku, the summoning beast appeared in an instant, and Shimura Danzu's face showed rage. "Damn it, evil Uchiha Yoru." Shimura Danzu's summoning beast has now directly become Utsugi Yuga's summoning beast. Following the appearance of the enormous Baku, the three girls stand directly atop the summoning beast's head. Danzo, be careful. Although initially outraged by Danzo's actions, Saratobi Hiruzen still hastily reminded him at the crucial moment. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko had already prepared thoroughly. After completing the hand seals, the two women both broke into smiles. Fire release, great fire annihilation. After taking a deep breath, Mitarashi Anko's chest swelled, and the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from her mouth. Years of meticulous training, combined with Uchiha Yora's generous bestowal of ninjutsu, had been all part of her power. Even if this fire-release jutsu hasn't reached the rank of a cage-level jutsu, it's definitely considered a cage-level fire-release jutsu. At the same time, the enormous summoning beast Baku, after taking a deep breath, suddenly spewed out a howling whirlwind from its mouth. Fire harnessed the wind, and in an instant, a super powerful combination of ninjutsu appeared on the battlefield. As the raging sea of fire swept down, the perimeter of the blizzard was instantly vaporized. Faced with such an offensive, Danzo's expression was undeniably grim. This was a real slap in the face. Seeing this, the third Hokage quickly shouted, "Danzo!" However, his body was no longer under his control. His fighting instincts surfaced. In an instant, he formed hand seals, creating foreshadow clones. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with 5 figures, quickly formed hand seals, and in a flash, his ninjutsu was ready. The 5-year-old Dullian bullet technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, worthy of being called the third Hokage's doctor of ninjutsu, effortlessly mastered 5 elemental ninjutsu techniques. The combination of these 5 elements unleashed a terrifying power, directly unleashing a vengeful attack against the opposing fire release and wind release combined ninjutsu. Rumble, immediately after the clash of jutsu unleashed a terrifying explosion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted. He saw several rapidly spinning shurikens appear amidst the roaring sea of fire. Wind release shuriken. Far away, Baku, perched above Utsugi Yugao, drew out shurikens with both hands, bending them downwards between his middle fingers. From his mouth, he exhaled a torrent of transforming wind attribute chakra, instantly turning them into massive, swirling wind release jutsu, which were then flung away. Each of these chakra-infused wind attribute chakra fragments transformed into the sharpest blade, and when concealed within fire release, it hit the figure, so by the time it was discovered, it was too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils narrowed as he watched dozens of wind release shuriken attacking him. At that moment, an equal number of wind release shuriken suddenly appeared behind him. "You're underestimating me too much." At this moment, Shimura Danzo roared, finally understanding everything. Uchiha Yoru had taught his ninjutsu and summoning techniques to others, and those others were using only his ninjutsu. In a moment of rage, Danzo retaliated with the same jutsu. In an instant, identical spinning wind release shuriken continuously collided, emitting intense sparks. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed a familiar connection descending, a wistful smile of reminiscence appeared on his face, but the next moment, his entire vision was enveloped in darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, as darkness descended for a brief moment, seemed to see a pair of piercing red eyes, and immediately afterwards, both of them were plunged into the darkness. Illusionary techniques of dark movement. From afar, Yui Kurenai performed the hand seals to cast this illusion, and at that moment, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue and lick the corner of her mouth, revealing a seductive smile. "The target is 2 cage-level powerhouses. We must achieve a quick victory." Yui Kurenai remained calm under command, and Mitarashi Anko and Utsugi Yugao couldn't help but smile after hearing it. The next moment, the necks of the 3 women began to feel hot, and immediately afterward, black patterns began to spread across their entire bodies. "Uncle, please seal it." Following the seal transformation, black patterns spread across the bodies of the 3 women, and at the same time, Mitarashi Anko's fire release power instantly increased dramatically, directly overwhelming the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5-ball machine gun technique. Rumble. The 3 women worked together seamlessly, Utsugi Yugao wielding a metal chakra shinobu katana. The wind attribute energy she emitted and absorbed transformed it into a sharp, divine weapon, and her exquisite swordsmanship made her unmatched. Mitarashi Anko is truly a fortress. She can write down all kinds of ninjutsu, primarily focusing on one type of ninjutsu. After all, she was initially noticed by Orochimaru as a genius, and her chakra reserves have been exceptionally high since childhood. There were also various types of demonic snake-like ninjutsu, which were constantly being suppressed. Yui Kurenai's bizarre illusion techniques made it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. With the 3 women working together, Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage were temporarily put at a disadvantage. Even though Nagato, far away, had lost one of his Rinnegan after being attacked, his even more powerful physique allowed him to continue his battle against Pain Rikudo, the third Sachikage Noki, and the fourth Reikage. But when I thought about going to help Conan, Obito stopped me. When Hada Kakashi faced him, Uchiha Fugaku blocked his way. Although Uchiha Shisui appeared calm, his heart was filled with rage towards his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, who had just emerged from the Edo Tensei. Rumble in the chaotic battlefield, where battles raged everywhere, the Iron Country's leader, presiding over the Five-Cage Summit, had already positioned himself in various ninja-filled high-rise buildings. Uchiha Obito. Conan coldly stared at Uchiha Obito, the various papers in her hand relentlessly attacking him, while Obito's ugly face showed a hint of mockery. You said Nagata lost an eye, and the secret of the Rinnegan has been revealed to the enemy. Will Nagato be able to withstand the combined forces of the 4th Raikage and the 3rd Sachikage? Rumble, in the distance, a vast sea of trees stretched out. Tsunade, radiating an aura of dominance, swung her fists in a fierce battle with the 3rd Raikage. The 3rd Raikage, enraged, exclaimed, "How can your speed be so fast? Senseless!" Holding the power of the 2 demons, Tsunade sneered. If it were the speed he once possessed, perhaps he truly couldn't compare to this Raikage who was skilled in lightning god armor, but that was all a long time ago. After Awakening would release, and also receiving the Forbidden Jutsu Demon Seed from Uchiha Yoru, her bloodline power is perhaps inferior to that of the 1st Hokage, who possessed such terrifying Asura Chakra. But now her bloodline is also beginning to revert to its ancestral form, and her strength has undergone a tremendous growth. With his would-release techniques, he could write anything he wanted, and in close combat he could use his super strength fist. In an instant, the 3rd Raikage could only take the blows. The 4th Kazekage, Ressa, was being relentlessly beaten by Sakura, who was using both the Golden Death Secret technique and Blaze Release, but this time Sakura was completely unreasonable, turning the tables on her opponent. Ressa, I should be encouraging you. You truly live up to your reputation as a good-for-nothing. Sakura let out a cold laugh. Initially, Ressa and the high-ranking Sand Village ninjas abandoned her, using her to gain advantages, and now she could finally vent this pent-up resentment. The 2nd Mizukage, Hozuki, possessed a powerful water-release jutsu, but he was facing an even more formidable opponent in Mei Terumi. Similarly, Mei Terumi is equally adept at using various bloodline jutsu. Far away, Sasuke and his group were fighting fiercely against the Akatsuki organization. Both sides were exchanging blows. Akatsuki's members are all-powerful S-rank ninjas, and facing off against 5-cage level opponents is considered a valuable battle experience for them. Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, and Kimimaro were still doing well. After all 3 of them had reached cage level strength, so the fight was evenly matched. Hozuki Sugetsu, Temari, and Hyuga Neji were all slightly weaker, but thankfully their anger subsided and they directly unleashed their cursed seals, causing their combat power to skyrocket, which helped stabilize the battle. The Akatsuki members have been controlled by Genjutsu. We need to find a way to break the Genjutsu. Temari, the most level-headed of them all, held a large iron fin and shouted to everyone, but Uchiha Sasuke, who possessed the Sharingan, now wore a serious expression. Be careful, this isn't ordinary illusion magic. It's an illusion created by activating a restriction placed within the opponent's body. Uchiha Sasuke, with the powerful ocular force of his 3-Tamo Sharingan, let out a cry of pain, immediately realizing the problem and shouting a warning to everyone. Rumble, from afar, where the explosion had occurred, Uchiha Obito revealed a mocking smile. It was a regrettable failure. Looking at Conan, Uchiha Obito sneered, "My movements were faster. I was able to absorb all the explosions one after another. Thanks to me, you should thank me, otherwise you wouldn't have survived. This time, your plan is finished." Obito's mocking smile faded, while in the distance, a cold glint flashed in Conan's eyes. "You are darkness." The pristine white paper fluttered down, and Conan's face showed a determined expression. In a world without light, a flower can only wither. For a moment, the howling blizzard seemed to conceal something, but seeing Conan's resolute expression, Obito's Sharingan pupils involuntarily contracted. He lowered his head and discovered a terrifying sight. The ground beneath their feet was trembling, or rather, because of the avalanche that had just occurred during the battle, the sea of snow below was shaking and splitting apart. A massive, deep chasm appeared at the foot of the mountain. Uchiha Obito, filled with gravity, slowly descended, and at the same time, everyone on the battlefield noticed the tremor in the area. This is it. Ever since the avalanche started, you've been hiding these papers in the snow. In the midst of the snow, a bottomless, gloomy abyss suddenly appeared, and as Uchiha Obito's body lost its gravity and fell, countless white papers began to flutter in the air. As the white paper fluttered down, it slowly revealed the portrait hidden beneath. Explosive spell. This scene terrified everyone on the battlefield. The terrifying sea of snow was entirely formed from explosive spells, a sight that truly sent shivers down their spines. Ugly and dark, even if you can penetrate matter and time, it's only 5 minutes. At this moment, Conan, like an angel, stood majestically in the sky, coldly gazing down at the continuously falling Uchiha Obito, and coldly said, "These are 600 million explosive tags. I prepared to kill you. They will explode continuously for 10 minutes. 600 million explosive talismans." The chilling sound echoed across the battlefield, causing all the ninjas to show expressions of shock. Even the third Raikage exclaimed in fear, "I'm afraid even my lightning god armor wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying explosion." Upon hearing about 600 million explosive tags, Senjutsune's face turned pale, her eyes widened, and she stammered, "Damn it, how much money is that? That's enough to gamble for years. A lifetime." What a terrifying number! As expected of Akatsuki, such a cold, beautiful girl with such captivating eyes. "I never imagined she'd be such a wealthy woman," Emi Terumi said seductively, but her eyes were filled with apprehension. 600 million explosive tags. Uchiha Sasuke's heart trembled, his eyes fixed on the terrifying exploding sea of explosive tags in the distance, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Even if we use Manda to stop it, I'm afraid we'll still be blown to smithereens." Everyone was terrified. Who could have imagined the opponent was so powerful? 600 million explosive talismans. This quantity completely overwhelmed the reserves of any major nation. The fifth Kazakage, Parakura, calmly said in a low voice, "It must be some kind of bloodstained paper talisman from the enemy, otherwise." With such a large-scale transaction involving explosive tags in the shinobi world, it's impossible that every major ninja village wouldn't have discovered it. With her pure white angelic wings spread wide in the sky, Conan, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, appeared as aloof and sacred as an angel. Pointing her finger downwards, she coldly declared, "Darkness of the shinobi world, vanish." In an instant, 600 million talismans exploded, their explosive music igniting a fiery spectacle that illuminated the sky, leaving countless people terrified as they watched this scene unfold. Roaring. In an instant, 600 million explosive tags unleashed a continuous barrage of terrifying explosions, and the surrounding ninjas hastily began to activate their defensive ninjutsu. The aftershocks of the 600 million explosive talismans were incredibly terrifying, causing almost all ninjas to activate their defensive stances. Doriheki Earth Release, Water Wall. Wood Release, Wood Bar Wall. On the battlefield, all sorts of defensive ninjutsu were deployed, and the terrifying explosions lasted for a full 10 minutes. However, at this moment on the battlefield, two members of the Akatsuki organization had their Sharingan eyes begin to tremble, clearly indicating that their genjutsu was starting to loosen. "This explosion is art, ha ha!" Suddenly, Akatsuki's Deidara broke free from Obito's genjutsu control, and upon seeing the magnificent scene, he laughed wildly with excitement. "Haha, I was right after all. Exploding is the real art." The Akatsuki organization truly understands art. "Today, I'll let the world witness an explosion of art. Haha." Deidara excitedly piloted a white bird in the air, shouting excitedly. This kind of behavior was astonishing. 600 million explosive talismans, my money. But at this very moment, amidst the aftermath of the terrorist explosion, a pair of bright blue eyes escaped the control of the Sharingan. But at this moment, the green eyes, veiled with bloodshot veins, gazed at such a magnificent scene, and a mouthful of old blood spurted directly from the mouth. Akatsuki's Kakuzu, with his eyes wide open, unleashed a terrifying and magnificent explosion that engulfed the sea, and he unexpectedly made a move that surprised everyone. Akatsuki leader Kakuzu, without hesitation, charged towards the sea explosion talisman, angrily shouting, "Damn it, this is all money! This is all money!" Deidara quickly helped seal the unactivated talisman, Uncle Kakuzu, exploding is art. Seeing someone trying to stop his art, Dodara immediately became angry and intervened to stop Kakuzu. Rumble. 600 million explosive talismans exploded continuously for a full 10 minutes. The visual shock was palpable. Even the 5 images revealed a trace of terror. Never before in the shinobi world had so many explosive tags detonated simultaneously. No, absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. In the snowy landscape, the powerful S-rank rogue ninja Akatsuki member Kakuzu stared blankly at the sea of fire engulfed in the blizzard. This moment was a devastating blow to him. 600 million explosive talismans lay before him, like a mountain of gold, yet he could only watch helplessly as they burned to ashes. My money! The news of the Akatsuki's terrorist organization, Kakuzu, striking fear into the hearts of the shinobi world, now let out a hoarse, guttural roar. This hoarse, lifeless voice is so full of emotion, it truly brings tears to the listener's eyes and fills them with sorrow. Along with the main pair, Dodara, riding a giant white clay bird in the sky, was experiencing an unprecedented level of frenzied excitement. Haha, art is just explosive. One was tragic, the other exhilarating. The Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Dodara truly presented a stark contrast. Meanwhile, from afar, Uchiha Sasuke watched this scene, his 3-tamo Sharingan rotating in his eye sockets as his mind calmly began to analyze the situation unfolding before him. Unwavering, the way of the heart, I understand now. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke's expression showed a sudden understanding, as if he had grasped something. And he coldly shouted to everyone, I've discovered a loophole in the Akatsuki organization's cheering. Kakuzu represents money, Dodara represents art, and the solution to their genjutsu lies within the Akatsuki members themselves. Hozuki Sugetsu, hidden away, shouted loudly, Damn Sasuke, what you said is the same as saying nothing. So what do Sasori and Haiden represent, and how should we decipher this? Could it be that this Sasori technique is also considered art? Hozuki Sugetsu muttered, while Uchiha Sasuke, watching from afar, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. That's not right. Sasori is an intelligence agent. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's mind was constantly recalling information about the Akatsuki organization's members. Ever since Uchiha Yoro casually prepared to groom him to become the 6th Hokage, he had begun to come into contact with more secrets within the Hidden Leaf Village. That's not right. Sasori transformed himself into a puppet. His iron will hidden within his pursuit of childhood, his eternal desire to preserve his childhood. That's it. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's 3-tamo Sharingan in his eye socket quickly spun downwards, staring intently at Sasori's hundreds of puppets. The moment he spotted 2 figures that resembled Sasori, he suddenly trembled. It's childhood, Sasori, a young intelligence agent, lost his parents. The genius puppeteer's main creation was his parents, so he made himself into a puppet, seeking eternity, wanting to forever remain in his childhood. Therefore, Sasori represents childhood. As expected, Uchiha Sasuke, unaffected by extreme influences, had an absolutely sharp mind and instantly analyzed Sasori's information. In the anime, Uchiha Sasuke's fighting IQ in the early stages was actually quite low. He would initially retreat when faced with a strong enemy and would never act arrogantly or try to show off, such as when he encountered Snake Uncle during the Chunin exam. It was only later, after Uchiha Sasuke lost everything and became somewhat obsessively insane, that he gradually began to indulge himself even more, of course, partly due to his excessively powerful strength. Childhood. Everyone exchanged glances, looking at Sasori of the Akatsuki organization, and Hozuki Sugetsu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. We can't possibly give him parents. No. Gaara coldly appeared, pointing at Sasori and his numerous puppets as he spoke. Although the opponent is under illusion, they still pay close attention to these 2 puppet figures protecting their father and mother. Therefore, our target is these 2 puppets, recreating the opponent's childhood experience of losing their parents. How cruel! After hearing Gaara say those words, Hozuki Sugetsu couldn't help but exclaim. Then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. However, I like it. I want to break the genjutsu, and after I do, Sasori of the Akatsuki organization will be very willing to seek revenge for one of their Eye of Revenge. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Sarutobi Asuma immediately began to flee. Haiden Tenten muttered, the great evil god, and I know this represents faith. Hozuki Sugetsu, the talkative one, excitedly chattered on, when suddenly a strange phenomenon occurred in the distance. Rumble, a white, clay-colored bird suddenly exploded, and Conan's white wing was instantly blown in half in the sky. Damn those rats, art is going to explode. At this moment, in Didar's eyes, Conan was someone who needed to transcend the heights of art. But then Obito suddenly appeared and attacked from behind. Wasn't this an insult to art? Didara. At this moment, Uchiha Obito appeared, struggling and unable to bear the pain, with half of one of his arms blown off. He coldly observed the scene before him. I didn't expect the attack to be thwarted by this little clay demon. Obito scoffed, and from a distance, Conan, feeling a little scared, quickly distanced herself. Didara, riding his giant clay bird, chased after them, excitedly shouting, "Haha, there's such art in this world. I'll definitely create an art that surpasses 600 million explosive tags exploding all at once. Just you wait." At this point, in Didar's eyes, Conan was no longer just a leader, but a rival he needed to surpass. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. Seeing Conan's cold, unreadable expression, even though he had long known that the Akatsuki members were somewhat unsuitable, at this moment he was surprisingly interested in art. It's the Sharingan Izanagi. Conan looked at Uchiha Obito's other eye, which had a dull, ice-like appearance, and Uchiha Obito couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Looking at how Danzo, that useless guy, leaked such serious information through his Sharingan, it's not bad, it's Izanagi. At this moment, Uchiha Obito appeared calm and composed, but he was secretly terrified, realizing he had narrowly escaped death right there. 600 million explosive tags, what a massive handwriting! If it weren't for Izanagi this time, it would have been truly dangerous. While Uchiha Obito was secretly terrified, Kakuzu, far away, erupted in rage. Damn it, Phi, you worthless piece of trash! How come you're still not dead after using those 600 million explosive talismans? Roaring down, Kakuzu immediately activated his Diomu form, and four terrifying masked clones simultaneously unleashed a terrifying ninjutsu. Atsugoi Wind Release, Lightning Release, False Darkness. Fire Release, Spearhead, Ground Dragon Bullet. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, with overwhelming resentment descending. Kakuzu's 5 elemental ninjutsu techniques unexpectedly broke through at this moment, their combined abilities seamlessly forming a jutsu combination. The 5-year-old Dullian Bullet Technique. Releasing 5 types of jutsu and a combination of 5 types of jutsu are different. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, earned the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu by relying on this single combination of 5 types of jutsu. 600 million explosive tags. In Kakuzu's eyes, this was 600 million in cash. If he weren't being controlled, how could this 600 million have been used to create fireworks? Furthermore, 600 million yen was all spent, enough to cremate 10 of you, Obito, and yet you're still alive. This is a blatant disregard for 600 million yen. Adding to the rage he had just felt from the Sharingan, Kakuzu instantly erupted in fury, directing all his anger towards Uchiha Obito. As expected of an old man who's lived for over 90 years, his ninjutsu is truly exquisite. Facing the powerful combination of 5 types of ninjutsu attacks, Uchiha Obito's expression turned indifferent, his body became ethereal, and the powerful attacks did not harm him in the slightest. Shinra Tensei, Nagata's distant battles were also fraught with difficulties. Firstly, he was ambushed, and the very beginning of his Super Shinra Tensei consumed a significant amount of his chakra. After being surrounded and attacked by the 3rd Sechikage Noki, the 4th Reikage, and a group of cage guards, his Rinnegan information was leaked. With the loss of another Rinnegan, Nagato was temporarily plunged into a fierce battle. Nagato. Looking at Nagato in the distance, Conan's face showed determination. Her angelic wings flapped, and in an instant, a sky full of explosive talismans and paper rained down, heading towards Obito. I don't want to. Seeing this, Kakuzu was so furious he almost burst, his eyes wide with worrying as he shouted, "Don't burn my money. Go and help the leader, Didara, and I will stop this guy." In Kakuzu's eyes, 600 million had just been squandered, and in just 10 minutes, he couldn't stop it even if he tried. At this moment, he absolutely would not allow anyone to squander money like that again in front of him. Money and life. Kakuzu chose to gamble his life away. He willingly faced his most dangerous enemy, Uchiha Obito, rather than watch his money vanish into thin air. Haha, art is just explosive. Deidara seemed to have been infected by the recent explosion, excitedly launching a barrage of clay bombs, each one flying towards Obito. The entire Akatsuki organization is full of lunatics. From afar, the Iron Kingdom warriors who witnessed this scene were filled with fear and apprehension, and the generals of the three ships showed even more wariness. He wasn't afraid of powerful ninjas, but he was afraid of encountering this kind of unreasonable madman. One is willing to risk their life for money, the other is willing to risk their life for the pursuit of art. That's truly the case. Withdrew. Seeing the unfavorable situation on the battlefield, the third Sachikage Noki decisively and promptly issued a retreat order. This decisive action caused the fourth Raikage to angrily rebuke him. That old bastard deserves to die. What a coward. After scolding him, the fourth Raikage didn't waste any time with unnecessary talk, directly and coldly ordering retreat. Swish swish. On the battlefield, the situation changed in an instant. As the third Sachikage and the fourth Raikage retreated, a sinister glint appeared in Uchiha Obito's eyes as he watched from afar. Success is rare, failure is abundant. With a grimace on his face, Uchiha Obito watched the situation unfold, noting that Sarutobi Isuma had even sent a signal, clearly indicating his intention to flee. Obito! Zetsu's figure appeared, emitting a hoarse sound. Seeing the outcome, Uchiha Obito revealed a faint smile. It seems you've done a good job. Hehe. Kurozetsu let out a hoarse laugh. It turned out that Uchiha Obito's presence here was also to stop everyone, and he had already secretly dispatched someone to complete his mission. It's time to retreat. Uchiha Obito looked at everyone on the battlefield, revealing a Mangekyu Sharingan that swept over everyone, finally settling on Hana Kakashi. The next time we meet on the battlefield, we will create a new world, and by then, Kakashi, you will be the most perfect version, and so will Lin. With a twisted, smiling expression, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu's figures slowly merged into the ground and disappeared. On the battlefield, two men disappeared in an instant, and in the distance, Ito Tensei's figures began to tremble. Coffins appeared one after another, seemingly ready to contain everyone. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly let out a loud shout, forming hand seals and, together with Uchiha Shisui, unleashed a jutsu. Seal contract. The moment Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku entered the coffins, Kakashi and Shisui respectively struck them, imprinting cursed seals on their bodies, and the coffins instantly vanished. Watching the remaining Ito Tensei ninja disappear into the coffin, while Uchiha Kagami and Fugaku were still there, the jutsu had failed. Indeed. Seeing this scene, Hana Kakashi revealed a faint smile. My guess was indeed correct. Ito Tensei is a forbidden S-rank jutsu invented by the second Hokage. This technique can summon the souls of ninjas who have long since died and resurrect them in a physical form. Since it's been called the Kuchioshi Forbidden's technique from another world, it must fit within the category of summoning jutsu, which is why this sealing contract technique has just taken effect. Besides quickly retreating after performing the sealing technique, Shisui also went to Kakashi's side. At this moment, Shisui couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Senior Kakashi, he actually spotted the flaw in this jutsu. Kakashi shook his head after hearing this and said the sealing contract was once used by the fourth Hokage. During the Ninetales night, he used this sealing technique to the contract on the Ninetales. The sealing contract, along with the Kuchioshi object, is used to the contract between the caster and the Kuchioshi object. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku had their Ito Tensei abilities dispelled, and at the same time, their bodies began to gradually dissipate, while the strange beams of light appeared on the battlefield. Father! When Uchiha Sasuke caught up, he saw a familiar face from his memories, a face that was both familiar and somewhat strange at the same time. Is that Sasuke? Watching Uchiha Sasuke grow up, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the figure appearing in the distance with a somewhat indescribable expression. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes revealed both nostalgia and intense anger. To toy with his father's soul, he deserved to die. Well done, Lord, he has certainly not let me down. As the two sides engaged in battle, although their bodies were being manipulated, their minds were still able to control their speech, just like in the 4 battles of Yakushi Kabuto Ito Tensei. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kage were both clearly aware of the current changes in the shinobi world. In particular, the contemporary Uchiha clan directly achieved the greatest feat in history and even merged with the three great ninja villages. The Uchiha clan did not simply produce a Hokage, but rather a god of the ninja world. Sasuke, that's great, excellent. As the Uchiha clan was about to disperse, Fugaku nodded excitedly. Through Kakashi's verbal manipulation, he knew that Uchiha Sasuke was being groomed as the next Hokage. The Uchiha clan never completed everything they had planned, but in the end, they all came to fruition. Father! Watching the beam of light disappear, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up with joy before he left, while Uchiha Sasuke showed a determined expression. And after Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kagami disappeared from the Edo Tensei area, the sacrifices that emerged were to bizarre Shiro Zetsu. At this point, his eyes had turned white, and he had long since lost all signs of life. At this moment, Hada Kakashi looked at the chaotic scene of the 5 cages meeting hall's architectural structures and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The ninja war is about to begin. The impact of the 5 photos from the talks was enormous. Following the conclusion of the 5-person meeting, the entire shinobi world was shaken. First, the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village officially formed an alliance, simultaneously inviting all the daimyo and ninja villages throughout the entire shinobi world to join forces against the evil forces led by Uchiha Yoru. In particular, the 3rd Sechikage and the 4th Reikage angrily rebuked Uchiha Yoru for all sorts of behavior, especially since the Akatsuki organization had actually colluded with Uchiha Yoru long ago, and even the purpose of capturing the 9 Great Bijo was Uchiha Yoru's doing. Because his goal was to destroy the ninja world, all the daimyo and other ninja villages, becoming a tyrannical and ambitious ruler. Needless to say, while this declaration was somewhat reassuring for the Hidden Leaf Village, all the daimyo's mansions in the shinobi world were restless. Uchiha Yoru's existence had challenged the authority of the daimyo's mansions. Moreover, the Hidden Cloud Village needed to borrow supplies from the daimyo's mansion, and in a short time, almost the entire shinobi world was formed by an alliance of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village. At the same time, Konoha's Uchiha Yoru also issued a statement. The Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village conspired to do evil, secretly hiring Akatsuki to organize the collection of the ninja world's Biju. The so-called capture of the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village's Biju ninja was merely a coincidence. Of the 9 great Biju, except for the one-tailed and nine-tailed beasts which remain outside Konoha, the rest have long since fallen into the hands of the 2 great ninja villages. In particular, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, specifically the 3-tailed and 6-tailed villages, had actually been divided between the 2 major ninja villages long ago. With this mutual animosity, the situation in the shinobi world instantly underwent dramatic changes. Countless ninja, distinguishable from one another, began marching to the front lines to prepare for defense, while simultaneously, countless war materials began to be transported. The entire shinobi world's food, medical supplies, and war materials skyrocketed in price in an instant. No one anticipated that the upheaval in the shinobi world would come so quickly. Most of the smaller ninja villages had very little in the way of reserves, so they could only accept the deployment from the daimyo's office. Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas seemed to have anticipated this, secretly stockpiling countless supplies over the past few years. The world of ninjas is constantly changing, and the situation is on the verge of exploding at any moment. The Akatsuki organization, once so formidable and powerful, instantly became a mere pawn in a game of chess among the surrounding ninja villages. Especially since Konoha repeatedly exposed the Hidden Stone Village's involvement in hiring Akatsuki to gather evidence, it instantly caused Old Man Noki to feel utterly humiliated. Damn it, they're being incredibly arrogant. The atmosphere of gunpowder warfare has escalated, and the Great Ninja War is on the verge of breaking out at any moment. At the same time, everyone in the shinobi world clearly understood one thing. This battle was far more brutal than the previous 3 great ninja wars. Because this time the entire shinobi world, all the nations, are participating, and all the ninja villages, even the forces of the daimyo's mansion, have begun to gather. Konoha. As the atmosphere of war intensified, the once peaceful village began to become heavy with tension. Tsunade, Mei Terumi, and Parakura were also constantly summoning ninja troops and beginning to make arrangements. Photo taken in the office. A map of the ninja world was hung up, and almost all the jonin in the village who could come were now gazing at it intently. Uchiha Yoru stood before the map, calmly pointing in the direction of the Cloud Village ninjas. Gentlemen, of the 9 great Biju of the shinobi world, 7 have now fallen into the hands of the rogue ninja Obito. According to clear intelligence, this rogue has sought refuge with ninjas from the Cloud Village and the Stone Village, so this time we will be facing a total of 7 Biju. The Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Stone Village joined forces, totaling 50,000 ninja troops. Simultaneously, they summoned all the ninja villages in the ninja world, as well as the daimyo's forces, to join the effort, bringing the total number of ninjas to 100,000. Upon hearing the number of 100,000 ninjas, every jonin present showed a serious expression. They understood the saying, "Many ants can kill an elephant," even though the ninja village was small and lacked strength. However, you don't need to worry. When it comes to jonin, quantity is still more important than quality. We've gathered the strongest ninjas in the ninja world Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Hidden Mist Village, 3 great ninja villages. With our high-level combat power, we're not afraid of these 100,000 ragtag soldiers. The vast majority of jonin at this moment were looking towards Uchiha Yoru and a group of cage-level powerhouses. They were secretly muttering to themselves that, among the jonin combined, they were at most half a match, but with cage-level and even higher-level combat power. They definitely held an absolute advantage. This place has been reinforced with heavy troops, and I declare that all jonin ranked ninjas will first be taught 1 a rank jutsu. Chunin can choose to be rank jutsu, and Genin 3 C rank jutsu. They must learn them as quickly as possible. Yes. Looking at the dense crowd, Uchiha Yoru confidently laughed and said, "Gentlemen, if we don't fight this battle, our descendants will. So for the future of the shinobi world, for our descendants to live in peace under the sky, fight, fight." Countless jonin shouted in unison, clearly understanding that this battle was different from the great ninja war of the past. This time, their opponent is the entire shinobi world, and their goal is also the entire shinobi world. Once they conquer the entire shinobi world, will there be any enemies left in this world? Without future enemies, the shinobi world would be at peace, and future generations would no longer have to endure war. This was the simple thought of these ninjas. Everyone get ready. Yes, Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village, and the Hidden Sand Village, these 3 great ninja villages had their war machines deployed, and at the same time, the daimyo's mansion, which had shown some unusual activity, was directly destroyed by a massive fire. Uchiha Yoru immediately became furious, berating the ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village for their shameless behavior, secretly launching an attack on the daimyo's mansions of the 3 countries of fire, water, and wind. Before the war, the 2 sides had already begun to draw each other in. Uchiha Department of Police, prison. Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Dodara were imprisoned. The 5 Cage of the Land of Iron held a meeting and a battle ensued. The Akatsuki organization split. Nagato, weakened by his Rinnegan, was taken away by Conan, and the 4 of them were captured by Tsunade's would release. At that moment, the 4 people exchanged glances, watching Uchiha Yoru and his entourage approach. "Considering the circumstances, I bestow upon you the power of the seal. Surely you can understand that the shinobi world has been drawn into its greatest war yet." Looking at the 4 people, Uchiha Yoru revealed a captivating smile. "Haiden, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, join my ranks, and I will allow you to go to the battlefield. There will be countless sacrifices to offer to your evil god, so many that you will be overwhelmed. After the shinobi world is pacified, I will allow you to spread your evil god teachings." The evil god taught this. Upon hearing these words, bored Haiden immediately showed a look of shock. Uchiha Yoru continued with a captivating laugh, saying, "Haiden, I think you must have seen the scenery of the fire temple that once existed within the land of fire. Don't you want to have the evil god teach the current ninjas on the continent a lesson? Are you serious?" The Akatsuki organization's members all seem to have brain problems, and Haiden is clearly the most arrogant and yet most willing to comply. Faced with the evil god's teachings reaching the scale of the fire element, Haiden was instantly moved, even displaying a surge of passionate enthusiasm. "If we can really reach this point, Lord Evil God will surely be delighted." Seeing that Haiden was tempted, Uchiha Yoru continued to entice him, saying, "Haiden, if you can achieve enough victories, I will allow you to preach in the land of lightning. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, the evil god sect was apparently targeted by the ninja of the Cloud Village. These ninjas were ruthlessly plundering the secret techniques of various clans in the shinobi world and even trampled on the existence of the evil god sect. Although Haiden was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. How could he not see that this was Uchiha Yoru's deception? But he still looked pensive. It seems that when the evil god first taught, he was indeed being watched by the Cloud Village ninjas. The Cloud Village ninjas were not just blindly following the teachings of the evil god. The Cloud Village ninjas were notorious bandits in the shinobi world, engaging in acts of robbery and plunder. So, if you win, will I be free to establish an evil god sect within the borders of Lake Kingdom? Who says Haiden is stupid? He's not just reacting directly, he's already asking for benefits before even doing any work. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, shrugged and chuckled, saying, "This depends on the magnitude of your contribution. If you can kill the fourth Reikage, then I will grant you permission. If your contribution is insufficient, you can only stay in a certain area of the Cloud Village ninja territory. However, as I said before, your evil god sect is bloodthirsty, so joining the evil god sect must be voluntary, and you cannot kill people without reason." Things were fine until the last condition, which made Haiden's eyes widen in surprise. What about that evil god's sacrifice? Once you unify the shinobi world, there will be no enemies left in this world. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but look at Haiden with admiration, thinking he still had some brains. Niggers are inherently violent, criminal, diseased, chaotic, and disruptive. It's almost as if it's their nature. They are an extremely despicable existence. After I unify the shinobi world, I will reduce the niggers to the lowest race. They will be the slaves of the shinobi world. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru seemed to be talking about a trivial matter, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Haiden. As long as you abide by the rules, these slaves will be yours to sacrifice to your evil god at will. Nigger. Upon hearing this, Haiden immediately revealed a bloodthirsty grin, as if the Cloud Village ninjas were indeed a good place to live. I'll join. After observing the subdued Haiden, Uchiha Yoru's gaze shifted to the silent, seemingly lifeless Kakuzu beside him. Ever since Kakuzu was captured and returned from the Land of Iron, his life has lost its light and he spends his days in silent obscurity, surrounded by decadent customs. Kakuzu, I know you. We used to know each other. I can satisfy your desires, and similarly, as long as you can achieve sufficient merit, I can allow you to legally conduct slave trading within a certain area of the Lightning Country. A slave trade? Kakuzu heard this and coldly glanced at Uchiha Yoru, showing not the slightest interest. Even though you are strong, don't think you can make him submit to you with your strength. Uchiha Yoru displayed a confident smile towards Kakuzu. We can legally allow the capture and trading of slave niggers in the Land of Lightning. Then wouldn't we have a constant supply of money? Kakuzu, you've traveled the shinobi world for years. You should know how many niggers there are in the Land of Lightning. Their numbers are so vast, enough to satisfy the entire shinobi world's enslavement needs. The future of the shinobi world will have no daimyo's mansion, and slave trading will be legal and reasonable. Kakuzu lived for over 90 years, his bright blue eyes flashing with golden light in an instant. What you said is true. It's no wonder Kakuzu was terrified. In the shinobi world, merchants were practically controlled by the daimyo's mansion, and slave trade was something ninjas simply couldn't engage in. If discovered, it would be a challenge to the daimyo's authority. Even the few merchant families in the village were operating within the boundaries permitted by the Great Name Prefecture, which shows where the conflict between the two sides lies. At that moment, Kakuzu vaguely envisioned himself in the future, surrounded by a sea of wealth, and his eyes instantly lit up with fiery intensity. Great, I agree to join. Sosori and Adara exchanged bewildered glances. These two fools were so easily deceived. It was a disgrace to their Akatsuki organization. Actually, it wasn't that the two of them were stupid. Uchiha Yoru was not only compatible with them, but more importantly, he possessed considerable strength. Uchiha Yoru is the strongest ninja recognized by the shinobi world. The shinobi world is already a place of powerful individuals, let alone someone as arrogant as Uchiha Yoru who wants to unify the shinobi world. Uchiha Yoru's charismatic personality was already enough to attract people, and after finding common ground, they naturally joined. Seeing Sasori's silence, and Deidara's arrogant gaze beside him. It seemed as if he would never agree. Uchiha Yor then playfully teased, "The fourth great ninja war will likely be the last great war in the ninja world. It will bring together all the ninjas in this world. TSK, right in front of hundreds of thousands of ninjas. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for the entire ninja world to witness my artistry. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years chance. If I miss it, I might never have another opportunity." One moment Deidara was disdainful of Kakuzu and Haiden. The next moment his eyes widened and his mind began recalling his artistic skills. With 200,000 ninja watching intently from both sides, he directly showcased his artistry. Wasn't this the opportunity he had long dreamed of? Deidara was provoked, but then, for a moment, he seemed to lose heart, sighing dejectedly and shaking his head, saying, "What good is this? No matter how hard I try, I can't compare to the instantaneous explosion of 600 million art of explosive talismans." At this moment, Deidara was filled with envy. The explosion of 600 million explosive tags was truly shocking, something he couldn't even achieve with self-destruction. Looking at the childish Deidara, Uchiha Yor shook his head and said, "You're wrong. If you can't do it now, does that mean you won't be able to do it later? Ninjas will only get stronger and stronger. Your current chakra reserves are limited. If you grow to a level where your chakra is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of a Biju, what will your clay bombs be like then?" Following Uchiha Yor's advice, Deidara, although knowing the intentions were good, also understood that reality was cruel. Seeing Deidara still looking like a tough opponent, Uchiha Yor chuckled, "If your contribution is significant enough, I can reward you with a Biju. If I become your Jinchuriki, you shouldn't have to worry about the power of the clay bombs, right?" Upon hearing this, Deidara's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. "That's right, becoming a Jinchuriki eliminates my chakra weakness, and I can even create a clay bomb that can drain the strongest Biju dry." The more Deidara thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately turned to Sasori and excitedly said, "Sasori-san, let's join together. Then we'll let the whole shinobi world witness my artistry." "That's great." At that moment, Sasori looked at Deidara, who had been resolute a second before but had betrayed him the next. He didn't say anything in his heart, but that wasn't what he wanted. Ito Tensei is a forbidden jutsu in Konoha, right? At this moment, Sasori said in a hoarse, low voice, "I want this forbidden's technique." Uchiha Yor smiled upon hearing this. Sasori clearly intended to use this forbidden's jutsu to summon his parents to accompany him. Perhaps, provided you can accumulate sufficient merit and survive. Good? At this moment, Uchiha Yor, imprisoned, revealed a satisfied smile. The Akatsuki's four-person team had been completely subdued. Now only Nagato and Konan from the Akatsuki organization remain, but they have both returned to the Hidden Rain Village. Meanwhile, outside the prison, Uchiha Sasuke also showed a determined expression as he headed towards the prison. "Yes, master, I'm counting on you." In prison, Uchiha Sasuke bowed deeply in a solemn ceremony, his resolute demeanor leaving Uchiha Yor deeply moved. "Sasuke, are you really sure about this?" "Yes, I'm too weak right now." Uchiha Sasuke had never felt so weak before. The three-tamo Sharingan in his eye sockets rotated downwards, filling him with even greater determination. Seeing this, Uchiha Yor shook his head and sighed. "Sasuke, the Sharingan is indeed very powerful, but there are also strong individuals who don't have the Sharingan who can achieve the same. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, none of them possessed bloodline abilities. Your obsession with the Sharingan might not be good for your future." Uchiha Sasuke listened and nodded solemnly. "Yes, sensei, I understand what you're saying, but these powerful individuals were forged through the trials of time. Now that the fourth great ninja war is approaching, I don't have much time left to train. Currently, the faster my Sharingan develops, the more directly and effectively it increases my strength." Because Uchiha Sasuke in this life has no deep-seated hatred, his Sharingan hardly progressed further after evolving to three-tamo, also due to the Uchiha clan's current status. Uchiha Sasuke's personality had become brighter, more mature, and calmer, but the previous incident involving the sixth Hokage placed a heavy burden of pressure on him. He needed to prove himself, and this was also a source of pride for Uchiha Sasuke regarding his surname. Since that's the case, Sasuke, you must know the secret of your own body. Uchiha Yoru's tone became cold and indifferent. Sasuke nodded solemnly after hearing it, a stubborn expression appearing on his face. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have absolutely no connection to Indra, and the so-called Indra chakra will not change me. To Sasuke's arrogance, Uchiha Yoru calmly and indifferently nodded his head. The reincarnation of Indra's chakra within your body is an undeniable truth, and it is precisely because of this that you are different from other Uchiha clan members. The awakening and evolution of the Sharingan requires talent, and for the Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo, it requires even more talent. In simpler terms, it depends on the strength of the ocular power. Even with the same 3-Tamo Sharingan, besides the varying abilities bestowed upon each individual, the inherent ocular power also varies greatly. Some people are born with naturally strong ocular power. The stronger the ocular power, the farther the Sharingan can see. The prerequisite for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is having super strong ocular power in the 3-Tamo Sharingan. Very few ninjas can reach this level of ocular power. At this point, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but give Uchiha Sasuke a long, meaningful look. Indra Chakra reincarnation bestows upon you extraordinary talent. Perhaps from a young age you thought your talent was inferior to Itachi's, let alone Shisui's. But you didn't know that this unique chakra contains boundless power. Therefore, your awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan was merely a matter of chance. Not many people possess such extraordinary emotional intelligence, yet their talent is limited. They can only remain with 3-Tamo for their entire lives. I have a method that can not only uncover the hidden power within your body, but will also allow you to awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this method is extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke nodded decisively and solemnly, saying, "Thank you, Senseiya." Facing Sasuke's unwavering resolve, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but give him a deep, meaningful look before saying, "Did you tell Itachi and your mother about this?" When his mother and older brother were mentioned, Sasuke clearly hesitated. In this life, he had family, and similarly, Indra had always highly valued his relatives in almost every lifetime. May I ask, Master D, how dangerous is this method? Uchiha Sasuke knew perfectly well that becoming stronger required paying a high price, so he wanted to know just how much risk was involved this time. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's expression, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. This was a real person, someone with flesh and blood, someone who cared about others and had goals of their own. Only then could he be considered a complete person. Sasuke, you must have read a lot of mysterious documents these past few days and learned a great deal. You must know the origins of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The power of the Samsara is terrifying and equally extremely dangerous. Upon hearing that, Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly. I know. Initially, Sensei Knight obtained the power of the universe through would-release cells. After the fusion of the Uchiha and Senju clans, he awakened the Sage Body and the Sage Eye. Therefore, my method is very simple. With your Indra Chakra, your chances of success are much higher than anyone else's. I will use would-release cells to infuse one of your arms, and I will take care of you throughout the entire process. If it fails, you will lose an arm. Of course, would-release cells require the Sharingan to suppress them. Your pair of 3-Tamo Sharingan is still too weak, so I will first seal your memories from these years, preserving them from around the age of 8. Then, through Genjutsu and would-release cells, I will stimulate and suppress your Sharingan. At this point, Uchiha Yoru looked deeply into Sasuke's eyes and said, "If it were anyone else, even Itachi, I wouldn't do that, but you're different. Indra Chakra is a colossal treasure trove. Once unearthed, it will reveal an unprecedented power. Moreover, over the years, your cells and genes, under the influence of Indra Chakra, have been slowly reverting to their original form. According to Orochimaru's calculations, your cells will eventually revert to about 70 or 80% of Indra's original form. Others might not have a chance, but Uchiha Sasuke is different. It could be said that he and Naruto are both children of destiny. When Indra and Asura reincarnate, the probability of Indra investigating Kara hidden within the light body increases by 70 or 80%, while the probability of success for the others is less than 1%. One of the arms. Knowing that the real danger lay in the back of his arm, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and firmly said, "I can handle this myself. There's no need to inform my brother and mother. One arm, a tremendous loss of combat power. Okay, tonight you'll come with me to the Root research base." And so, Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Sasuke coldly walked out of prison. This time, they not only gained the support of 2 members of the Akatsuki's art team and 2 members of the Immortal team, but also Sasuke's strengthened heart. Root, once a name that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it, has now become Orochimaru's research base. Root, who had previously fought in combat, intelligence, and espionage across all branches, was completely dismantled and infiltrated into the Anbu, leaving only the research department. Now, the natural leader of Root is Orochimaru. As the legendary ninja Orochimaru, whose true nature is like a dragon whose tail is seen, but whose cards are not. The shinobi world still believes that Orochimaru is secretly lurking in the shinobi world, but in reality, he has been residing at Root for all these years. Even Orochimaru, during these years, moved all the equipment and personnel from various bases in the shinobi world back to Konoha. With Uchiha Yoru's power and the financial support of the 3 great nations of fire, wind, and water, Orochimaru had never been so happy before. Historically, there was no need to consider financial matters. If they wanted to conduct research, they could do it immediately, and even with a large team of researchers assisting. The research progress would increase many times over. This one night, when Uchiha Sasuke first arrived at Root's research base, he was filled with awe as he surveyed everything around him. Most of the research here is based on what Root left behind. Destroying it would be a huge waste, but 3 years ago, these studies shifted their focus to lower-level niggers. Therefore, Sasuke, you must understand one thing. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked deeply into Sasuke's eyes. Your desires are unstoppable, so you need an outlet, especially after unifying the shinobi world. Do you really want to achieve equality for everyone? You must understand that desire is the root of all war, so those violent, greedy, plundering ninja from the Cloud Village are a good choice. The sheer number is immense, not to mention that through observation you'll discover how greedy, violent, and lazy these niggers are, always seeking to reap benefits without working. Therefore, the future of the shinobi world will be perfect for using these people as slaves. Nobility needs slaves, research needs slaves. Sasuke, can you understand these things? The 2 walked side by side, Uchiha Yoru recounting the future of the shinobi world, and Uchiha Sasuke listened with solemn nods. Yes, Teacher Yi, I understand. Shisui-san once took me to see the ugliness of superhuman nature, and you also wrote about superhuman nature in your book, Teacher Yi. In a place free from hatred and resentment, Sasuke, from a young age, was considered a genius of the Uchiha clan and was groomed for success. His younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, even began training Sasuke from a young age. It's not just about strength, he also possesses various insights and understandings, which is why Sasuke is even more mature in this life. A closed-off room inside the operating room. A blinding white light shone down, finally eliminating the need to worrying about finances. After Orochimaru's research base underwent obvious changes, such as the once gloomy and wasteful power system. Currently, the research base is brightly lit everywhere, a stark contrast to the once gloomy underground chamber. It's truly like heaven and earth. Haha, I didn't think little Sasuke would actually be willing to be this little mouse. In the operating room, Uchiha Sasuke lay on the operating table. Orochimaru spoke excitedly, and behind him was his assistant, Yakushi Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru. Under Orochimaru's intensely passionate gaze, Uchiha Sasuke felt embarrassed and somewhat uncomfortable all over, but the teachings he received in this life were still quite good. At the very least, for someone from the same family, it's not like they just gained power in their previous life and then immediately held onto it for 20,000 years. Lord Dequan, you really are something. You even brought along the future 6 great strategists to train. Facing Orochimaru's playful teasing, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and said with a laugh, Sasuke came seeking it out himself. However, didn't you, Teacher Orochimaru, already suspect that the chances of success for an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan are too small? Only those with Indra Chakra have a chance of succeeding. The 2 chatted happily as they went downstairs. Uchiha Sasuke felt like a guinea pig. Although he was uncomfortable all over, he calmly said, "Yes, sensei, I'm ready." At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto, with a cheerful expression, walked out, pushing his glasses down on his nose. "Sasuke, I'm going to seal your memories from after you turned 8. Please don't resist. I'll use the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques to help you." Good? Now the Aino Shikacho clans are no longer what they once were, and moreover, as part of the surrender exchange, the secret techniques of the Aino Shikacho clans have naturally fallen into the hands of Uchiha Yoru. However, the secret techniques of the Aino Shikacho clans are not casually passed on to outsiders. Only Anba ninjas with talent in this area and those who have made significant contributions have the opportunity to learn them. Yakushi Kabuto, naturally a practitioner of the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, saw Sasuke forcing himself to calm down and release his mental energy. Then Yakushi Kabuto used his secret techniques to begin sealing his memories. Half a day later, Yakushi Kabuto, his forehead covered in sweat, finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. Sasuke's mental strength is truly formidable. If it weren't for the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, I'm afraid he really wouldn't have been able to achieve this. After Yakushi Kabuto finished all of this, Orochimaru, who had been waiting for a long time, excitedly licked his lips. Haha, Night Lord, hurry up and start. I can't wait. Indra's reincarnation area holds too many secrets. Once Sasuke awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, his cells will evolve again, and he'll also gain Senju power. The first Hokage's cells are incredibly powerful. Although Sasuke possesses Indra's reincarnation chakra for safety reasons before infusing the first Hokage's cells, Sasuke's Sharingan must be activated first. At that moment, Orochimaru, holding the syringe, excitedly looked at the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke on the operating table, his expression one of fanaticism. The Sharingan, what a perfect eye it is! When the mind is stimulated, a special chakra will flow into the brain, acting on the optic nerve, causing a transformation in the eyes. At this moment, I will infuse it with the first Hokage's cells. How perfect it is! I will witness the power of the universe firsthand. Orochimaru laughed excitedly, while Uchiha Yoru shook his head helplessly for a moment. He walked straight to Sasuke, and Yakushi Kabuto pushed a syringe of fluid beside him. "Lord Yoryu, this is a mental stimulant, but it puts Sasuke's mental power into a state of excitement and simultaneously amplifies the mental stimulation 3 to 5 times, enhancing its effect." Good? Uchiha Yoru, with the Mangekyo Sharingan appearing in his pupils, stared intently at Sasuke. In an instant, he activated his genjutsu, his mental power directly penetrating Sasuke's brain. The world of illusions. As night fell and silence descended, Uchiha Sasuke looked around with a hint of suspicion. Was I just lost in thought? At this point, Sasuke had returned to the time when he was about 8 years old. Looking at the peaceful clan grounds, he didn't think much of it. How suddenly added an extra class at the last minute, and it's already so late. But surely there are still talented people in the clan at this time, right? 8-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, with a look of suspicion, ran towards home. Although the clan's territory was somewhat secluded and oppressive in his memory, it seemed unusually quiet at this moment. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke looked up at the bright moonlight, and for some reason, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity, as if he had forgotten something. But he couldn't remember anything at all. However, after returning to the clan territory, the familiar feeling that washed over him brought Sasuke a sense of peace. At that moment, all he wanted was to go home. The young Uchiha Sasuke walked towards home, but he didn't see the full moon above him transform into a Mangekyo Sharingan. As the bright red full moon descended, Uchiha Yoru gazed intently at the world created by this illusion technique. Under his focused gaze, a figure appeared on a lamppost below. With a shinobi katana strapped to his back, dressed in Ando attire, the figure with the A character tattoo instantly raised his head, revealing the cold face of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha clan territory. What do you want to do, Nissan? The familiar surroundings of his home suddenly felt strangely unfamiliar. Uchiha Sasuke, clutching his injured arm, stared in shock at the scene before him. His brother, Uchiha Itachi, stood before the corpses, and the two still warm bodies were those of his parents. I'm a foolish younger brother. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned cold as the three tamo in his eye sockets began to rotate downwards, transforming into Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, the Genjutsu was activated and Sasuke's pupils contracted, entering a different scene. Countless familiar faces in the family fell one after another, blood flowing everywhere. At that moment, young Sasuke's pupils widened in horror as he watched this scene unfold. No! Don't make me see this kind of thing. Why? Why would my brother want to do this? No, I shouldn't look. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke watched in horror as his clan was massacred. And what's more, the perpetrator was his own older brother. Father, mother, you mustn't kill my father and mother. Sasuke stared in horror at everything before him, his voice hoarse as he desperately shouted. But as the shinobi katana swung down, blood splattered everywhere. And Sasuke broke down in a desperate scream. The outside world. Sasuke's unique chakra in his head began to increase dramatically, starting to affect his optic nerves. Not enough. This boost isn't enough to reach the standard for evolution. On the operating table, Uchiha Sasuke's face contorted in pain, while Yakushi Kabuto calmly reported all the data. At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with fanaticism as he grabbed a sturdy syringe and aimed it directly at Sasuke's left arm. Haha, after the first Hokage enters, if I'm not mistaken, the fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers will give rise to the myriad forms of the universe. As Hashirama's pale blue cells were injected, Uchiha Sasuke's body began to convulse in agony, while Uchiha Yoru, beside him, focused intently on the mental world, intensifying Sasuke's suffering. Hashirama's cells are beginning to devour Sasuke's cells. Danger, danger! Sasuke's special chakra in his brain is starting to surge. It's surging! At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the data and couldn't help but reveal a look of passionate fascination. At this moment, he and Orochimaru seemed to be conducting some kind of research of significant meaning. Sasuke's cells began to become intensely active, starting to suppress Hashirama's cells, and the cells on both sides began to devour each other. In agonizing pain, Uchiha Sasuke's body convulsed uncontrollably on the operating table, blood slowly trickling from the corners of his mouth and nose. This sight terrified Yakushi Kabuto. Only Orochimaru gazed intently at the scene before him, as if it were a work of art he had created himself, without the slightest hint of worrying. It's starting. The fusion has begun. The fusion is happening. Finally, after a long and agonizing wait, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the changing data and immediately showed an excited and agitated expression. Some cells are beginning to fuse, Sasuke's cells and Hashirama's cells are beginning to fuse. As a portion of the cells began to fuse, the backlash in the body began to weaken, and the amplitude of the convulsions also gradually decreased. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "No!" The bright red three-tamo pupil began to spin wildly, continuing to spin downwards, further stimulated by the latest surge of power within the body. In an instant, the spinning three-tamo pupil finally broke through its limit and began to rise continuously. The six-starred Mangekyo Sharingan. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes changed, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. The Mangekyo Sharingan only flickered once before disappearing, and Uchiha Sasuke once again fainted and fell into a deep sleep. At this point, a straight line began to appear on the drawing displayed on Yakushi Kabuto's data screen. Sasuke's unique chakra, which had been intensely active and exceeding its limits, has now recovered. Compared to his previous three-tamo Sharingan, the data on the chart is clearly different. The two figures are 10 times greater. Following Yakushi Kabuto's report, the atmosphere in the operating room calmed down, and Orochimaru's eyes now shone with an even more fervent fascination. Orochimaru's terrifying laughter echoed around him, his pair of golden, snake-like eyes like those of someone observing a work of art, filled with excitement and fanaticism. Haha, Sasuke is truly a perfect creation. Before long, we've replaced Sasuke's eyes with Itachi's and added Hashirama's cells to his body. Haha, this is a divine creation we ourselves have made. I will personally witness the day Sasuke awakens the Rinnegan. Fire Nation border. Brother Naruto? As a Konoha genin assigned to escort supplies to the front lines, Konohamaru encounters Uzumaki Naruto at the border. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's face was resolute. The two looked at each other, and Konohamaru knew this was the direction leading to the land of rain. Kanehamaru, go back. Uzumaki Naruto seems mature, yet also not quite mature enough. Perhaps it's the influence of the Asura's will at work, but in the original story, Naruto exhibited several unusual behaviors. For example, the front leg was still locked in a life or death battle with pain, but then the back leg started to forgive and beg for forgiveness, spouting nonsense. As for facing Obito, Naruto, you've never even met Obito before. At most, Obito held you when you were born and thoughtfully gave you an explosive tag. The result was a scene where we understood each other's feelings, we empathized with each other's emotions, parents cast aside their hatred and chose forgiveness, and the next moment, both sides truly entered a life or death partnership. This would be understandable if it were Kakashi saying this, but why you, Naruto? Return. At this moment, Kanehamaru revealed a mocking smile. Why can you, Naruto-san, do whatever you want, while I have to follow the rules? On what basis was his position as Hokage usurped by Uchiha Yoru? On what basis? Konoha belongs to him. The Uchiha clan are the traitors. At this moment, Kanehamaru angrily and resentfully said that, according to the original timeline, when Tsunade returned to succeed as the 5th Hokage, Kanehamaru, a mere kid who hadn't even graduated, could freely enter the Hokage's office archives and even set traps. What is this considered? From this perspective, 2 points can be seen below. Firstly, how powerful the Sarutobi clan is. Even after the 3rd Hokage's death, the Sarutobi clan's influence still remains in every department. The second point is that the Sarutobi clan treated Konoha and the Hokage as their private property. Kanehamaru's free access to the Hokage's office building is understandable. After all, he doesn't have parents to visit his grandfather. It's understandable that the Hokage wouldn't have some special privileges. But Kanehamaru being able to freely enter and exit the Hokage's database building is going too far. Furthermore, regarding setting the trap, what did Kanehamaru say in the first place? He essentially treated the Hokage as his grandfather's personal property. How could this be possible without his own personal guidance? In the aftermath of Sarutobi Asuma's death, Tsunade showed not the slightest sign of impatience for revenge. If it weren't for Shikamaru's team personally avenging their teacher, Asuma's death would have simply been over. From observing from the sidelines, Kakuzu wondered, which village has immortal ninjas? Why do you, Shikamaru-sensei, insist on revenge immediately after your teacher dies? And why do you have to act on your own? If we all wanted to be like you, Shikamaru, then the hatred from the 3 great ninja wars would have been immense. And we could have just killed each other every day. There would have been no need for a ceasefire. Furthermore, after the 4th Great Ninja War, almost all of the Sarutobi clan's elite ninja were deployed to the battlefield. To say that it wasn't for Tsunade's tactics would be a complete joke. Even if relations were to improve, there is nothing a leader can tolerate like a family that doesn't know when to advance and when to retreat. Kanehamaru. Uzumaki Naruto solemnly stared at his younger brother, who was consumed by hatred, and took a deep breath before saying in a low voice, Konoha is not just any one person, but everyone. Everybody? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Kanehamaru chuckled self-deprecatingly. Naruto-san, do you know how the ninja school in the village teaches etiquette? Let me tell you, Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans. These 2 great clans, for the sake of peace, accepted countless exiled ninja clans and civilians. Who do you think they are? Or rather, Naruto-ni, do you think Konoha belongs to you? Faced with Kanehamaru's mockery, Uzumaki Naruto was somewhat speechless. He believed he was not wrong. Konoha belonged to everyone, and it was because of everyone that Konoha existed, not to any one family. But the Uchiha and Senju clans, the 2 founding clans of Konoha, are not fake. What Uchiha Yoru is doing now clearly shows he is preparing to usurp the throne. He led Konoha through 3 great ninja wars. Without him, Konoha would have long since vanished. But what about now? He carries the burden of a disgraced, incompetent dictatorship on his back. Is there any justice in this ninja world? Kanehamaru said angrily. If it weren't for him, Konoha would have disappeared long ago. Facing the mutual hatred between the 2 sides, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Kanehamaru, I can only apologize for what happened to the Sarutobi clan. But I believe you must inherit the will of your grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, and become the new protector of Konoha. Kanehamaru was filled with resentment. but it was clear that Uzumaki Naruto was incapable of helping him get revenge. Ultimately, the Sarutobi clan was branded traitors, though it wasn't officially announced, since they were ultimately annihilated by Sarutobi Suma. Kanehamaru, your mission is complete. Now go back. I have a mission to complete. Uzumaki Naruto simply tittied up a bit, then stood up and headed deeper into the forest, while Kanehamaru glared at him with a malevolent look. Naruto-san, why won't you help me? Without him, you would have starved to death long ago. Have you forgotten how good he was to you? Raising the barrage of gratitude and revenge. As Uzumaki Naruto walked further away, a figure emerged from the dense forest, wearing a divine headband and dressed in ninja attire with their face covered. But the scars around his eyes clearly showed that his face was disfigured. However, when Kanehamaru looked at the person who had arrived, he respectfully nodded and said, "Captain, the tree planter. This ninja is a Konoha Jonin, originally from Root. Apparently subjected to some kind of brutal training, he outwardly claimed to have died in battle, but in reality, he faked his death to join Root. However, all of that is in the past. After Uchiha Yoru rose to power, this person withdrew from Root and became an ordinary Jonin in Konoha. But at this moment, as he looked at the respectful young man before him, the calm eyes of the tree planter concealed a deep-seated resentment. Kanehamaru, I understand why you've encountered me. I used to serve under your parents." This Jonin on the front line had been incredibly kind to him, and upon hearing this, Kanehamaru immediately showed a grateful expression. So that's it, no wonder the team leader is so considerate of me. What Kanehamaru didn't know was that the tree planting captain before him wasn't lying. He had indeed served under his parents, though the process had been somewhat painful. Similarly, the trees he planted didn't originate from Root, but rather he returned from the Sound Village before he could legitimately go home. Root was merely a plausible excuse given to him by Uchiha Yoru. Upon returning home, he was deeply grateful. His family had been very kind, and Uchiha Yoru had secretly provided him with considerable assistance. After his son graduated, he led a ninja team that included Uchiha Jonin, a fact he was immensely grateful for. Kanehamaru, I understand why you've encountered me. When planting the tree and expressing his innermost feelings, Kanehamaru showed a grateful expression. Captain, since he left, all those sycophantic ninjas in the village have gone, even showing disgust in their eyes. They're all despicable scoundrels. A bunch of despicable scoundrels. Back when he was still around, none of them dared to refuse his care. A bunch of ungrateful, treacherous villains. Like someone seeking a similar outlet for their pent-up emotions, Kanehamaru vented all the pent-up frustrations of the past few years, and the plants beside him seemed to become obedient listeners. After venting his frustration, Kanehamaru couldn't help but glance at the quiet Jonin beside him, who was listening intently to his account of planting trees, and his eyes welled up with tears, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "I'm so sorry, Captain." But the tree planting team leader nodded gently, seemingly in agreement. "That's right. It's because of these ugly faces that the village has changed so badly." "Captain, do you think so too?" Kanehamaru spoke excitedly, failing to notice the meaningful glance his tree planting captain was giving him. Especially when he saw Kanehamaru's face, which was practically identical to Sarutobi's. His heart was filled with murderous intent. "Of course, I naturally think so too. Especially with their similar appearance to little devils." The plants growing on their faces revealed a cheerful smile. "Kanehamaru, there are a few things I need to tell you." At this point, the Jonin's eyes betrayed his suppressed emotions. Under Kanehamaru's astonished gaze, he secretly began writing on the other's palm with his finger. At that moment, Kanehamaru, startled, reacted as if nothing had happened, looking around. However, the constant writing on his hand made his face even paler and more unsightly, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. "Kanehamaru, the border area has recently become unstable. After completing this mission, you will follow your team of Jonin back to the village." Jonin, as if nothing had happened, stood up and walked away with an indifferent expression. "Yes, planting trees, Captain." Kanehamaru's face turned pale, but he still respectfully nodded. But as the figure of the tree-planting figure disappeared, Kanehamaru finally couldn't control his emotions, revealing a trace of fear. Just then, the opponent wrote on his palm, "Danger? Someone is targeting you. Return to the village immediately." Who is it? The Sand Village ninja is still an Uchiha. At this moment, Kanehamaru was utterly terrified. He knew the enemy within, especially the Sand Village ninjas, to be the greatest. After all, his grandfather, the third Hokage, had initially targeted the Sand Village ninjas, and even the fourth Kazekage had been killed by his grandfather. Especially since the fourth Kazekage's 3 children later came to be highly regarded, and now all 3 are Jonin, possessing incredibly formidable strength. No, we can't go back to the village. It's even more dangerous there. In an instant, Kanehamaru thought of something, and looking in the direction Naruto had left, a hopeful expression immediately appeared on his face. This place is the border, and with the Great Ninja War about to begin, if he just runs away, the ninja villages won't have much force left to hunt him down. Counterattack! Kanehamaru's terrified figure vanished into the dense forest, but he was unaware that a pair of eyes, fixed intently on the direction he disappeared, revealed a cold, mocking smile. Sarutobi, this is what you owe me. Rain Village. Rumble, the land of rain only has an architectural style where deafening, mind-numbing sounds linger. Entering Sage Mode, Uzumaki Naruto versus Pain Rikudo. Comparing them, this time Pain Rikudo's intelligence was leaked, and Nagato's true identity naturally could not be concealed. Furthermore, having lost one of his Rinnegan abilities, Nagato's ability to manipulate the once powerful Pain Rikudo was clearly somewhat diminished. Rumble, Shinra Tensei, Pain Tendo roared down, simultaneously joining forces with his Nagato alter ego to overwhelm Uzumaki Naruto in a fierce battle. Mount Mayoboku Sage Mode, HMPH. Nagato let out a cold laugh, then angrily shouted, "This is the Sage Mode from the Fire Temple." Pain Rikudo's intelligence, although revealed, shows that Nagato's appearance differs from the original story. Not only were both legs healed, but he had even mastered the Fire Immortal technique, so his physical strength was by no means weak. How despicable! You call Jiraiya your teacher, unforgivable. I also learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya-sensei, so to you, I'm your senior. As fellow disciples, you two should be able to understand each other, but... Nagato said coldly, and Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing this, immediately became furious. Master has always longed for peace. Don't joke around. Uzumaki Naruto let out a roar, and with the assistance of his two shadow clones, a terrifying chakra-condensing jutsu appeared in his hands. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken, Nagato. From afar, Conan watched the battle unfolding before his eyes, his face filled with a sense of solemnity. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, holding a Raisin Shuriken, angrily questioned, "Don't joke around. With the things you Akatsuki organization do, there's no peace left. You see the trees, but not the forest." At this moment, Nagato also showed a trace of anger. The peace you speak of is nothing but a lie. With the outbreak of human nature, the Great Ninja War will be played out again in a week's time. What kind of peace is that? Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing these words, roared in anger. You're talking about starting a great ninja war for the sake of peace. Stop joking around. With a roar, Uzumaki Naruto threw the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken directly out of his hand. Now that Pain Rikudo was reduced to just Pain Tendo with its original form intact, Uzumaki Naruto instantly threw out Wind Release Shuriken. Pain Tendo directly blocked this terrifying S-rank jutsu with both hands. The terrifying repulsive force of Shinra Tensei formed a protective layer around his body, and this terrifying S-rank Wind Release jutsu left him completely unharmed. Naruto, how long can your Sage Mode last? Or rather, how long can the natural chakra in your body sustain you? After the terrifying power of the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken dissipated, the figures of Pain and Nagato were revealed, both coldly staring at Naruto. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's Sage Mode began to dissipate, clearly indicating that the Sage power within his body had been almost completely depleted. But just when Nagato seemed certain of victory, he suddenly saw Naruto once again take out the large scroll from behind his back. Seeing this scene, Nagato couldn't help but frown. From the very beginning, Uzumaki Naruto had been carrying this huge scroll on his back. It seemed he had a trump card up his sleeve. As the enormous scroll was lifted, a bizarre ceiling pattern was immediately revealed, and in the center was a large character human. Reverse Kuchi-Oshi no Jetsu Seal. With his extensive knowledge, Nagato instantly recognized the markings on this enormous scroll, and at that moment, as Uzumaki Naruto performed the hand seals and shouted, with a loud bang. And as white smoke rose from the Kuchi-Oshi no Jutsu, a shadow clone of Uzumaki Naruto, who had been sitting cross-legged far away on Mount Myoboku, directly appeared on the battlefield. Quickly, remove the spell. As Kuchioshi dispelled his shadow clone, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but shout in whirring. In an instant, as the shadow clone dissipated, a powerful surge of Sage Mode chakra suddenly appeared within Uzumaki Naruto's main body. In the blink of an eye, Uzumaki Naruto once again entered Sage Mode. Seeing this, Pain and Nagato attacked. In an instant, the three men began a martial arts duel. By utilizing the Shadow Clone technique at Mount Myoboku to create Sage Mode chakra, which is stored and awaiting orders, at a crucial moment, it can use the Kuchioshi scroll to reverse the Kuchioshi flow and create a Shadow Clone, then dispel it. Simultaneously, the Sage Mode chakra within the Shadow Clone's body will return to the original body. Nagato, with his usual cold demeanor, saw through Uzumaki Naruto's tactics, yet he rarely showed even a hint of admiration. Not a bad idea. You've made good use of your Jinchuriki talent. It seems you're not as bad as the intelligence reports suggested, Uzumaki Naruto. The difficulty of creating shadow clones is already high, and furthermore, utilizing this method is truly something only the Uzumaki clan, with their added Jinchuriki physique and innate talent, can achieve. If it were a normal ninja, the chakra of the Sage Mode clones would instantly flood into the main body, causing the main body's meridians to burst. Furthermore, this method is a form of multitasking, making it extremely difficult. Therefore, it can be said that even Jinchuriki wouldn't dare easily try this method, but Uzumaki Naruto is a special exception. One is the Ninetales under its influence. The Ninetales Jinchuriki's regenerative abilities far surpass those of other Biji Jinchuriki, further enhanced by its physical vortex. Not a bad trick at all. What a pity. At this moment, Nagato revealed a serious expression. For the peace of the shinobi world, today I will awaken you from your delusional wish to live in a fairy tale. Come and pick up Senju to kill them. As Nagato assumed a bizarre pose, a golden thousand-handed cannon instantly appeared behind him, followed by a super-fast golden chakra fist attack. Uzumaki Naruto could only hastily dodge. King Kong glares. In an instant, the thousand-handed cannon entered the enraged King of Hell state, its yellow chakra transforming into red chakra power, its red fists relentlessly attacking Naruto. Damn it, what kind of jutsu is this? Uzumaki Naruto was in pain, his body battered by several punches. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared angrily at his opponent. Nagato then coldly said, "This is the Fire Temple's Sage Mode, a Sage Mode technique passed down from the human races Onmyoji and powerful warriors thousands of years ago. It's even stronger than the Sage Mode technique of that beast Mount Myoboku. Even if the frog sage technique is powerful, it's still an animal. No matter how talented you are, you can't possibly perform it perfectly without a single flaw. Because Mount Myoboku's sage technique was created for frogs, not ninjas." In the next instant, Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of Pain Tendo with lightning speed. The moment their bodies made contact, Pain Tendu's body trembled and his chakra began to become chaotic. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto revealed a cold smile. "Perhaps you're not wrong. Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode is more suitable for frogs. But you've forgotten one thing. The most dangerous thing about Sage Mode chakra is instability. The Sage Mode chakra in my body has transferred into yours, and the Sage Mode chakra within this puppet of yours is already chaotic. Moreover, Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode chakra will cause a person to turn to stone." With a single strike, Uzumaki Naruto retreated, rarely revealing his intelligence or cunning. To say that Uzumaki Naruto lacks fighting talent is truly accurate. With this one strike, he transferred all the Sage chakra in his body to Pain Tendu's body. As he withdrew his Sage Mode, it began to dissipate. At this moment, while retreating, he once again unfolded the large scroll at his waist, preparing to summon another shadow clone. Excellent tactics. The sound came from afar, and Uzumaki Naruto glanced back in an instant, immediately revealing a look of shock. Just as he summoned another shadow clone and dispelled it, the Sage Mode reappeared, and Nagato behind him also displayed a confident smile. "Break!" Uzumaki Naruto quickly turned his body, swinging his fist to attack Nagato. But at that moment Nagato's confident smile faded, and his hands formed a Kuchioshi no Jutsu hand seal. With a screech of brakes, the white smoke dissipated, revealing Pain Tendu's stiff, gradually petrified body. Touch touch! Nagato and Pain Tendo teamed up. instantly grabbing Uzumaki Naruto's fists and legs, while simultaneously each of them fiercely kicked out with one leg. Rumble! Uzumaki Naruto's body was like a cannonball, directly kicked away, crashing through to buildings before falling into the sea, splashing up huge amounts of water. Stirring up the water's surface, p17 and Nagato separately fell to the ground, coldly gazing at the enormous foam in the distance. The same principle applies to you. You clearly understand my Rinnegan Jutsu. And similarly, because of Jiraiya-sensei, I also understand the Sage Mode of Mount Myoboku. Originally, the moment p17 and Nagato grabbed Uzumaki Naruto, they both frantically transferred the Sage Mode chakra from their bodies into each other's. Two towering figures stood on the water's surface, while in the distance, the sea suddenly erupted, sending spray everywhere like a torrential downpour. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's thick, large nose was revealed, and his nose and face were covered in countless pimples, like the skin on a frog's back. Depending on the situation, some might even have frog-like hands and feet, giving off a feeling similar to Jiraiya's. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was filled with agony. Two conflicting Sage Chakra techniques surged into his body, directly disrupting the balance within him, causing his outer skin and flesh to gradually turn to stone. In that critical moment, Uzumaki Naruto immediately let out a roar, and his entire body began to surge with Ninetales Chakra. Roaring! In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated, and the light that appeared caused waves of energy to surge violently across the sea. From a distance, Nagato and p17 hastily retreated, their faces now serious as they intently watched the scene unfolding before them. The power of the Ninetales. Because death unleashes its potential, it resonates with the Ninetales Chakra. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was completely enveloped in Blood Red Chakra, this powerful chakra radiating an ominous aura. Then, in an instant, Uzumaki Naruto entered the four-tailed state, letting out a furious roar, and a fifth tail began to rapidly sprout from behind him. Roar! A Bijudama suddenly shot out from his mouth, but as soon as it emerged, the Bijudama exploded. The terrorist attack unleashed a devastating blast of energy, but it was still heading towards Nagato. Seeing this, p17 immediately blocked it in front of him. Shinra Tensei, in an instant, a powerful force pushed down, overwhelming the exploding Bijudama, and at that moment, Nagato, frowning behind him, said in a low voice, "This Bijudama unleashed all the chaotic Sage Mode chakra within its body. It's precisely because this force is unstable that it explodes the moment it appears. No, we must leave Ziyuan village. The fighting at this time is affecting the village." Looking back at the immense power of the Bijudama, Nagato couldn't help but feel secretly terrified. If the Bijudama hadn't exploded due to the chaotic energy, causing its power to scatter instead of concentrating, the village would have been in serious trouble. Naruto. Sensing the terrifying power of Bijudama, p17 and Nagato roared, instantly transforming into blurs on the surface of the sea and fleeing towards the depths. Rumble! Two figures moved with lightning speed, darting across the sea, and behind them appeared a blood-red monster. With five tails descending, Uzumaki Naruto lost his mind, roaring wildly as he instinctively lunged towards the two figures in the distance. Rumble! In his Uzumaki Naruto form, the five tails roared down, its blood-red beeger cloak transforming into a giant hand that directly grabbed the rocks in its path and furiously slammed towards the two figures in the distance. "My suffering is above yours." Roaring. Constantly being struck by the reefs, Nagato became enraged, and together with p17, they let out a roar as they moved far away from the hidden rain village. The counterattack began in an instant. Rumble! Countless Ninetales chakra-infused terrors, transformed into fireballs, launched a frenzied attack. But p17 and Nagato directly used their powerful chakra bursts to deflect all the attacks with sheer force. Rumble! At this point, the two fighters had surpassed ordinary combat techniques. Even a simple martial arts duel is terrifying, let alone one that includes terrifying ninjutsu. Shinra Tensei. p17 let out a roar, and a powerful force pushed down on the surface of the sea, creating a huge vacuum. However, the Ninetales' terrifying power directly penetrated the seawater, piercing through this powerful force. Benchu Tenan. Elsewhere, Nagato suddenly clapped his hands together and let out a roar, and a massive block of underwater rock rose directly from the seabed into the air. Meanwhile, below, Uzumaki Naruto was concentrating his Bijudama, which descended from the sky with a thunderous roar, directly slamming Naruto into the bottom of the sea. Roaring. Under the impact of the Bijudama explosion, the terrifying force not only directly reduced the massive reef to fine powder, but even illuminated the sky with a crimson glow. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto was incredibly terrifying. His body had grown bone wings, and his tail had become even more terrifying, reaching the six-tailed state. Although Nagato was consciously under control, the two fought relentlessly away from the hidden rain village, but their combat power far surpassed that of ordinary cage-level powerhouses. The two fighters unleashed a tremendous amount of power, which the entire rain village could feel, and even more clearly, the continuous bursts of red light could be seen in the distance. In particular, the entire surface of the sea surged violently in response to the two fighters, like a tsunami suddenly appearing. Chubaku Tensei. Faced with the relentless transformation of Uzumaki Naruto into a Biju, Nagato finally resorted to his most powerful jutsu. With both hands, he compressed his chakra into a black sphere, and as Nagato gasped for breath, he threw it upwards, the black sphere gradually rising into the sky. Just like that, a black sphere no bigger than a fist instantly unleashed terrifying power under the sunlight. The immense gravitational pull instantly caused the sea surface to boil, and in a flash, countless seawater, marine creatures, and even reefs were all sucked up into the air. At the same time, six tails continuously spewed out, emitting the roaring seven tails Naruto. Chubaku Tensei. The rain poured down relentlessly, and all that could be seen in the sky was a gigantic stone sphere, stained crimson by countless sea creatures' fresh blood. The sphere continuously pressed down, and countless crimson seawater cascaded down from the sky. As the gravitational pull dissipated, it suddenly rained down in a torrential downpour. This rain was blood red, filled with the pungent smell of fresh blood. This entire sea area was stained blood red, and at this moment, Nagato, gasping for breath on the surface of the sea, was being supported by Pain Tendo. Only then, as chakra flowed in, did he slowly open his eyes and regain consciousness. Nagato. From afar, Konan, who was trying to catch up, looked at the terrifying stone sphere and exclaimed in shock, "This is Chubaku Tensei." The Ninetales' power is still constantly increasing. No, it's about to break through. Roaring. In the blink of an eye, the enormous stone sphere in the sky shattered, suddenly revealing a terrifying nine-tailed beast's head, though it was unusually hideous. Like a creature stripped of its skin, the Ninetales looked grotesquely hideous, but its terrifying chakra was undeniable. The E-Tails, in its current state, had almost revealed its Ninetales' true form. At this moment, it roared in fury, frantically trying to escape the terrifying stone sphere that was sealing it. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto had entered the spiritual world, and after escaping with the Ninetales, he also encountered the blonde-haired fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Damn it, it's almost struggling free. At this moment, Nagato, panting heavily, defiantly looked up at the sky, constantly dodging the Ninetales, and a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had to further intensify the power of this terrifying jutsu. At that moment, the Ninetales, which had been frantically struggling in the black sphere in the sky, instantly vanished, and at the same time, the Ninetales' chakra disappeared completely. Impossible! The sphere seemed to lose its downward momentum, beginning to collapse from space and fall into the ocean. At the same time, rocks fell in the middle, and Uzumaki Naruto's figure continuously leapt between the rocks. Roaring. Naruto, who had just regained consciousness, hadn't even had time to react when a powerful gravitational pull instantly hurled him far away. Banshu Tenan, Nagato, relying on Banshu Tenan, pulled Naruto along, and the next moment he was met with a heavy punch from Uzumaki Naruto. Rumble, the two frantically thrashed about on the water's surface, their chakra depleting, and both were beginning to feel exhausted. In an instant, Nagato was struck and thrown onto a reef. Konan cried out, but Nagato stopped her. "Konan, step back." Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Nagato slowly stood up, one of his Rinnegan eyes staring intently at his opponent. The two of them, panting heavily, looked down at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Peace truly came as a surprise. "Do you hate me? The enemy is right before your eyes," Nagato said coldly, looking at Naruto. Naruto's purpose in coming to the Hidden Rain Village this time was very clear, to avenge his master Jiraiya. Therefore, Nagato's cold smile was also intended to expose the other's false facade. This is suffering. "So you think that mutual understanding will bring peace? Ridiculous. I killed teacher Jiraiya. Can you forgive me? Obito killed your parents. Can you forgive him? Even Obito released the Nine Tails and killed so many Konoha ninjas. Can you make them forgive him? Nagato's sarcastic tone subsided, and at this moment, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards, revealing a hint of a smile. Jiraiya-sensei, look at this one time. I can help you twist this headache-ridden student of yours around. Uzumaki Naruto was seen struggling in agony, staring intently at Nagato, while Conan beside him coldly said, "You want to kill Nagato to complete your revenge, right? Do you think your unrealistic idea from before is still useful now? In this shinobi world, peace only exists when absolute power prevails. After centuries have passed, the hatred of previous generations is buried in the dust of history. Perhaps only now does your understanding hold any value." Uzumaki Naruto's next move stunned Nagato. "I came here because I wanted to talk to you a little. But there are also some other things I want to confirm." In the blink of an eye, Nagato was stunned, and Conan beside him looked even more surprised. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto wore a somber expression, as if acknowledging immense suffering. "You said you wanted to confirm something?" Nagato had an inexplicable bad feeling, and remembering Jiraiya's teacher's warning, his expression turned serious. But Uzumaki Naruto then spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "I want to confirm my own feelings. If the enemy were right in front of me, what would I do? Because even I don't know. I can't forgive you, my body is still trembling, and I want to kill you right now." Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto roared, but just as his fist was about to land, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was writhing in agony. It was as if an unknown force was influencing his body, causing him to struggle violently. "My third grandfather said that we must trust everyone and achieve everyone's approval. Only through genuine mutual understanding will the world ultimately come to fruition." At this moment, Nagato's expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant, and he couldn't help but say coldly, based on a few cheap, flattering words, "You want to erase the hatred and self-interest between people? Even young children are greedy. They all covet other people's toys. Do you think you can make them give up their desires with just a few words? You've disappointed me greatly." At this point, Nagato couldn't help but shake his head. He truly couldn't understand this kind of situation. "It's in my hands." At that moment, the space suddenly rippled downwards, revealing a hand that was about to attack Nagato's remaining Rinnegan. At that moment, Nagato, Conan, and Naruto were completely unprepared, only able to stare in horror as a hand suddenly appeared, revealing half of Obito's face. With pale fingers, the distance concealing the purple blood-red Rinnegan was only a hair's breadth away, almost touching the eyelashes, when suddenly, beneath the surface of the sea, Nagato's body erupted, revealing a blue sphere. Jiraiya Sanju, the Toad Sage. A powerful arm suddenly emerged from the seawater, and at the same time, a rapidly rotating blue chakra energy emanated from the palm of his hand. Rasengan! At that moment, Obito's pupils contracted. It was too fast. The blue Rasengan struck his left arm, and a white liquid splattered down as the Rasengan instantly pierced through him. At the same time, the white-haired Jiraiya's carefree and unrestrained face was revealed. There was also Nagato, his lips curling into a smile, and Uzumaki Naruto with a look of disbelief and shock. Roaring, the waves surged down, and in an instant, an arm fell from the sky. Jiraiya, standing before Nagato, looked at the severed arm and couldn't help but show a hint of regret. What a quick reaction speed! At this moment, Jiraiya was filled with apprehension. His spiral attack had clearly struck his opponent, but in an instant, the opponent had entered a state of nullification. However, the residual force of the Rasengan still managed to spin around and break his arm. "Haha, Nagato, you and Naruto are fine." One moment Jiraiya was imposing and serious, the next he was grinning wildly. "Good, you lustful immortal." At that moment, tears welled up in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes as he stared in disbelief at Jiraiya's smiling face. This scene felt like a dream. While Jiraiya wore a smiling expression as he looked at Naruto, his heart was not as joyful as Naruto's. Instead, it was filled with a heavy burden. From the moment Naruto entered the Hidden Rain village, he sensed that, initially, Naruto was filled with a thirst for revenge, but this desire gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely. At that moment, Jiraiya sighed inwardly. Asura's will was too strong, and Naruto was too deeply influenced by it. Nagato was panting heavily, the warmth of Obito's finger still lingering in his right eye. Teacher Jiraiya, be careful. The opponent is very difficult to deal with. Teacher Jiraiya. Conan also hurried over at this moment, and Jiraiya immediately burst into laughter upon seeing her. Haha, with me, the Toad Immortal, here, you can all rest assured. At this moment, Jiraiya's appearance was somewhat similar to Naruto's earlier. His face had turned into a frog's, and his hands and feet also showed signs of frog-like transformation. Senin Jiraiya, you're not dead. In the distance, where the spatial ripples subsided, Obito's figure appeared on the surface of the sea. His expression was grim as he glared intensely at Jiraiya, his left arm half covered. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have narrowly avoided being hit. It's really difficult to deal with this master-disciple relationship. Even their ninjutsu techniques are exactly the same. At this moment, Obito clearly recalled unpleasant memories, his expression extremely grim. During the Nine-Tails night, he had one of his arms broken by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and now it was happening again. Damn it! From the very beginning, it was a complete mess. Obito's reaction shifted to him, coldly observing the harmonious scene between the teacher and student before him, the murderous intent in his eyes deepening. The Angel Conan sneered, Obito, you know we're cooperating with Uchiha Yoru, so what makes you think we would kill teacher Jiraiya? Of course, someone like you probably wouldn't be able to understand. Facing Conan's mockery, Obito, with his bright red Sharingan, observed her and coldly chuckled, so that's how it is. You guys had this plan from the very beginning. Jiraiya's feigned death fooled everyone, even Zetsu, and he was hiding in the vast ocean near the hidden Rain Village. Everything, even your return to the Village of Rain, was all to lure me into a trap. Seeing Obito's conjecture, Nagato nodded and said coldly, not bad, it was a trap from the very beginning. After all, no one who has been toyed with for so many years would be willing to accept it. Originally, I intended to use these Rinnegan and Gato Mazo as bait, but you ended up stealing one of my Rinnegan and Gato Mazo from me. However, I think you'll all take back this Rinnegan. I thought I could uncover the real mastermind, but it turns out it's you, Obito. Nagato's words made Obito's expression extremely unpleasant. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Nagato let out a cold, mocking laugh. When we discovered that these Rinnegan eyes were implanted by someone, we began to suspect that you were nothing more than a useless puppet pushed out from behind the scenes. Now it seems this one Rinnegan isn't enough to attract the attention of the mastermind. Nagato's words made Obito somewhat embarrassed and angry, and in his rage, he directly opened his left eye, revealing the purple Rinnegan. You worthless piece of trash. What good is having the Rinnegan anyway? This world itself is guilty of sin. Uchiha Obito, who is the mastermind behind you? At this moment, Nagato and Jiraiya glared fiercely at Obito, never imagining that this would only enrage them. Damn it, you're looking down on me. At this moment, Obito was unusually furious. After all the meticulous planning the other party had done for half a day, it turned out that the mastermind behind the scenes was the one behind it all, and he wasn't the one at all. This caused Uchiha Madara, who had been self-righteous after Madara's death, to become even more enraged when Uchiha Obito, who had prepared to complete his plan alone, was filled with anger. Humiliation. Teacher Jiraiya, based on the timeline, Obito was initially a useless person, and his lack of strength led to him being crushed in half, leaving him powerless to protect his teammate Lin. In despair, he chose to die under Kakashi's Chidori. What did you say? Calling him a good-for-nothing, or even showing contempt for him, would only provoke a slight fit of anger, but mentioning Rin was like provoking his sensitive spot. In an instant, Uchiha Obito bristled, roaring with rage. In the previous scenario, Jiraiya's feigned death was met with the fear that Naruto's emotional reaction would lead him to this, so the two of them set up this trap, naturally intending to make Naruto thoroughly understand that what might be true, but cannot become the truth or reality, is actually true. Naruto, prepare Sage Mode. Jiraiya in Sage Mode, Uzumaki Naruto in Sage Mode, Nagato with the Rinnegan, and Conan the Angel. Having lost an arm, Obito's expression was extremely grim as he stared intently at the four people in front of him. Looking at how things are today, this Rinnegan user isn't even carrying it. But do you think you'll win? At this moment, Obito faced unprecedented pressure, not from the 4 people in front of him, but from Uchiha Yoru, which made him feel incredibly frustrated. Just as Nagato said, he really did need someone behind the scenes to intervene, otherwise he could handle these 4 people in front of him. But what about Uchiha Yoru? Naruto, I just witnessed a truly amazing scene. You're incredibly impressive, worthy of becoming Hokage. Although it was meant as encouragement, Obito's face showed a mocking smile. Even Naruto could see that he was joking and making fun of him. Naruto, Jiraiya was so good to you. You could even forgive the murderer who killed him. So please forgive me too. Then I will create a world where there is Lin, and where you believe in mutual understanding and peace. Naruto, Obito said, seemingly noticing that Naruto's mind was a little off. Little did he know how grim Jiraiya's expression was at that moment. If it had been someone else's words, he wouldn't have been worried, but Naruto. His mood had become somewhat heavy. Naruto, this person has harmed countless people in the village. Your teacher Irika's parents, your parents, Minato and Kushina, they were all killed by this person. This evil little devil has unleashed the 9-tailed fox. Let's join forces. Jiraiya roared down, and at that moment, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was incredibly varied. Although he was enthusiastic, he wasn't stupid. Just moments before, he had been constantly talking about mutual understanding, almost forgiving Nagato for killing Jiraiya, and now Obito has appeared. My father himself said that I killed your parents. Please forgive me, and I will create a world where you can understand each other. Ah! At that moment, Obito suddenly let out a hoarse, agonizing scream, his body emitting a burning mass of black flames. Amaterasu, with a cry of eagle, a hawk appeared in the sky, flying towards them, and standing firmly on its back was Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, a pair of green Mangekyo Sharingan eyes moved downwards, the left eye spinning wildly using the Amaterasu ocular technique. Amaterasu, the black flames burned down. Obito screamed in agony, and the next moment everyone was startled. Obito, enraged, immediately grabbed his own clothes and tore them apart. In an instant, the black Amaterasu fell onto his clothes, causing them to burn. At the same time, seeing the black flames burning his right arm, Obito snorted coldly, his chakra erupted, and in an instant, the joint of his right forearm exploded. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the forearm, which had fallen into the water, was continuously being burned by Amaterasu's black flames. I never thought so. You little brat actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and your dojutsu is the same as Itachi's Amaterasu. Obito was first crippled by Jiraiya's Rasengan, and now, in self-defense, he's being burned by Amaterasu, forcing him to strip off his clothes and sever his right arm. Now, with one end of his pants pulled down, Obito looked at the situation before him with a displeased expression. Sasuke. Seeing the figure perched atop the majestic eagle in the sky, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly shouted, while Sasuke, perched on the eagle's back, slowly curved his lips into a confident smile. In particular, his green Mangekyo Sharingan eyes revealed an unprecedented level of confidence. Obito, you Uchiha clan scoundrel, in the eyes of me, you are nothing. The arrogant Uchiha Sasuke had that kind of feeling where the rain had stopped and the 2 pillars felt relieved. Little devil. Facing ridicule from a junior, especially from this superior-looking person, Obito became even more enraged. Obito, at this point, it's 5 against 1. Jiraiya, in his sage mode, laughed heartily as he spoke, while Nagato and Konan beside him were already prepared. Even Uzumaki Naruto showed signs of excitement. Sasuke had arrived. Obito, the family has suffered humiliation for over a decade because of you. You deserve to die. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke descended straight down from the sky, head down. As he drew the metal chakra blade from his side, his entire body was enveloped in lightning. Little devil, you're being too presumptuous. The lightning flashed past, and Sasuke's exquisite swordsmanship instantly counterattacked, giving Obito no chance to reveal his physical attack. Obito, too, coldly stared at the brand new, 6-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan before him. With the new Sharingan, the heavens truly favor your whole family. All 3 of you father and sons have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, Nagato Konan, and the completely new Mangekyo Sharingan user Uchiha Sasuke, Obito's face turned ashen, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Haha, we'll say goodbye for now, and by then no one will be able to stop me. With a cruel smile, Obito unleashed Kamui, causing ripples to descend, and his figure instantly vanished into the turbulent waves, leaving not a trace of his presence. Lustful Immortal. After the battle, Uzumaki Naruto showed signs of excitement. The lecherous sage Jiraiya was surprisingly not dead. For a moment, everyone looked down at each other, especially upon seeing Jiraiya still alive. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes welled up with tears, completely forgetting the embarrassing situation from earlier. It must be said that being hot-headed and impulsive has its advantages, and it's fundamentally impossible to reason with them. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, suppressing his unpleasant feelings, and stepped forward to hug Naruto, bursting into laughter. Haha, you little brat, you're still crying with a runny nose. How could I, the Toad Immortal, possibly die? Naruto's various transformations only increased Jiraiya's apprehension. Asura's influence was too great. Jiraiya, being naturally open-minded, was also a man with a big heart. Being attracted to Yamato, the Holy Mother, was a completely different matter. Perhaps, having reached this point step by step in the brutal world of shinobi, Jiraiya must have endured too much cruelty. Previously, he had relatively appreciated Naruto's qualities in this aspect, but now he has begun to fall silent. No matter how good a person is, they still have their bottom line. Naruto, with his overflowing saintly heart, one moment he's furiously determined to kill his opponent in a life-or-death battle. The next moment he's filled with sorrow, compassion, and boundless forgiveness. This kind of behavior is inherently problematic, but the fact that the other party is repeatedly his enemy makes it even more problematic. Sasuke, how did you get here? Upon seeing Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly extended his hand to greet him. But what greeted him was a cold, powerful punch from Sasuke. With a loud bang, Naruto was sent flying, sliding across the water for a considerable amount of time. Sasuke! Raising his head, Uzumaki Naruto covered his injured mouth, angrily shouting, his eyes filled with questioning, as if to say, "Why did you attack me for no reason?" Uchiha Sasuke sneered, "There's no need to dwell on it. You seem to feel wronged, as a Konoha Chunin, yet you disregard village regulations. Leaving the Fire Country's border and even entering the Rain Country. The Hokage has ordered that Uzumaki Naruto disobey the ninja code." Before Sasuke could finish speaking, Uzumaki Naruto immediately waved his hand dismissively, giving an embarrassed smile. "Sasuke, please forgive me. I didn't do it intentionally." With Jiraiya's fleeting appearance, Uzumaki Naruto once again reverted to his former self, but this time he lacked his usual carefree and capricious personality, further enraging Sasuke. "Uzumaki Naruto, do you realize how serious the situation is this time?" Uchiha Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto, who quickly dodged. The two separated for a moment. Naruto was stunned, only feeling his head loosen. His ninja headband had fallen into Uchiha Sasuke's hands. "Give me back my ID card." However, Sasuke merely raised his hand in a fleeting, illusory gesture to dodge Naruto's attempt to grab his hand, and coldly retorted, "If it weren't for Lord Jiraiya's guarantee, your act of leaving the village without permission would be enough to label you a rogue ninja." Sasuke. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's smile froze on his face as he looked at Sasuke's grim expression. This time, he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. "Sasuke, I'll apologize for this later. There's no need to take it so seriously." Serious. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto still clinging to a hopeful, carefree attitude, Uchiha Sasuke shook his head in disappointment. Asked Jiraiya, "How serious is the crime you've committed? If you weren't the son of the fourth Hokage, and if your teacher Jiraiya hadn't vouched for you, you wouldn't be facing me right now, but the Ambu hunting squad, and you would have long since been marked as a Konoha rogue ninja. Uzumaki Naruto, when will you ever be able to face reality? Every day you carelessly and mindlessly make noise, talking about how everyone can understand each other and everything will be fine. But look at yourself. If everyone were like you, this world would have been full of rogue ninjas long ago." As a teammate, the bond between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto was like the destiny of Indra and Asura. At this moment, he glared at Naruto, disappointed that he couldn't mold him into something better. Naruto, you talk about understanding each other, but have you ever bothered to understand others? You clamor about equality every day, but what about you? You rely on your status as the fourth Hokage's son to do whatever you want, thinking everything is great and without problem, always standing on the same level as the class system created by Teacher Knight. But as a result, you stand here, criticizing this so-called unjust class system, while you yourself are abusing privileges within it. Your current state is truly alienating, even. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke put away Uzumaki Naruto's forehead protector and coldly said, "Even now, you're quite disgusting." Uchiha Sasuke's blunt statement stunned Uzumaki Naruto, leaving him with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Half a day later, Uzumaki Naruto finally managed to force out a strained smile. "Sasuke, haha, you two little devils can settle this matter slowly." Meanwhile, from afar, Jiraiya watched Nagato with concern. Facing Naruto's somewhat fleeting gaze, he showed a helpless expression and could only scratch his head and feign ignorance with a loud laugh. A ninja disobeying orders, this is a big deal, but it's also a small one. Ultimately, privilege exists wherever you go. However, Naruto's identity is somewhat special. He's the son of the fourth Hokage and also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Little devil, aren't you coming back? After this battle, the Land of Rain no longer needed to hide, clearly intending to directly invade Konoha. But Jiraiya looked at the Uchiha clan's young brat with some surprise. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze involuntarily fell upon Naruto, and he respectfully said in a low voice, "Genin Konohamaru betrayed and fled the Land of Fire without reason and has been labeled a rogue ninja." What? Before Jiraiya could say anything, Uzumaki Naruto was utterly shocked, forgetting everything that had just happened, and anxiously shouted, "What's going on? This is impossible. How could Konohamaru betray us and run away?" In response to Uzumaki Naruto's inquiry, Uchiha Sasuke simply scoffed coldly. "Naruto, don't cling to your illusions." Konohamaru's teammates went after him first, and as a result, both Genin were killed by Konohamaru. The reason is simple. He said someone in Konoha wanted to harm him. How could anyone harm Konohamaru? Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself in disbelief, but now that he was more mature, he seemed to remember something and couldn't help but glance at Sasuke. Seeing that look in his eyes, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. "Naruto, aren't you just trying to say that the Uchiha clan is responsible for Konohamaru's death? And even trying to eliminate the Sarutobi clan, isn't that right?" This time, Uzumaki Naruto remained silent, not saying a word, while Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold laugh. "It's just Konohamaru. If we Uchiha clan wanted to take action, we would have done so long ago." "Naruto!" Jiraiya called out to Naruto, his face now clouded with complex emotions, which finally culminated in a deep sigh. Having murdered his comrades and betrayed them to flee, Konohamaru was destined to have no way back. Moreover, Sasuke's words made perfect sense. If they had truly targeted the Sarutobi clan and used the Uchiha clan's power, Konohamaru would not have survived. I forgot to tell you, this time the team chasing Konohamaru consists of several members. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke revealed a thoughtful smile. He also deeply hated Zetsu from the Sarutobi clan, especially after the experience of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. If it weren't for Sensei Yagumi's presence, and the third root Uchiha clan extermination plan of Konoha hadn't been implemented, the fate of the Sarutobi clan would have been the same as the fate of the Uchiha clan. To be a king is to win, to be a bandit is to lose. This time, the members of the squad being chased are Temari, Kankuro, Anyu, Uzumaki Naruto. Following the sound of Sasuke's footsteps, Uzumaki Naruto's face was filled with shock. "This time you left the Land of Fire on your own accord. This is the Hokage giving you a chance to atone for your sins." "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. After escaping the Land of Fire, Konohamaru infiltrated the Land of Rain." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes narrowed in amusement. Uzumaki Naruto was even more terrified, while Jiraiya sighed weakly in frustration, waving his hand to indicate that he couldn't handle this matter. Within the borders of the Via Kingdom, a persistent drizzle fell, and in the dense forest, Konohamaru was meticulously guarding his surroundings, his face and body covered in mud. He was now preparing to travel through the land of rain to the land of earth. Currently, in the entire shinobi world, only the land of lightning and the land of earth were relatively safe. At least they could avoid being hunted by Konoha. He moved cautiously through the dense jungle, the stinging sensation on his face like needles causing his muscles to twitch involuntarily. Damn it, why can't you understand me? At this moment, Konohamaru, feeling the excruciating pain of the wounds on his face, couldn't help but angrily curse. The wounds on his face were inflicted by his comrades, and he also ruthlessly murdered his own comrades who came to pursue him back, so he was immediately labeled a rogue ninja and was hunted down. The incessant sound of raindrops echoed through the dense forest, suddenly giving way to a crackling sound. Although the sound was faint, Konohamaru, as a ninja, instantly showed a look of panic. Damn it, why won't you give me a way out? Damn Uchiha! Konohamaru let out a roar, and in an instant, several shurikens flew out. Following the cold, dull sound that echoed through the forest, a hoarse voice resounded. Haha, Sarutobi clan brat, you know what? I originally thought there was no hope, but I never imagined you'd actually show up as a rogue ninja. A dark shadow slowly emerged from the bushes. It was an ugly, multi-armed puppet, and the person controlling it gradually revealed their true form. The puppet ninja, its face covered in paint, now revealed a bloodthirsty gaze fixed on him. A forehead protector bearing the character god proved that the puppet was a jonin. Kankuro. Konohamaru's expression turned grim as he uttered the name of someone he had resented, someone who had once bullied him, and whose grandfather later killed the fourth Kazukichirasa's father. Hehe! Kankuro laughed with bloodthirsty excitement, looking at the battered little brat before him, the former supreme ruler of the Third Hokage. You know what, initially, the Third Hokage tricked my father into invading Konoha, but then secretly ambushed and killed my father halfway through, impersonating him to participate in the Chunin exam. All these years of hatred, I've always held a grudge. At that moment, Kankuro angrily clutched his chest, as if to express just how deep his hatred was. You could wipe out the entire village. I couldn't help but restrain myself. Even I myself had given up this so-called hatred, but I never thought Rikudo Sennin would open my eyes. You little brat actually betrayed me and ran away. Ha ha. And killing your own comrades will immediately label you as a rogue ninja hunter. Ha ha. Controlling the Kankuro puppet, a bloodthirsty, excited smile appeared on its face, while Konohamaru, facing it, broke out in a cold sweat. His opponent was a jonin. Despite his diligent training over the years, he still had a clear understanding of jonin's true strength. Hide. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Konohamaru's hands moved like blurs, and countless shurikens were thrown out in an instant, while simultaneously forming hand seals. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken began to transform, countless shurikens flashing with cold light swarming towards Kankuro, leaving him no room to dodge. Fire Release. Great Flame Technique. The Sarutobi clan has passed down the secret fire release jutsu for generations. In an instant, a massive flame erupts from their mouths, directly engulfing the shuriken. A raging inferno descended, and within Kankuro's sight, shurikens lurked in the flames, forcing him to defend himself cautiously. Rumble! In an instant, a burst of fiery red light erupted from the dense forest. It must be said that even though Konohamaru was only 13 years old, his chakra level far surpassed that of a chunin. In the original timeline, Konohamaru, at this age, faced Pain's invasion of Konoha, but he also single-handedly confronted Jigokudo, and even used the powerful Jutsu Rasengan to kill Jigokudo. The biggest bug is Konohamaru's chakra level. He's so young yet he can already use the Shadow Clone Jutsu. As for Konohamaru, having experienced the tragedy of his clan's annihilation 3 years ago, these past years have been filled with immense sorrow. The pressure of revenge and various other factors has caused his strength to increase rapidly. After all, he's the third Hokage's grandson, and he's received an education from a young age, including various ninja training and even some powerful ninjutsu techniques. Therefore, Konohamaru's strength is by no means weak. Little devil, you can't escape. After the intense fire subsided, Kankuro let out a cold, bloodthirsty laugh. Under Konohamaru's horrified gaze, Kankuro gradually revealed his puppet-like form. The puppet show, crackling sounds, a strange sound came from behind him, and Konohamaru was startled for a moment, but it was too late. In a flash, an ugly, pot-bellied puppet attacked. Black and Puppet Master. In the blink of an eye, Kanehamaru was swallowed whole by the puppet, while Kankuro, constantly manipulating the chakra lines with his fingers, leapt down from a large tree hidden on the other side. "Let me out, you ugly devil!" Trapped inside the puppet's belly, Kanehamaru roared in. While outside, Kankuro stepped forward, sneering coldly. "Little devil, I won't let you die so easily." As soon as Song entered, Kankuro suddenly heard a faint sizzling sound in his ear. His expression instantly changed, and he angrily exclaimed, "A sound exploding talisman?" The besieged puppet Kanehamaru roared loudly, frantically grabbing a stack of explosive tags, and with a single press, the thick stack of tags instantly burst into flames. Kanehamaru, with a look of madness in his eyes, once again broke the hand seal and laughed loudly, saying, "You freak, I'll take you to your death, you demon." The fourth Kazakage. Rumble, with the explosion sending flames soaring into the sky. Kankuro, struggling to hide inside a puppet-like defensive structure, narrowly avoided injury. Damn it, this little brat used so many explosive charms. Looking at the explosive force, Kankuro couldn't help but be terrified. But he immediately noticed something. Not a single drop of blood, not even the smell of fresh blood, not a single severed limb. No way, that little brat secretly released a shadow clone while he was releasing his jutsu. Kankuro reacted incredibly quickly, instantly understanding. No wonder Kanehamaru wasn't afraid of death. Such bravery, it turned out to be a shadow clone. Even Kanehamaru, fleeing frantically deep in the jungle, could sense the violent explosion coming from behind him, and a cold smile spread across his face. The clone was dispelled at the last moment. Luckily, the explosive spell didn't harm the clone, otherwise, the pain would have been enough to give him a good beating. / weapon. As Kanehamaru was running at full speed, a sudden sense of danger assailed him, and he quickly lay down. Rumble, a powerful gust of wind unleashed a flash of white light, and in an instant, this entire patch of forest was stripped bare. Grabbing a scythe, Haku Itachi furiously launched a relentless barrage of fierce attacks, his range of attack incredibly wide, directly destroying an entire swath of forest. At that moment, a figure with blonde hair appeared in the distance, wielding a heavy iron fan, Tamori, in a majestic posture. At this moment, Tamori looked at this destroyed patch of forest and revealed a majestic smile. "With this, you little brat have nowhere to hide." But at that moment, Tamori saw Kankuro's figure chasing after her in the distance, and couldn't help but glare at him in displeasure and loudly reprimand him. "Kankuro, what kind of trick are you playing? You've let this little brat escape." Tamori and Kankuro, the two sisters, blocked Kanehamaru's path, one in front and one behind. Facing Tamari's reprimand, Kankuro's face showed a hint of embarrassment. This little brat is too cunning, and he even possesses such a massive amount of chakra. "Shut up!" Facing Kankuro's explanation, Tamori angrily yelled at him. "I now doubt how you, this Jonin, even rose to that rank. Did you become reckless? You even dared to be careless in the face of the greatest taboo a ninja should face." Even if it were Tamari, Kankuro wouldn't tolerate this kind of attitude. Faced with Tamari's domineering reprimand, Kankuro nodded repeatedly in embarrassment. He had been afraid of this older sister since childhood. He couldn't disobey her. "Little devil, if you don't want to suffer, then obediently surrender and let yourself be tied up." Seeing that there was no way out for Kanehamaru, Tamari coldly shouted, and Kankuro, who was far away, immediately changed his expression upon hearing it. "This little brat is a rogue ninja. We have the right to kill him directly and bring his body back." Before Kankuro could finish speaking, Tamari coldly shouted, "Shut up! This little devil is something else." Kankuro, still seething with anger, was about to say something else when Tamari coldly rebuked him. "Kankuro, don't forget about Gaara." That blunt remark left Kankuro speechless, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Seeing this scene, Tamari's expression gradually softened. "Kankuro, I'm heartbroken about my father's situation, but this brat's identity is not simple. Bringing him back is equivalent to the punishment for murdering a comrade. He won't get away with it. Gaara is the hope of us Sand Village ninjas, and the one on whom we have placed so much expectation. Lord Yuru and Lady Parakura have both clearly stated that as long as Gaara continues to develop, he will one day be the 6th Kazakage." Tamari's overall perspective and absolute awareness were certainly achievable, and Kankuro wasn't an impulsive person either. After remembering his younger brother Gaara, he took a deep breath. Lady Parkura and Lady Yor taking a liking to Gar doesn't mean they've made up their minds. So is Gar's older siblings, even if they can't help much, they absolutely cannot hold him back. I understand. This little devil was captured alive. Kankuro took a deep breath, instantly regaining his composure, and Temari, seeing this, also broke into a smile. To live is an affirmation, but if this little devil resists, breaking his arms and legs is unavoidable. Upon hearing Temari's words, Kankuro immediately revealed a bloodthirsty smile, looking at the trapped Kanehamaru. Little brat, you'd better continue to resist, or I'll break all 4 of your limbs now. It should be 5 and completely wipe out your lineage. Don't underestimate people. Kanehamaru let out a roar, and in an instant, he swung both hands downwards, unleashing a barrage of shurikens, repeating his previous move the next moment. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, clatter. Facing the barrage of shurikens, Temari let out a cold laugh, and with one hand, she grasped her iron fin and simply swung it. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind descended, knocking away all the attacking shurikens, which clattered and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Little devil, my patience has its limits. Temari instantly appeared in front of Kanehamaru, and her iron fin suddenly struck him in the stomach. Kanehamaru's eyes widened in pain, and all the food scraps in his stomach were expelled. Break! With several iron fans raining down on him, Kanehamaru's face was bruised and battered, leaving him completely incapable of fighting back. Shadow Clone Technique. Struggling to get down, Kanehamaru roared in anger, unleashing the Shadow Clone Jutsu that Uzumaki Naruto had taught him. He knew that returning to Konoha meant certain death. After losing his grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, the Sarutobi clan was now on the verge of extinction. With no one to protect him, he had only one option: to survive. He had to hide. Break! Facing the onslaught of over a dozen clones, Temari sneered, continuously swinging her iron fan to smash the clones to pieces. However, the next moment, Kankuro's expression suddenly changed drastically in the distance. Careful! In the midst of the chaos, a dark blue sphere of chakra appeared before her, causing Temari's pupils to contract in fear. Rasengan! Kanehamaru roared furiously, having just used his shadow clones to create chaos, and simultaneously employing one of his shadow clones to unleash his ultimate jutsu. The distance was too close. Essentially, Temari wasn't given a chance to use her ninjutsu or dodge. Roaring! In an instant, Kanehamaru's Rasengan, unleashed with a frenzied expression, slammed down, and Temari could only grip her iron fan tightly with both hands to block the powerful jutsu attack. Rumble! The powerful Rasengan spun around, its strength diminishing, enraging Temari, whose iron fan was now no longer sufficient to block it. He can kill you, you old demon, and I can kill you too. Kanehamaru roared in a frenzy. He felt abandoned by the entire world, his eyes filled only with madness. Rasengan, this jutsu isn't something only you can use, Rasengan. Kanehamaru's words directly provoked Temari, who immediately showed an angry expression, shouting loudly as her iron fan was instantly deflected by a Rasengan. Just as Kanehamaru's Rasengan was about to strike, a Rasengan also appeared in Temari's hand. I am the strongest Sand Village ninja, the wind-release female Jonin. Blonde Temari shouted down, and with one hand she unleashed a deep blue Rasengan. In an instant, the 2 Rasengans collided. One older, one younger, now a Jonin, Temari surpasses Kanehamaru in both chakra quantity and control, not to mention the village's training. For S rank and below, ninjutsu isn't something to boast about because they've never been willing to reward it. To become a Jonin, it's not just about strength. At the core, it's about undergoing numerous rigorous tests and certifications. Under Uchiha Yora's policy of lowering the difficulty of S rank and below ninjutsu, the rewards are clearly much lower than during the 3rd Hokage's era. Even during the 3rd Hokage era, a rank basic ninjutsu was a secret technique passed down only through significant contributions or between master and apprentice. But things changed after Uchiha Yora rose to power. A rank ninjutsu is also included in the regular Jonin rewards. Even S rank ninjutsu, if performed with great merit, coupled with loyalty and impeccable moral character, will be rewarded. In the S-rank village, regarding ninjutsu, there are reports that several Jonin have received the training. Rumble! The Rasengan struck down, and after a deafening roar, Kanehamaru was sent flying, his arm appearing strangely fractured. Temari was only pushed back 7 or 8 steps, and when she stopped, she looked at her burning palms and couldn't help but show a look of fear. Damn it, this little brat actually knows the Rasengan Jutsu. There was absolutely no information about it. Temari narrowly avoided being hurt by this little brat, and at this moment, she angrily shouted. Kankuro, who had chased after her from afar, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that his sister's clothes were unharmed. As the chakra flowed, Temari threw the iron fan, and Kankuro coldly said, "This brat is too dangerous. I think we should just break all her limbs." This time, Temari remained calm and did not object. Meanwhile, Kanehamaru fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his right arm dislocated and broken. He struggled to get up, panting heavily due to the massive depletion of his chakra. Damn it, why, just one step away, and I could have escaped. Just as Kanehamaru was shouting in frustration, Temari and Kankuro stopped in their tracks, displaying a serious and defensive posture. At the same time, Kanehamaru heard footsteps behind him. He was startled, and the familiar sound of someone smacking their lips while smoking echoed in his ears. Haha, Kanehamaru has been around for so long, and you're still such a piece of trash. Like a ghostly voice descending, Kanehamaru turned his head with difficulty, seeing the figure he hated most in his life. All that could be seen was a tall, imposing figure with a face full of sorrow and a scraggly beard, a cigarette in his mouth, and a swallow in his hand. Sarutobi Asuma. Since the Akatsuki incident, Obito and Asuma no longer wore the Akatsuki organization's uniform. Now, Asuma is wearing the familiar green Konoha vest, and even a Konoha headband. However, the Konoha forehead protector has a clear mark of a rogue ninja's insignia. That's not how you fight. Let me teach you a good lesson. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asuma coldly stared at Temari and Kankuro, a cold smile playing on his lips, and instantly launched his attack. Careful! Kankuro shouted, this time directly unleashing his most powerful puppet, while Temari coldly retorted, understood. Fire release, dust accumulation, and burning. In an instant, Asuma unleashed a dense cloud of fire release mist. Seeing this, Temari didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and immediately deployed her iron fan, revealing 3 stars. Wine-dwelling chaotic energy dance, rumble. A fierce gust of wind swept down, instantly clearing away the fog. But as the fog dodged, Sarutobi Asuma, wielding his flying swallow, charged forward. Temari, you come and provide cover. Facing a ninja like Sarutobi Asuma, Kankuro immediately let out a loud shout, calmly controlling his 3 puppets who charged forward and entangled the opponent, while Temari, wielding her iron fan, provided ultraviolet cover and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. From afar, Kanehamaru, seeing the 3 figures fighting, finally regained his composure, his face filled with resentment and anger. Asuma. This single cry was heart-wrenching, encompassing Kanehamaru's overwhelming emotions. He was once the high and mighty crown prince of Konoha, but because of Sarutobi Asuma, his entire clan was lost, and he was directly relegated to a figure everyone avoided and even hated. The direct fall from heaven to hell caused Kanehamaru's psyche to become increasingly twisted, fueling an unparalleled hatred for everyone involved. Asuma. While Temari and Kankuro were teaming up against Sarutobi Asuma, Kanehamaru, with a broken and dislocated arm, saw Asuma and was instantly consumed by hatred. With a hoarse, exhausted roar, Sarutobi Kanehamaru, somehow finding the strength, rose to his feet once again. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma, who was locked in a fierce battle with Temari and Kankuro, sensed hateful gazes behind him, and his heart was filled with anger. How could Kanehamaru be so irrational? He paid such a high price. Wasn't it all for the continued existence of the Sarutobi clan? The result is that Kanehamaru, instead of praising you, directly betrayed you and fled. At this moment, instead of thinking about escaping, he was blinded by hatred, truly a disgrace to all the painstaking efforts he had made over the years. Kankuro. As Gaara's older sister, Temari, with her exceptional intellect, has been highly regarded over the years and naturally possesses some intelligence, especially since Gaara has been chosen as one of the 6 great guardians to be groomed. Uchiha Yoru, in order to win people's hearts, naturally had to cultivate the Gaara siblings. Therefore, Temari naturally understands some secrets, such as when they were pursuing the rogue ninja Sarutobi Kanehamaru. Parakura specifically revealed some intelligence about the Sarutobi clan to him. Hehe, even drug addicts are still very nervous around you, you little brat. Temari let out a loud scream, and through the coded message, Kankuro instantly understood what was happening. He immediately revealed a mocking smile, his fingers trembling as he controlled the puppet's chakra lines, and in an instant, the puppet spat out several poison needles. Swoosh! The poison dart was aimed at Kanehamaru. At this moment, Sarutobi Isuma was enraged, and with his left hand, he directly threw the flying swallow dart. By channeling Wind Attribute Chakra directly into the flying swallow, it severed all the poison needles with a single, winding motion, and Kankuro seized this opportunity. The hellish poisonous mace is unparalleled in its accuracy, firing 100 consecutive shots. The great storm is hanging over my life. Temari and Kankuro, the two sisters, coordinated perfectly, launching a pincer attack from both sides in an instant, leaving Sarutobi Isuma with no choice but to passively defend himself. Atsugoi Wind Release. Sarutobi Isuma directly unleashed a powerful wind release jutsu, instantly blowing away all the poison needles released by the puppet, while simultaneously dodging in another direction. Rumble! The three of them engaged in a fierce battle, with Temari's fighting IQ dropping so low that the fight spilled over onto Kanehamaru. Faced with such probing, Sarutobi Isuma simply couldn't afford to gamble. Because Sarutobi Kanehamaru is now a notorious rogue ninja on Konoha's leaderboard. In other words, killing rogue ninjas is basically nothing to worry about. He can just kill them directly and be done with it. Therefore, Sarutobi Isuma, hidden beneath a car with its tailgate open, could only be stopped. Haha, I originally intended to capture the third old demon's grandson, but I never imagined that even the third old demon's son would show up. At this moment, Kankuro excitedly shouted, completely disregarding everything else. This was a rare opportunity for him to avenge his father. Temari, even calmer, holding her iron fan, stopped speaking and said, Kankuro, use Kanehamaru, that little brat, to hold off Sarutobi Isuma. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Although Kankuro was somewhat reluctant, knowing that this was a rare opportunity and that the two sisters could take a gamble and succeed, he could only shout yes, in response to Temari's command. At this moment, Kanehamaru, protected by his guardians, had tears of humiliation streaming from his eyes as he frantically shouted at Isuma, who was constantly protecting him. Why? Hatred had already clouded his judgment. Kanehamaru, gripping a kunai in his left hand, angrily cursed at Isuma. At this moment, because Kanehamaru had dragged Ri along, Sarutobi Isuma couldn't help but show a hint of anger. Kanehamaru, you run away first, then I'll tell you the whole truth. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Sarutobi Isuma unleashed a barrage of fire release jutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with Temari and Kankuro. While Kanehamaru seized the opportunity to flee into the forest like a flea. Seeing Kanehamaru fleeing, Kankuro couldn't help but roar in anger, while Temari angrily said, no? Kankuro, be ready to retreat at any moment. Without any restraints, Sarutobi Isuma's fighting power was far beyond what it had just been. Beneath his cruel smile, he unleashed a powerful fighting force. Now that he has finally subdued all those who betrayed him and fled to Konoha, he has nothing left to fear. But at that very moment, a piercing eagle cry echoed across the sky. It's Sasuke and Naruto. As the eagle rose, two figures appeared. Sarutobi Isuma's expression changed, while Temari and Kankuro's faces lit up with joy. Careful! The situation was even more dangerous at this moment. After all, even a desperate dog would jump over a wall. Temari hurriedly called out to her impulsive younger brother to warn him. Let me deal with Sarutobi Isuma. You guys pursue Kanehamaru. Descending from the heavens, Uchiha Sasuke revealed a cold smile. Ever since his experience of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his hatred for the former Third Hokage's regime had only grown stronger. He was perfectly aware of the origin of the Sarutobi clan's extermination plan. It was originally the Third Hokage's roots plan to exterminate the Uchiha clan. However, he was almost completely returned to him by Teacher Yi. Go! Seeing Sasuke's cold gaze fixed on Sarutobi Isuma, Temari, the most level-headed of them all, immediately ordered Kankuro to chase after Kanehamaru. Asuma left it to Sasuke to deal with. Under no circumstances can we let this brat Kanehamaru escape to the border of the Land of Rain. Upon hearing the news that Kanehamaru was about to flee to the border of the Land of Rain, Kankuro became anxious. He could accept it even if these two were captured alive and brought back to Konoha. Ultimately, given what those two had done, they would either die or suffer a life worse than death in prison. But abandoning Kanehamaru, that little brat, and letting him escape was something he could not easily forgive. Kanehamaru. Upon hearing this name, Uzumaki Naruto's expression immediately changed. He had originally intended to stay behind with Sasuke to deal with Asuma, but seeing Kankuro and Temari disappear, he suddenly felt anxious. Sasuke, you hold off teacher Asuma first. I'll go retrieve Kanehamaru and then come help you. Uzumaki Naruto was also afraid that Kanehamaru might react violently and get hurt, so he chose to quickly chase after him. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma's expression turned melancholic. Facing Uchiha Sasuke's bright red Sharingan, he couldn't help but become serious. As the sandstorm swept through, the two stood in a desolate area filled with felled trees, staring intently at each other. Sarutobi Asuma, you know what? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's lips slowly curved into a bloodthirsty smile. At first, I sympathized with you for massacring the Sarutobi clan, but when I learned that the so-called extermination plan's original target was the Uchiha clan, I was filled with rage. If it weren't for Master-ya, I wouldn't dare imagine what fate awaited our Uchiha clan. The enemy, his eyes blazing with anger, had just experienced the Genjutsu world that activated Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, and his mind hadn't yet recovered from the shock. It's undeniable that the Mangekyo Sharingan possesses immense power, but its side effects are equally significant. When the Mangekyo Sharingan is activated for a period of time, emotions become particularly agitated, making one easily angered and irritable, and even stubborn. Uchiha Sasuke naturally understood this point. His teacher, Knight, had warned him about it before. However, he now had an even faster way to restore himself to normal. All that could be seen was Uchiha Sasuke's bloodthirsty grin, his green Mangekyo Sharingan spinning incessantly. Haha, this time the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans will finally have their feud settled, rest assured. Later, that brat Kanehamaru, I will personally rip out his chest and completely wipe out the Sarutobi clan. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, Sarutobi Asuma's gaze was fixed on him. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Sasuke, Uchiha Yoru initially agreed to my request. It was Master-ya who granted your request, not me. Besides, Kanehamaru has now betrayed us and fled, and any rogue ninja from Kana has the right to kill them. Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold laugh. His entire body began to emit lightning, and in an instant, a metal chakra blade was drawn from his side. You evil Sarutobi clan member, today I will show you the power of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke had reached Sarutobi Asuma, his flying sword and longsword clashing violently, producing intense sparks. The flying swallow was forged by someone the third Hokage found using precious chakra metal. Sasuke's sword, modeled after the Gross World Shinobugatana, was also forged by Uchiha Yoru. And the hilt of this Shinobugatana was originally one of the 8 precious metal chakra swords of Killer Bee, the 8-tails Jinchuriki of the Land of Lightning. After all, he's the Raikage's younger brother and the 8-tails Jinchuriki, so naturally he uses top-grade, precious metal chakra. And the material quality is in no way inferior to that of the flying swallow. Two precious metal chakra weapons clashed incessantly, one a wind release and the other a lightning release. Logically speaking, wind release should counter lightning release, but in the face of Uchiha's arrogance, Sasuke's face was filled with mocking smiles. Haha, is this what you call mercy for massacring an entire clan? With only this much skill, it seems the Sarutobi clan is quite incompetent. Fire release, dust accumulation, and burning. A cloud of mist erupted from behind, instantly igniting a sky-high blaze. The next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the ground. Asuma quickly dodged, only to see a large snake emerge from beneath the earth, its mouth wide open. Sasuke, gripping his Shinobugatana, thrust it directly at it. Is that all the strength you have, useless? Uchiha Sasuke unleashed his lightning release nintaijutsu, wildly swinging his blade and mockingly saying, "Is this what you initially dreamed of slaughtering Uchiha Sarutobi? Haha, you don't know what it feels like to slaughter your own clansmen. This is retribution. It's your Sarutobi clan's fault that we Uchiha each other. I've lost my patience, you worthless Sarutobi clan members. Lightning release, Chidori Nagashi. In an instant, Uchiha's body was enveloped in a powerful flash of lightning. Sarutobi Asuma angrily shouted, Uchiha brat, don't underestimate me. Wind release, vacuum jade. While rapidly retreating, Sarutobi Asuma suddenly took a deep breath, and in an instant, he spewed out chakra wind blades like bullets from his mouth. Facing this powerful wind-release ninjutsu attack, Uchiha Sasuke revealed a hint of arrogant smile. I'm tired of playing. The bizarre Mangekyo Sharingan spun downwards, and in an instant, his entire body emitted purple chakra, quickly forming a skeletal shape. Susanoo, the terrifying skeletal frame appeared later, its powerful wind blades merely emitting a deep, heavy rumble and did not cause much damage. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke laughed wildly and excitedly. Haha, this is the power of the Uchiha. Sarutobi Asuma, the third Hokage, is wary of our Uchiha power. As the six-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly downwards, a surge of power flowed in, and in an instant, the skeletal structure began to solidify. Susanoo, third stage, the muscles were visible, along with the armor covering it. Although only half of the body was visible, the terrifying strength caused Sarutobi Asuma to begin to show signs of hesitation and retreat. You can't escape. Asuma, acting decisively, immediately wanted to flee, but Sasuke, controlling Susanoo, burst into maniacal laughter, and Susanoo directly drew its longbow. Swish swish, each Susanoo-shaped arrow fired out frantically, causing the ground to tremble violently. Damn it, today I'll make you regret this. Sarutobi Asuma roared, realizing the opponent clearly intended to kill him. Ignoring the after effects of overusing the wood release cells within his body, he roared, and in an instant, chakra surged through his veins. The wind escapes the vacuum and creates waves. The powerful wind blades, like size, slashed at Susanoo's body. It must be said that Sarutobi Asuma, having frantically activated his wood release power, not only increased his chakra several times over, but also significantly enhanced his attack power. Haha, when you die and see the third Hokage, don't forget to tell him that he annihilated the Sarutobi clan, and now the Uchiha rule Konoha. Rumble, as the two fought fiercely, the surrounding forest suffered greatly, and this entire area was utterly devastated. In the depths of the rustling forest, Konohamaru, secluded and held captive by a puppet, was screaming in furious rage. Let go of me, Naruto, big brother Naruto. He treats you like his own grandson. Please spare me. I'll disappear without a trace and never come out of the shinobi world again. I beg you. Knowing that there would be no delicious fruit to eat upon returning to the village, Konohamaru placed all his hopes on his older brother Naruto. But unfortunately, he forgot Naruto's personality. Konohamaru, calm down. Don't worry, I'm here. When we get back to Konoha, explain everything, and everyone will forgive you. Naruto muttered to himself that it was contagious, and if it were an ordinary person, they might get infected. But Konohamaru's emotions were on the verge of breaking down. So how could he possibly listen? Uzumaki Naruto, you fox demon. Instead of taking me back to the village, you might as well kill me right now. Konohamaru roared ferociously, a sight Uzumaki Naruto had never encountered before, especially since the other man was revealing a long-buried, painful secret. Fox spirit. Meanwhile, Kankuro, who was struggling a bit, watched the scene with a mocking smile. Haha, you're still cursing people at this time. Take advantage of the energy you have now and curse a little more. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of punishment you'll receive when you return to the village. Next to Temari, she let out a cold snort, and facing Naruto, the Holy Mother, she sneered contemptuously. Go back and explain yourself so others will forgive you. Do you think this is like a child playing in a playhouse? Konohamaru is a traitor to the village, and he even murdered his comrades. Regardless of his status, if this can be forgiven, then the village system is useless. The most crucial reason Temari and Kankuro didn't manage to assassinate the main culprit was that Konohamaru, whose hands were stained with the blood of a fellow villager, was doomed. Do you really think the current era is still under the reign of the third Hokage? You fox demon, I should have had Grandpa Third strangle you to death from the start. You shouldn't have been born into this world. Nauseating Naruto ni. Oh, please let me go. I promise to be a normal person, and I will never harbor hatred again. Damn it. Izumaki Naruto, you demon fox. Your parents deserve to die, you son of a bitch. Why can't you just leave me alone? Konohamaru, in a fit of rage, roared furiously, while Naruto's expression grew even more grim. Even so, he didn't give up on Konohamaru. Look, it's Sasuke using lightning release. Just as everyone was returning, Kankuro suddenly let out a cry of surprise, pointing into the distance. In an instant, everyone saw dark clouds and thunder rumbling in the far sky. Lightning release, Kirin, the rain village, with its perpetually gloomy and rainy weather, was truly the perfect place to unleash lightning release jutsu. In an instant, a ferocious Kirin appeared in the sky and descended from above. A loud explosion rang out, and Naruto and the others, seeing it from afar, quickly ran towards the location where the jutsu had been released. This is an S-rank lightning released jutsu, capable of forcing Uchiha Sasuke to use such a technique, which demonstrates Sarutobi Asuma's strength. Swish swish, a group of people quickly made their way through the dense forest, and as their eyes met the empty space, Izumaki Naruto's eyes widened in terror. In this desolate area, a huge, deep pit appeared. The dry earth was dotted with faint flashes of lightning, and the ground was covered with a layer of crystals due to the high temperature from the recent lightning release technique. Asuma. In the depths of the abyss, Sarutobi Asuma's body appeared, lying on the ground, his condition unknown. The strange thing was that Sarutobi Asuma's left arm repeatedly severed massive tree trunks, clearly indicating that at the last moment he frantically activated the wood release cells within his body, creating a huge tree trunk defense. As a result of the lightning release Kylan's attack, its power was too great. Not only did it directly destroy the large tree, but it also severely injured the Kylan itself. As the terrifying jutsu descended, Uchiha Sasuke, far away, was slightly out of breath, his six-pointed Megakyu Sharingan feeling like it was being pricked by needles. But an excited smile appeared on his face. Haha, this is all because you Sarutobi clan members are short of money. Uchiha Sasuke showed not the slightest mercy or leniency towards what he had done. On the contrary, he felt a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, laughing excitedly, welcomed a punch from Naruto. With a loud bang, although he reacted and dodged, due to the excessive depletion of his stamina and chakra, the fist still grazed his face. Naruto. Seeing Naruto attack him, Sasuke was filled with rage, and his voice was laced with questioning. Izumaki Naruto, seemingly recognizing Uchiha Sasuke for the first time, angrily shouted, "Sasuke, how could you do this? No matter what wrong Asuma-sensei did, we're comrades, aren't we? Just bring him back and hand him over to the village to deal with. How could you be so cruel?" It was clear that Sarutobi Asuma was in trouble. With such severe injuries, this scene angered Naruto somewhat. How could a fellow Konoha ninja treat someone like this? You bastard Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke responded with an angry punch, and the two glared at each other. Sasuke, how could you do that? Idiot Naruto, Asuma is a rogue ninja who massacred his entire clan. Then you shouldn't do that either. Even Teacher Asuma did that. I think Teacher Asuma had his own difficulties in the beginning. Heartache. Looking at Naruto's overflowing saintly heart, Sasuke laughed angrily. You idiot, what do you know? The third Hokage originally devised the plan to exterminate the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for Teacher Yagami, the third Hokage would still be sitting in the Hokage position in Konoha, and the Uchiha would have probably disappeared from the village long ago. But Izumaki Naruto, without thinking, angrily retorted, even the third Hokage's grandfather was better than you, Uchiha. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed, the anger on his face gradually turning into a chilling coldness, his eyes glaring intensely at Naruto. Sasuke. It seemed as though he realized he had said something wrong, but Izumaki Naruto didn't feel guilty. Instead, he showed a serious expression. Sasuke, I still remember when the third Hokage's grandfather was still in Konoha. Back then, even though everyone in the village hated me and called me a fox demon, the village was peaceful, and the smiles on the villagers' faces were genuine. But what about now? It's true that you Uchiha clan are powerful, but it's precisely because you're too powerful and dissatisfied with the status quo that you're now facing a great ninja war. What have you brought to the table? Uzumaki Naruto's saintly, superficial ideals immediately made Sasuke smirk, revealing a mocking smile. Peace, looking at you, this so-called son of a hero, is truly ironic. You only see the surface, but have you ever seen the war beneath the surface of peace during the Third Reich? Do you know how many ninjas die each year? You don't know. The Third Hokage's high-ranking officials, for the sake of their own reputation and to embellish their own achievements, downplayed the impact of all the border wars internally, creating an image of peace and tranquility within the village. Yet they were unaware of the countless ninja casualties on the border. And you. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but remember the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Thinking about the future Hokage he would have to shoulder, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and trying to calm himself down. Although you are the son of the fourth Hokage, I must admit one thing. You are indeed a fool who was born of parents, but never raised by them. Nani, Sasuke, you. Such hurtful words instantly filled Naruto with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that his comrade Sasuke could say such things. Facing Naruto's gaze, Sasuke gradually regained his composure, and couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, I should have known sooner that I couldn't harbor any illusions about you. You're nothing more than someone who only sees the surface, living in the false fairy tales that the third elder told you, spending each day clamoring like an idiot about the ideal of mutual understanding and peace. In the original timeline, compared to Naruto, Sasuke was still considered a normal person. As the reincarnation of Indra, he only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan after the massacre of his clan, while Obito, due to Rin's death, directly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's important to understand that during the massacre of the clan, there were so many Uchiha ninjas, and many elite jonin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Yet none of them awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. They faced both clan annihilation and death. If the Uchiha Sharingan were so easy to awaken and evolve, the Uchiha clan would have long since unified the shinobi world. Therefore, Sasuke can be considered a normal person, while Naruto's mental state is somewhat abnormal, or perhaps too good. He's practically a fairy tale character. But Sasuke, after the massacre of his clan, carried the entire clan's hatred on his back and survived all his way. That's the thinking of a normal person, isn't it? If Naruto were in his place and experienced that night of clan annihilation, I don't know what he would be like. While Naruto and Sasuke were arguing, Kankura and Temari slowly approached Sarutobi Asuma's direction to investigate. Asuma, ha. When Sarutobi Kanehamaru saw Asuma's corpse, his heart instantly went blank, and then he burst into maniacal laughter. From afar, Naruto, seeing this, angrily shouted, "Even Kanehamaru is like this. What more do you want?" Temari and Kankura were reprimanded by Naruto, their expressions somewhat unpleasant as they looked at each other. Naruto, still furious, shouted, "Kanehamaru is just a child. If he's like this, how could he possibly run away? Let him go. I'll bear all the consequences. I'll personally bring Kanehamaru back to the village." Damn blonde. Kankura glared at Naruto from a distance. If he couldn't beat him, he would have really wanted to beat Naruto up right now. Meanwhile, Temari was relatively calm. The Sarutobi clan were all like that, so how much better could they be? Moreover, Gaara was already being groomed as one of the future 6th Kazekage. As long as things don't go unexpectedly, Gaara will undoubtedly become the 6th Kazekage in the future. While Uzumaki Naruto is not only powerful, but also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of a hero, so it's best to avoid conflict with him as much as possible. Kankuro, let go. Temari calmly snapped back, while Kankuro, somewhat withdrawn, pointed at Naruto. Temari, look at this little brat. Let go. Facing her older sister, Temari lowered her voice even further, saying, "Kankuro, prioritize the greater good and don't cause unnecessary trouble for Gaara." Upon hearing Gaara's name, Kankuro's anger instantly dissipated by 3/4. Gaara was now their hope, and even more so, his own younger brother. He couldn't unnecessarily provoke an enemy for his brother's sake. HMPH, you damned little brat. Now go meet your worthless uncle. With a flick of his finger, the puppet instantly crackled and shook, empowering its subordinates to unleash Kanehamaru. With a thud, Kanehamaru fell to the ground, then burst into maniacal laughter as he staggered towards Sarutobi Asuma, his left hand clutching a kunai. Ha, Asuma, you beast. You killed your entire clan. You deserve to die. Tears streamed down his face as Kanehamaru, broken, approached Sarutobi Asuma. At this moment, the weakened Asuma could only weakly open his eyes, looking at the sobbing, hateful Kanehamaru who was laughing maniacally at him, and he forced a strained smile. Kanehamaru, you've grown up. He desperately wanted to reach out and stroke Kanehamaru's head, but today he didn't even have the strength to lift his arm. You deserve to die. Whoosh whoosh. With his left hand brandishing a kunai, Kanehamaru frantically swung it twice in quick succession, laughing maniacally, and Asuma's fresh blood splattered all over his face. Looking at Kanehamaru's furious outburst, Sarutobi Asuma not only felt no sorrow, but instead showed a hint of shame in his eyes. I'm so sorry, Kanehamaru. I didn't realize how much I would feel sorry for you. As Sarutobi Asuma muttered to himself, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, and he couldn't control the urge to close them. Suddenly, a surge of green chakra erupted within him. At that moment, he didn't know where the strength came from, but he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a scream accompanied by fresh blood. Run! With a splatter of blood, Kanehamaru's eyes widened in disbelief, while Uzumaki Naruto, watching from afar, felt his eyes welling up with tears. Kanehamaru! Sarutobi Asuma, with the last vestiges of his would release power surging through his cells, instantly sent a wooden spike shooting out from his chest. Because it happened so suddenly, Kanehamaru, still in a frenzy, felt the spike pierce his chest like a needle. But this was all for naught. The wooden spikes that pierced Kanehamaru's chest instantly absorbed his chakra, and the next moment they began to grow, sprouting even more branches of wooden spikes. In an instant, Kanehamaru's body was like a sieve, spewing out countless tiny, sharp wooden spikes, while fresh blood splattered everywhere. Asuma, you are a sinner of the Sarutobi clan. Kanehamaru finally uttered those last words, glaring at Asuma with venomous hatred in his eyes. His fingers trembled as he spoke, then he tilted his head and breathed his last. Kanehamaru's dilated pupils lost their vitality, and he completely lost all signs of life. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma, witnessing this scene, his pupils contracted, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kanehamaru. Weakness was evident in his hoarse, exhausted voice, and Sarutobi Asuma's eyes, which seemed about to burst, were filled with ferocity. He was completely finished. The Sarutobi clan is completely finished. He had never considered that Obito, who had implanted would release cells into his body, giving him immense power, would ultimately lose control and take away his only remaining family member, Uchiha Yoru. Sarutobi Asuma ferociously screamed out someone's name, his mind twisted and shattered, blaming everything on Uchiha Yoru. Why? At first, I treated him well. He massacred the Sarutobi clan, allowing Kanehamaru to live peacefully, and yet it turned out like this. But despite his lingering resentment, after finally spitting out a little blood, Asuma followed closely behind Kanehamaru, his head tilted to the side as he died, his round eyes wide open, proving that he died with his eyes open. Kanehamaru. Confused and distraught, Naruto rushed towards the shattered scene before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kankuro, who was closest to the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief and panicked, waving his hands frantically. No, it wasn't me. You all saw it. It was Naruto who made me let go of Kanehamaru. It was Naruto. At this moment, Kankuro was completely bewildered, not as relieved as he had imagined, only bewildered, because Kanehamaru had finally been released from his grasp. Sasuke, you want to testify for me? It was Naruto who glared at me and made me let go of Kanehamaru, and he even insisted that he guaranteed it had nothing to do with me. At this moment, Kankuro was nowhere near his usual aggressive and unruly demeanor. He was panicking, and Temori, beside him, helplessly covered her forehead. What was going on? I've seen it, don't worry, Kankuro. When Uchiha Sasuke saw this scene, a smile curved his lips, and he straightforwardly told Kankuro that he had witnessed everything. Thank you, Sasuke, but this really has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Kankuro felt as much fear as he could muster, and Sasuke, whom he had once found irritating, now seemed as pleasing to the eye as possible. Sasuke, too, looked completely relieved, even feeling a sense of satisfaction, and gestured to Kankuro to rest assured. But Kankuro is being wrongly accused right now. It seems like he's the one who caused Konohamaru's death, but the truth is, he's not the one at fault. Don't be fooled by Konohamaru's Sarutobi clan background. He was once the third Hokage and offended many people in the government. Remember that the current fifth Hokage, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were both disciples of the third Hokage. He immediately became dissatisfied with the third Hokage's administration at the time, because after all, people were dying like extinguished lamps. And the Sarutobi clan was in such a terrible state, with only this one remaining descendant. Jiraiya and Tsunade both affirmed that they didn't genuinely hope that the teacher would have a childless son, but given the current situation, he didn't want to take the blame. Naruto, you damned blonde, it's all your fault. Didn't you say you'd take responsibility for everything when you grabbed her breasts? You're the one who killed Konohamaru. Kankuro, breathless with relief at being acquitted, launched into a tirade against Naruto, while Sasuke, watching the scene unfold, wore a mocking smile. Temari's forehead was furrowed with anger as she glared at Kankuro, blonde. Who are you talking about? I'm blonde too. Konoha. Photo of a large office building. Looking at the report that Sarutobi, Sume, and Konohamaru's bodies had been brought back, the 3/5 Hokage in the office looked at Uchiha Yura with cold expressions. Yes, Master, this is the mission action report. Uchiha Sasuke respectfully reported his actions and then withdrew. Compared to him, Kankuro's expression was somewhat uneasy. After all, Konohamaru was released from his place. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was somewhat downcast. He realized that Konohamaru's death was something he hadn't thought through properly. Otherwise, how could Konohamaru have died? Temari, however, stood calmly and respectfully to the side. Now that things had come to this point, all she could do was wait. After reading the report, Uchiha Yura looked up and glanced at everyone, his gaze then falling on Tsunade, Parakura, and Eniai Terumi. The Sarutobi clan's last remaining bloodline, Konohamaru, declared its demise. The few remaining families who survived from that time abandoned the Sarutobi clan title, adopting the identity of ordinary ninja families. Some even chose to abandon the Sarutobi surname altogether. Therefore, the Sarutobi clan's foundation within Konoha is considered to have completely vanished. So the current issue is the remaining territory and property of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Yura wasn't the third Hokage either. Originally, after the Uchiha clan's massacre, Sasuke didn't seem to inherit much of the legacy, especially in terms of ninjutsu resources. The strongest members of the clan were all plundered by the higher echelons. Initially, after Sarutobi Asuma annihilated the Sarutobi clan, although a large amount of their assets were used for treason and collusion with the enemy, the wealth he left to Konohamaru was absolutely immense. He even left Konohamaru the Sarutobi clan's Jutsu scrolls as his inheritance. He didn't try to avoid this at first, and it even made the entire Konoha Jonin aware of it. It was simply that at that time, too many members of the Sarutobi clan relied on the special privileges of the Hokage to obtain ninjutsu, so they had to reorganize the Sarutobi clan's ninjutsu once again. The findings reveal that more than half of the Sarutobi clan's ninjutsu techniques were obtained through the third Hokage's influence and self-serving maneuvering. At that time, Uchiha Yura overruled the council's decision. Facing the people's anger, he directly retained the ninjutsu that the Sarutobi clan had used when they joined Konoha, making them Konohamaru's successors, while confiscating everything else. Because of this, everyone in the village said he was very generous. As rogue ninjas, the Sarutobi clan had all their assets confiscated, leaving almost no Sarutobi ninjas behind. Upon abandoning the clan, they also relinquished their right to inheritance. Tsunade, frowning slightly, gave a direct and to the point. Although the death of her teacher's nephew led to the destruction of the Sarutobi clan, and she felt a little sad, her clear head still allowed her to make the best choice. Approved. Approved. Parker and Emiai Terumi looked at each other and then nodded in agreement with the decision. Uchiha Yura finally nodded, making the decision. Good. The Sarutobi clan's land and all their properties will be confiscated by the village that day, which will be perfect as a temporary residence for the newly joined Hidden Rain village. This time, the Hidden Rain village's surrender can be said to have set a good start to the Fourth Great Ninja War, and many people in the village were happy about it. After dealing with the Sarutobi clan and handling the aftermath, Uchiha Yura glanced back at Sasuke, Naruto, Temari, and Kankuro, frowning as he voiced his question. I've reviewed your mission report, and it turns out Kanehamaru has actually mastered the Rasengan and a rank secret technique. Can you tell me how he learned this technique? Faced with Uchiha Yoru's question, Kankuro instantly wiped away a cold sweat and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one was pursuing the matter of Kanehamaru's son, Tamari also revealed a shrewd glint in her eyes. She had also participated in the operation in the report, and the Rasengan was a key element she wrote about. Uchiha Sasuke naturally understood this point, but he didn't say it out loud. Teacher, I suspect Kanehamaru has been secretly learning advanced ninjutsu in the village. Uchiha Sasuke had not the slightest fondness for the Sarutobi clan, and directly voiced his worst suspicions. No. At this moment, the somber Uzumaki Naruto lifted his head, revealing a trace of sorrow, and said hoarsely, Kanehamaru's spiral technique was taught to me by me. When Uzumaki Naruto finished saying that, there wasn't the slightest hint of awareness of the seriousness of the situation. Even Sasuke showed a hint of surprise, then muttered to himself, Naruto, you idiot. Everyone in the office had a change of expression. Even Tsunade looked serious. Back then, all members of the Sarutobi clan were restricted from leaving the country. Even members of the Sarutobi clan needed permission to leave the village. Naruto, and yet you personally taught Kanehamaru in a rank ninjutsu. Facing Tsunade's cold questioning, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kanehamaru, who was being targeted, and thinking about how even someone who was already dead was treated this way, immediately felt a little dissatisfied. His eyes reddened and he said hoarsely, This is my father's jutsu. I taught it to Kanehamaru, so why should I claim it as my own? Seeing Naruto's displeasure, the quick-witted Tamari immediately saw where the problem lay. With a meaningful glance at Kankuro, the two chose to remain silent. Based on what? At this point, Tsunade was almost bursting with laughter. She really didn't want to respond to this mentally unstable Naruto at all. Naruto has always been someone who stands on a high, self-righteous point, demanding things from others, never considering the impact his own emotions have on others. Originally, Naruto had the protagonist's halo, and coupled with various feelings of inferiority and some experiences, it made the fifth Hokage and Jiraiya feel wronged, naturally leading them to indulge in this seemingly capricious behavior of his. After all, he was the son of the fourth Hokage, so he did have this privilege. Privileges exist regardless of the era or circumstances. But in this life, Naruto is different. After Uchiha Yoru overthrew the third Hokage's government, Naruto's status as the heroic son was directly restored, and as compensation, Jiraiya personally mentored him. It can be said that all losses are eventually compensated for. Similarly, Uzumaki Naruto also enjoyed the privileges he deserved, such as training with Jiraiya before graduating from ninja school, and the Ninetales Jinchuriki having free access to the village, all sorts of privileges. Even Naruto, over the years, used his own demands to demand things from others. Some ordinary ninjas, wary of his status, resorted to hypocrisy and deceit, which is one of the biggest reasons for Naruto's differences. Without the identity of a hero's son, Naruto could at least rely on his sincerity and persuasive words to win people over. But in this life, having an extra layer of hero's son persona has the opposite effect. Adding to Naruto's predicament, Uchiha Yoru had already rushed out. The human heart is like a massive mountain. Once you reach a certain level of enlightenment, it's impossible to move it no matter what. Uzumaki Naruto, looking back over the years, you've relied on your status as the son of a hero, showing no understanding of ninja rules whatsoever. At this point, Uchiha Yoru shook his head in even greater disappointment, truly not knowing what Jiraiya had been teaching him all these years. With a questioning look in his eyes, Uchiha Yoru calmly began, Restricted personnel. All ninjas in the village are forbidden from personally teaching any ninjutsu. Even in a teacher-student relationship, not only ninjutsu, but any skill requires prior reporting. Only when the village agrees later can we teach the limited skills to our staff, let alone the fact that you're teaching ninjutsu, and a rank ninjutsu at that. Seeing Naruto completely oblivious to his father's ninjutsu, Uchiha Yoru revealed a mocking smile. Shizun, go and bring me the files on the fourth Hokage and his wife. To be. In just a moment, Shizun picked up the documents of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and, under Uchiha Yoru's signal, handed them to Uzumaki Naruto. Under Uzumaki Naruto's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru coldly stated, Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, is your father. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Princess Uzu no Kuni. Now I will explain the details clearly to you. Your mother, as the princess of the Uzumaki incident, joined Konoha in exchange for all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan being handed over to the village, and she herself willingly agreed to abide by all the rules of the Leaf Village. And your father, Namikaze Minato, was of commoner status. Initially, he trained under Jiraiya at the Ninja Academy, and after graduating, he officially became Jiraiya's disciple. At this point, seeing Naruto still not understanding, Uchiha leaned against the wall, somewhat speechless, while Tsunade, watching from the side, immediately chimed in with a question. After Namikaze Minato officially became Jiraiya's disciple, he had to get village approval for any materials he studied, especially after he met your mother. At this point, Tsunade couldn't help but give Naruto a long, meaningful look. Your mother's special status meant that your father needed village approval to learn ninja techniques. The Rasengan, although inspired by the Bijudama, was also developed by your father through research and countless valuable ninja technique documents within the village. Rasengan was released earlier, and these documents refer to the agreements your father personally signed. At this point, Tsunade took a page of intelligence information from Naruto's hand and immediately stopped speaking. Rasengan, as an rank jutsu without a secret seal, can be passed on to one's own lineage, but it must be done with the village's permission. It cannot be passed on to outsiders, otherwise, it will be considered a rogue ninja. This is the price your father paid for his research. Tsunade's powerful voice echoed through the office. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed. What was this? The robbers were jumping in. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. On what basis? My father even sacrificed his life for the village, and yet you treat me like this, father. These orders are practically treating prisoners the same way, Uzumaki Naruto said angrily. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, could only sneer coldly, completely defeated by Naruto's self-righteous and selfish behavior. What kind of ninjutsu are you? Just take it. Tsunade glared angrily at Naruto. Let me tell you, your father Hirashin is my second Hokage's grandfather. He was just an ordinary jonin back then. What great feat did he accomplish? What right do you have to learn the S-rank forbidden's Jutsu Hirashin? And what did your father rely on to learn so many ninjutsu techniques and even obtain so much ninjutsu information? Do you really think your father achieved all of that through his own efforts? With a mocking smile, Tsunade looked at Naruto and said coldly, your father wanted to maintain a relationship with Kushina, and before that, he signed countless orders, which had to be approved before being allowed to proceed. Do you really think that the precious ninjutsu documents in the village can be freely observed by an ordinary ninja? If it weren't for your mother's insistence, do you think your father could have come into contact with sealing techniques so early? Could he have accessed so much ninjutsu documentation? Let me tell you, initially your mother ignored all warnings and wholeheartedly threw herself at your father, even pleading desperately. This was all thanks to the combined efforts of our Senju clan and your mother using the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So what right do you have to speak on what basis? Jiraiya taught you the Rasengan because you are the son of Kushina and Namikaze Minato, yet you personally taught it to another ninja. Just for this point alone, I can classify you as a rogue ninja. I will extract the Nine-Tails from your body and choose another Jinchuriki. After a stern lecture, Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and coldly stared at Uzumaki Naruto. Right now, you still have the right to stand here and speak to me as a Konoha ninja. You should thank your father and mother. If you were just an ordinary ninja, you wouldn't even have the right to see me at the Hokage's office. You shouldn't stand by your own self-righteous, moral viewpoint, of course. Using the identity of the heroic son your father and mother left you, you can do it. And all the ninjas in the village can accept it. But you shouldn't use your own dogshit, universally accepted viewpoint to make others act like you. At this point, Tsunade became even more enraged, slamming her hand on the table and standing up. You're so selfish. Your so-called ninja way is your own. So why should others want to be like you? Is it wrong just because we have different viewpoints? Who are you? Do you really think that just because you're the Hokage's son you can do whatever you want? Imposing your own views on others, what gives you that right? Is it because of your status as the son of a hero, or because of your status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Tsunade's words pierced straight to the heart, and Uzumaki Naruto, being subjected to such a blunt reprimand, turned even paler. It seems that all these years he has been relying on his status to act on impulse, and others have been accommodating him because of that status. Seeing Naruto's face pale and speechless with resentment, Uchiha sighed and shook his head, saying, "Naruto, you were able to learn these ninjutsu techniques from Jiraiya because Jiraiya personally obtained permission from the village for you. Furthermore, your father, Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, did indeed sign these regulations before being allowed to study and review precious ninjutsu materials. Therefore, you truly do not have the right to personally teach ninjutsu to others. The ninjas at the academy all understand the principle that the instructors only allow the teaching of a rank and below ninjutsu. Anything involving a rank or higher level ninjutsu requires permission from the village. Of course, these regulations are limited to commoner ninjas. Bloodline clans and ninja clans don't have these rules, and their own clan's secret techniques aren't within this scope. However, commoner ninjas learn ninjutsu through village rewards, so they must adhere to this rule, and the same applies to clan ninjas." Finally, Uchiha shook his head, this time considering the fourth Hokage's contributions and achievements to the village, and Jiraiya's role. "I can handle this leniently." Tenten and the others were arguing and trying to explain things, but at this point, Uchiha made Uzumaki Naruto understand a principle. You only got to where you are today because of personal connections. So you should first make others understand your relationship with the Crown Prince. Konoha. Dazed and confused, Uzumaki Naruto walked down the street. Ordinary people didn't seem to mind, but every ninja seemed to be avoiding a plague, quietly getting out of his way. Now that Naruto's five senses were heightened, he could clearly sense the hushed whispers and pointing behind these ninjas. It's Uzumaki Naruto, this guy who relies on his father being the fourth Hokage to do whatever he wants. What happened? You don't know. I'll tell you quietly, this kid's father is the fourth. If it were anyone else, they would have. So it's Uzumaki Naruto, who personally teaches others a rank ninjutsu, and he's still a rogue ninja. I heard this brat has a fierce personality, and his unexpected ninja skills even led him to kill his own teammates. If he weren't the fourth Hokage's son, he would have been thrown into prison long ago. These days, no matter where Uzumaki Naruto goes, he can see fellow village ninjas secretly pointing and whispering about him. He wants to retort, but faced with the same eyes that once kept him at a distance as a child, he feels a little intimidated. That kind of gaze reminded him of his childhood, and just as Naruto, in a state of emotional dejection, pushed open the door to the luxurious house, a silver-haired figure appeared in the living room. "Naruto, you're back." Jiraiya was seen sitting leisurely and complacently in the living room, his eyes narrowed, a glass of sake in his hand, thoroughly enjoying the nourishing drink. Lustful immortal. Uzumaki Naruto seemed equally devastated, weakly raising his hand as he spoke, while Jiraiya acted as if he hadn't noticed, instead furrowing his brows and teasingly saying, "Naruto, pack your things, we'll go to Mount Myoboku to train later. Going to practice cultivation." Naruto didn't show his usual mischievousness. Instead, he displayed a relatively calm and curious expression. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, sipping his sake and saying, "Not bad." Now that the fourth great ninja war is approaching, once it breaks out, it could be the most intense ninja war in nearly 100 years. And you are the Ninetales Jinchuriki of the Ninetales village. According to Nagato's intelligence, Obito used the Rinnegan to take Gato Mazo Kuchioshi away, and the Ninetales inside you is Obito's target. Upon hearing that, Naruto didn't raise his voice or make a fuss. Instead, he frowned and paused, saying, "Perverted sage, isn't Gar still here?" This time, Jiraiya showed little sign of admiration, seemingly believing that this setback had helped Naruto mature and learn to think for himself. "Not bad, there are indeed lustful sages, but Gaara is different from you. The one-tailed Shukaku's power isn't too strong, nor is it the main target. Furthermore, Gaara and the one-tailed Shukaku get along well. They could be considered a perfect Jinchuriki." At this point, Jiraiya gave Naruto a meaningful glance. And there's Karen, the Uzumaki, who's also a Ninetales Jinchuriki. I can tell you, this little girl managed to coexist peacefully with the Ninetales before Gaara, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Therefore, once war breaks out and the front lines need your forces, Naruto, if you haven't yet mastered the Ninetales' power, it will be very difficult to cope with the danger. Hearing that, Naruto showed a hint of disappointment and said in a slightly low voice, "Perverted sage, am I really that incompetent?" At this moment, Jiraiya's face showed a complex expression, while Uzumaki Naruto sat alone at the table, raising a cup of water and drinking it with a sense of dejection. Everyone was talking about me behind my back. I could feel it. Their eyes, I saw only aloofness, like in my childhood, and a little jealousy. I understood that Sasuke was saying that everything I have now is thanks to my parents. Even among Jinchuriki, I'm practically the weakest one. Gaara and Karen are both stronger than me, yet I've barely made any progress over the years, remaining stagnant. The more he spoke, the more agitated Uzumaki Naruto became. He looked up and stared intently at Jiraiya, solemnly saying, "Perverted sage, tell me, was I wrong? If so, what should I do?" Facing Naruto's gaze, Jiraiya remained silent for a long time. After savoring the taste of the sake in his mouth, it was a full half-day before he finally spoke. "Naruto, perhaps you don't need to overthink it so much. Just do your best, be a competent and honest ninja." At this point, Jiraiya immediately revealed an exaggerated, beaming smile. "Naruto, I'm really looking forward to seeing you get married and have children. I wonder what kind of woman you'll marry in the future." Perverted sage. After being disturbed by Jiraiya like that, Naruto regained some of his energy and couldn't help but show a helpless expression. "Haha, Naruto, tell the teacher what kind of woman you like, and the teacher will give you some suggestions." Lustful immortal. Don't be so thoughtless, Naruto. Your father could have sued you in the first place. And so, Uzumaki Naruto's life seemed to return to square one. In the gloomy cave, Obito let out a cold laugh. Haha, seeing that the secret of the Rinnegan has been discovered by Uchiha Yoru. It turns out Nagato also has a Rinnegan, and Konoha still has that perverted Orochimaru. Kurozetsu, speaking hoarsely from the side, said most of the strong warriors of Konoha, including Obito, have gone to the front lines, and Uchiha Yoru, who is currently the most active in the village, has rarely shown himself. According to intelligence gathered, Uchiha Yoru has publicly declared that he is practicing Forbidden's jutsu. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed disdainfully. Forbidden's jutsu? What kind of Forbidden's jutsu does Uchiha Yoru need to cultivate? He's probably discovered the secret of the Rinnegan and is hiding in the shadows, plotting to obtain it. Faced with Obito's speculation, Kurozetsu fell silent for a long time, finally saying hoarsely, "Obito, Nagato led the Hidden Rain village to join Konoha. And for a period of time there was almost no news of him in Konoha. After that, Nagato went to the front lines. I'm afraid it's really as you think. The secret of the Rinnegan has been revealed, and Uchiha Yoru has discovered that the Rinnegan exists within the Mangekyo Sharingan. HMPH, with Orochimaru around, and the Rinnegan containing the Sharingan and would release power. It's perfectly normal that it was discovered. What I'm more interested in now is whether Uchiha Yoru can actually succeed." Obito's eyes flashed with rage. "Zetsu, you told me the intelligence about the initial awakening of the Rinnegan. I now suspect Uchiha Yoruichi is secretly carrying out would-release cell injections, and even. This is the best time to kill Uchiha Yoruichi." Obito, initially awakening the Rinnegan came at a painful price. After all, it's a would-release cell. Even if Uchiha Yoru's body could succeed, it would still require some time to adapt to the backlash of the would-release cells. Watching Zetsu recount the initial circumstances of his awakening, Obito couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful, knowing smile. With the would-release cell injection, regardless of whether or not he can withstand the backlash, even if he can endure it, this period will be when Uchiha Yoru is at his weakest. Perhaps we can eliminate this greatest threat as soon as possible. Obito, what do you want to do? At this moment, Kurozetsu couldn't help but feel a pang of worrying. Uchiha Yoru was extremely dangerous, and he was a little worried about Obito. In the end, Obito didn't gain even a single advantage over Uchiha Yoru. Obito then let out a cold laugh. "Rest assured, I'm not that stupid. Uchiha Yoru has been cunning and scheming since childhood. Since he's hiding in the village, if I attack, he'll certainly have a strategy against me." After all, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques all fell into Konoha's hands. Seeing that Obito didn't want to risk his life himself, Zetsu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said hoarsely, "Now most of Konoha's ninjas have withdrawn to the front lines. leaving only ninjas behind to prepare for defense. Especially the Jonin, almost all of them were withdrawn. Kakashi, Guy, Jiraiya, almost all of these powerful individuals were deployed to the front lines. Upon hearing Kurozetsu's report, Obito frowned and said in a low voice, "Where are Mei Terumi, Parakura, and Tsunade, the 3/5 Hokage? And how many cage-level fighters are still remaining in the Hidden Leaf Village?" Senju Tsunade, Mei Terumi, and Parakura, using the 5th Hokage's current identities, are still stationed in the village. According to intelligence, almost all cage-level powerhouses have been dispatched to the front lines, leaving only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke behind in the village. Upon hearing that, Obito couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Senju Tsunade, Mei Terumi, Paraki, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, 5 people. 3 of Uchiha Yoru's women, 2 of Uchiha Yoru's disciples. This time, I want to see how long Uchiha Yoru can hide. Zetsu secretly continued to gather intelligence on the Konoha ninja front lines, especially paying attention to the movements of cage-level powerhouses. This time, I intend to invade Konoha. With his left eye revealing the mysterious purple Rinnegan, Obito displayed a bloodthirsty, ferocious grin. Konoha, the underground root base. The interior of the vast, gloomy space was surrounded by countless barriers. And within that vast space, there was a gigantic monster with 9 terrifying eyes. Its appearance resembled a large humanoid figure with 9 eyes, its body and color like a withered tree, and 10 pillar-like structures protruding from its back. At this moment, not all 9 eyes were fully open. Only half of them were open. This is indeed Gedo Mazo. The difference is that compared to the original Gedo Mazo, this version is slightly smaller. And at this moment, before the enormous Gedo Mazo sat a huge, yellow 9-tailed fox, though this 9-tailed fox seemed somewhat malnourished. Damn it, if I go any further down, I'll be sucked dry. The 9-tails opened its mouth in displeasure, loudly complaining, while Karen, enveloped in golden chakra, glared at the 9-tails and reprimanded it directly. "What's the big deal about using just a little chakra, you arrogant, whiny fox? Just a tiny bit of chakra." At this moment, the 9-tails widened its fox-like eyes, looking at its visibly shriveled and emaciated body, and let out a furious roar. "Open your eyes wide and take a look. It's been 3 years already. I just recovered my chakra, and you dragged me out here." This Gedo Mazo was created by absorbing a portion of the chakra from the remaining 8 great Biju. Initially, this thing's 9 eyes were only half closed, and now look what happened. Looking at the 9 large eyes that were half open, Karen glared. "What's wrong? You used just a tiny bit of your chakra for Lord Yoru. Is this just a little bit? For the past 3 years, whenever you had free time, you dragged me here to transfer chakra into this toy." The 9-tails has suffered bitterly for these 3 years, truly forced into this situation, against its will. Either endure 3 years of hardship, or be directly absorbed by this Gedo Mazo. Even a fool would know what choice to make. In the end, he chose the first option. Karen and the 9-tails were arguing all day, while inside the research lab, Orochimaru looked at the data with an excited smile. "Yes, sir, it's not far off. Although it's not a perfect state, it's precisely because of this that the danger is minimized." At this moment, Orochimaru observed Gedo Mazo as if he were looking at a perfect work of art, his golden, snake-like eyes filled with admiration. A perfect replica of Gedo Mazo is like a strong, adult ninja, but this one before us is in his youth, so the risk is lower, and it also compliments you, Night Lord. With your beautiful demon-like net, it's just right. You know, if this Gedo Mazo were any more powerful, your demon seed forbidden's jutsu might not be able to absorb and integrate it. Instead, you might end up becoming like a Jinchuriki. At this point, Orochimaru couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of disdain in his expression. "In my eyes, Jinchuriki are a failed creation. Although they can utilize the power of Biju, ultimately, it's not their true self. But you, Night Lord, with your Forbidden's Jutsu, the Demon Seed, can integrate the power of Biju into your own body. Even." Orochimaru licked his lips with a perverted grin, greedily gazing at Uchiha Yoru's body. "The awakened power of the myriad manifestations of the Night Army within the cells of my body is undergoing a kind of atavism. I've discovered that the Night Army's cells are somewhat similar to those of this monster, Gedo Mazo. Haha, Knight Army, do you know what this discovery is? Seeing Orochimaru's excitement, Uchiha Yuru smiled. Orochimaru was truly becoming more and more unconventional, but that was just right. This kind of purely scientific psychology was the key to their cooperation. What happened 1,000 years ago? And what became of Rikudo Sennin? We cannot verify these things, but I think these secrets are not far off. Sooner or later, we will uncover them all. Judging from Uchiha Yoru's words, Orochimaru's gaze revealed an even greater appreciation for his kindred spirit. Both of them are the same kind of people, both obsessed with power. Only too many people disagree with their ideals, considering them to be unorthodox and rebellious. Although the two were of the same kind, even pursuing the same goal of exploring and discovering the truth of this world, their methods were different. Orochimaru uses scientific research methods, while Uchiha Yoru relies on brute force. Their cooperation is mutually beneficial, with no conflict whatsoever. However, Night Lord Gedo Mazo's power is too immense. In our perception, it's almost not a creature of the shinobi world. Based on our analysis, it will take at least 3 months for this forbidden's Jutsu Demon Seed network to perfectly integrate. At this point, Orochimaru paused, revealing a twisted smile. In other words, Night Lord, you will be here for 3 months. Your true form must remain here, and I will constantly observe the changes in your body. Transparent. Uchiha Yoru revealed a cheerful expression. His years of scheming were now more than halfway accomplished. Gedo Mazo, or rather, the Ten Tails, sealed within his body to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, thus possessing the power of the Six Paths. As a Jinchuriki, and given the unstable nature of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Yoru had a plan from the very beginning to cultivate a Ten Tails himself. Then, he would fuse with and absorb the Ten Tails, without becoming the so-called Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The Ten Tails is a unique creature of the Heitsutsuki clan. The Ten Tails is the seedling of the God Tree, and also the origin of chakra. It is even said that only by making the Ten Tails devour all the Otsutsuki can it transform into the God Tree. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru broke into a smile. The ninja world was in turmoil, with countless small ninja villages and daimyo mobilizing their forces to join the shinobi alliance in the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Now that the shinobi world is increasingly filled with pre-war pressure, and countless small ninja villages are constantly gathering, the third Sachikage Noki and the fourth Reikage are both unusually tense. Ultimately, at this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the shinobi forces have not yet fully gathered together, this is the best time to attack. However, contrary to expectations, the three great ninja villages of Konoha, after gathering countless troops and deploying them to the front lines, remained inactive, watching helplessly as the forces of the ninja world converged. One day the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The village was covered in leaves. Rustling sound from the green grass, the figures of the Six Paths slowly emerged. These 6 people, with expressionless faces, coldly gazed at the towering walls of Konoha in the distance. At the same time, these 6 eyes were incomparably bizarre. One was a bright red Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other was a purple Rinnegan. These 6 individuals are Obito's 6 Paths puppet, Tenbu's 2 Tails Jinchuriki Niyugido, Asura's 3 Tails Jinchuriki Karatachi Yagura, Nintendo's 4 Tails Jinchuriki Roshi, Chikushin's 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, Gakido's 6 Tails Jinchuriki Foam, and Jigakudo's 7 Tails Jinchuriki Wind. The 6 figures above were Uchiha Obito's 6 Paths puppets. At this moment, Tendo Niyugido, with a cold expression, stepped out, looking at the massive Konoha wall in the distance and coldly saying, "Konoha has arrived." The next moment, Niyugido made a hand seal, and suddenly the ground trembled and 9 coffins rose up. Ito Tensei Forbidden's techniques. With a rumbling sound, 9 coffin lids were lifted, revealing figures inside. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzu, Yudatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Sarutobi Isuma, the third Reikage, the fourth Kazakage Ressa, the second Mizukage Hozuki Hogengetsu, and Nara Shikamaru. Haha, this time the vast majority of Konoha's fighting force has gone to the front lines. I think this will be very interesting. The 9 people who appeared all had unpleasant expressions on their faces. After all, they had known about the situation with the Impure Land beforehand, and as powerful individuals, they would not willingly allow themselves to be manipulated. When the third Hokage saw the familiar village, his expression became unusually grim. Third, Danzo. At this point, the two close friends, having met again, instinctively addressed each other informally. Then Tendo Niyukido said with a cold smile, "I want to share some good news with you all first. The fourth Great Ninja War has begun, and there's still the third Hokage, but the Sarutobi clan isn't. I want to save this for you to find out after you attack Konoha. By the way, what does it feel like to have your trusted comrades kill this Nara Shikamaru, the smartest jonin in Konoha? TSK. Under Obito's shadowy control, the third Raikage, upon learning of the current situation in the shinobi world, immediately frowned. At this moment, whether for the sake of battle or the Cloud Village, he needed to give it his all. Ultimately, Uchiha Yoru and his village were enemies. However, the fourth Kazakage Ressa and the second Mizuki Tozuki clearly harbored some ulterior motives. Neither of them wanted to fully commit to the fight now, because judging from the situation, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas had both merged with Konoha. The three great ninja villages were now united, essentially becoming one family. The Hidden Leaf Village inside, while observing Hyuganeji, his white pupils suddenly contracted and blue veins bulged around his eyes, indicating that he had occasionally activated his Byakugan to observe, and had suddenly spotted something. Quick, send an alert, enemy detected. The Konoha ninja on guard duty was also surprised upon hearing this. An enemy attacking Konoha. It was truly a joke. However, his instinct to resist the urge to feign ignorance made him immediately obey the order and sound the alarm. Dong dong dong. In an instant, an alarm sounded within the Hidden Leaf Village, and in a flash, countless Konoha ninjas in the village showed expressions of shock and anger. They were horrified that someone dared to attack Konoha, and angry that someone had shown them such disrespect. When the ordinary citizens of Konoha heard the warning sound, they instantly panicked and rushed out of their homes. Quick, all genin and commoners hiding underground in the secret stronghold, hurry! Quick, there's no need to panic. The police force's 8th and 9th squads are in charge of evacuating civilians, while the 5th, 6th, and 7th squads are responsible for deploying personnel to check for any remaining personnel. Police units 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 organize the operation. The ninja world has one good point: obedience to orders. Countless civilians in the Hidden Leaf Village panicked, carrying their homes, families, children, and elderly relatives, hastily following the ninjas towards the underground bunkers. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, after Ito Tensei had just sent out a group of henchmen, Tendo Niyukido couldn't help but be stunned. It seems Konoha's defenses are even more stringent than I imagined. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment idea and the preparations weren't entirely complete, it indirectly proves that Uchiha Yoruichi is plotting something in the shadows. A surprise attack on Konoha. Following Tendo Niyukido's loud shout, the Six Paths Biju puppet instantly led the 9 Ito Tensei members towards the main gate of Konoha. Rumble! In an instant, war broke out outside the main gates of Konoha, simultaneously igniting the flames of conflict. Photo of a skyscraper. This isn't good. I can sense it. This time, the enemy has Obito's chakra, and there's also the remaining Biju chakra. The 5th Hokage thinks things aren't going well. The enemy is from the Ito Tensei region, and they even have the 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzu, and Sarutobi Suma among them. According to the reports from the ninja on the front lines, the 3/5 Hokage, standing proudly on the rooftop of the skyscraper, revealed a flash of anger in their eyes. Haha, it seems we've been underestimated. Emi Itirumi said something mischievously, but the coldness in her expression was obvious to everyone. Next to her, Parakura sneered. So you brought the 4th Kazakage Ressa out to the Ito Tensei? Last time wasn't enough. This time it'd be just right. Seeing Hokage, Tsunade raise her hand and coldly shout, "This battle is not something you can participate in. Inform everyone below that Jonin that is not allowed to participate in the fight." The Hokage, Kazakage, and Mizukage's bamboo hats fluttered in the wind. At this moment, the 3/5 Hokage, leading the elite Anba members, chose to personally engage in battle. Rumble! Damn Uchiha Obito! He's truly a disgrace to the Uchiha clan! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Uchiha Sasuke, wielding a metal chakra sword, arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing Obito's 6 paths, he immediately became enraged. The enemy has been handed over to the Uchiha police. The remaining Konoha ninjas are to evacuate the civilians. Seeing Uchiha Obito attack Konoha at this moment is a blatant disgrace to the glory of the Uchiha clan. This made Sasuke, who had already set his sights on becoming the Hokage, unable to sit idly by and ignore the situation. Moreover, the enemy was from the Uchiha clan, so he immediately became enraged. In the sockets of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the green light instantly began to spin. Amaterasu! In an instant, a mass of black flames appeared on the battlefield, and in a flash, Obito's six paths Jinchuriki was completely engulfed in black Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Obito, hidden in the shadows, sensed Amaterasu's attack and immediately a cold smile appeared on his lips. As expected, Uchiha Yoru hasn't shown up. The next moment, Obito broke the hand seal, and on the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke's left eye bled. But looking at the fruits of his battle, a slight smile appeared on his lips. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will absolutely not allow anyone in Konoha to show off their power. At this moment, the ninjas watching from the periphery began shouting excitedly, and many even said in fear, "It's young Master Sasuke." Sasuke Jonin has awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. He truly lives up to his reputation as Lord Yoru's disciple. As everyone's gasps of surprise subsided, Uchiha Sasuke's smile deepened. At this moment, he finally understood the responsibilities of being Hokage. "Sasuke, be careful." At that very moment, Uchiha Itachi, far away, let out a cry of surprise, and the battlefield instantly shook violently, the chaotic and destructive chakra reverberating throughout the land. The six paths charged straight into the sky, enveloped in a crimson chakra, roaring like beasts. The Jinchuriki of the six paths instantly transformed into a Biju, the black flames of Amaterasu burning within him, turning him into a Bijuu cloak. Amaterasu, from afar, Uchiha Itachi, similarly, spun his Mangekyo Sharingan downwards, unleashing Amaterasu. The difference was that he was continuously releasing it, and the six paths Jinchuriki also hastily began dodging. Anyone struck by Amaterasu would have a layer of Bijuu cloak torn off. Rumble, Nissan. Seeing Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's expression lit up with excitement. This time, he could finally fight alongside his own older brother. "Don't be so aggressive and unruly." At that moment, Tsunade suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A single punch sent the three tails flying, followed by a kick that sent the two tails hurtling violently sideways with a loud crash, sending them flying far away and even knocking down the Konoha city wall. Rumble, it's the fifth Hokage. It's Lady Tsunade. At this moment, the majestic Tsunade's eyebrows furrowed as she surveyed the surrounding six paths Jinchuriki, and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Obito, the useless fellow, is quite clever. He only managed to seal the Bijuu chakra. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at this point. She had thought she would have a chance to directly capture 6 Bijuu and bring them back, but this was the result. Lord Fifth Hokage. Looking at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, who were respectfully bowing behind her, Tsunade coldly shouted, "Leave these 6 to me. You all go deal with the other enemies. Remember, absolutely do not allow them to cause large-scale destruction to the village." Yes, Uchiha Itachi didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately grabbed Sasuke and chased after the other enemies. Nissan, the fifth Hokage, saw that Lord Hokage was facing 6 enemies. Uchiha Sasuke was still a little worried, but when his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, glanced back, he calmly said, "Sasuke, you should be worried about other enemies, not the fifth Hokage." "Brother Itachi, why? The fifth Hokage considers the Hokage his enemy." Before Sasuke could finish speaking, Uchiha Itachi's face broke into a wide smile. "Sasuke, you underestimate Lady Tsunade too much. That being said, apart from Uchiha-sensei, the strongest person in the village is Lady Tsunade. Sensei even once said that Lady Tsunade's strength is now not much inferior to that of the original first Hokage." "Nani?" Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. But at that very moment, the ground suddenly shook and rumbled loudly behind him. When Sasuke turned around, he once again saw that immense power. Would release Tree World Forest, with both hands moving in unison and a loud shout. The ground instantly began to tremble, and countless terrifying branches began to sprout out. At that moment, the 6 paths Jinchuriki, screaming wildly, charged towards her. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's lips curled into a cold smile, and she once again formed hand seals, suddenly striking the ground. Would release. With clone technique, a massive amount of chakra descended, and in an instant, a giant figure emerged from within the rapidly growing tree, crashing down with a thunderous roar. This wooden figure was comparable in size to Susanoo. Facing the 6 black Bijudama attacks, Tsunade, standing proudly atop the giant oak, coldly shouted, "Obito, you are a disgrace to Konoha." In an instant, the enormous wooden figure swung its arms downwards, like an earthquake shaking the earth and mountains. Each black Bijudama was directly deflected, with one missing and hitting the figure's back with a loud bang. Surprisingly, the wooden figure suffered very little injury. Wood release. With dragon technique, a wood dragon's head suddenly emerged, directly wrapping itself tightly around the 3-tailed Biju, roaring angrily as it frantically absorbed the Biju's chakra. It's undeniable that Mangekyo Sharingan and Wood Release are truly the nemesis of Biju. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke arrived, the 5th Mizukage and the 5th Kazekage were fighting together against their enemies. Meanwhile, Obito, looking in the shadows, frowned slightly. This is a bit difficult to handle. I didn't expect Tsunade's Wood Release to be so powerful. However, since Uchiha Yoru hasn't appeared yet, I can be even more certain of this. Obito, summon the rest of them too. At this moment, Kurozetsu said hoarsely, the current situation is not easy to handle. Tsunade alone has completely changed the course of the battle. Obito couldn't help but chuckle hoarsely after hearing this. Ito Tensei is a really useful jutsu, but it consumes too much chakra. You need to summon it early and prepare in advance, otherwise even my chakra won't be enough. Despite saying that, Obito was still in a gloomy situation as he began to break the hand seals. At that moment, 3 more coffins suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was clear that Obito had temporarily summoned these 3 coffins, costing him a considerable amount of chakra. Rumble, as the coffin lid was lifted, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara appeared. Damn it, this body completely limits my strength. I can only unleash about 80% of it at most. Uchiha Madara appeared furious, but inwardly he was sneering. The time wasn't right yet, he still needed to put on a show. Those words were also directed at Hashirama. As soon as Senju Hashirama arrived, he saw the majestic Tsunade and couldn't help but laugh loudly, saying, "Haha, little Tsunade's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Big brother." Senju Tobirama, unable to control his body, said with a grim expression, "What time is it now? This little brat is controlling us from behind and even tampering with our bodies." But Senju Hashirama, with an exceptionally bright and cheerful smile, said, "Tobirama, as I've said before, you shouldn't underestimate anyone. Although this jutsu is powerful, the younger generation will also improve upon it." The Ito Tensei ritual involved the sacrificial offerings moving their limbs, and even then, it wasn't their full strength. With the added control from behind, they were now unable to escape Ito Tensei. Damn it! Upon seeing Obito summon his 2 grandfathers, the first Hokage and the second Hokage, Tsunade immediately became enraged, and she even looked down on Uchiha Madara. "Senpou!" In an instant, Tsunade unleashed her Sage Mode patterns appearing on her face, and her aura surged dramatically. Even Senpou has mastered the art of little hardening. That's impressive. Seeing how powerful his granddaughter was, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, couldn't help but laugh heartily, yet his body still uncontrollably rushed straight towards Tsunade. "Be careful, Ban!" At that moment, Senju Hashirama suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and in an instant, a black Bijudama swept through, exploding with a deafening roar. The terrifying force of the explosion directly pierced through the walls of Konoha. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara were directly blasted out of Konoha by this Bijudama. Lady Tsunade. Karen. At this moment, the one chasing after her was Karen's vortex, but the difference was that Karen's appearance had drastically changed. Her entire body was shimmering with golden light, clearly indicating she had entered the Ninetales chakra form. We must prevent these old geezers, who are all going to their coffins, from entering Konoha, otherwise the aftermath of the battle will be too great. To be. At this moment, Tsunade stood tall atop the giant wooden dummy, and together with Karen, they charged directly out of Konoha, clearly intending to contain the battlefield outside the village. While Tsunade could have calmly dealt with the 6 Biju before, Now she was facing her two grandfathers and the shinobi world's Asura, Uchiha Madara. One person against three was truly exhausting. Therefore, in order to pursue Karen's reinforcements, Tsunade chose to join forces. Yamato, you need to restrain these beasts first. Far away, the wood-released Jonin Yamato heard these words, his face turning pale. With a pair of lifeless eyes, he stared at the 6 Biju-transformed enemies on the outskirts of the village, his legs feeling weak. Although he had received intensive training during these years, and with Orochimaru's assistance had once again infused him with wood-release cells, his strength had increased considerably. But this time he was facing 6 Biju. Wood release, injuries trees. Even so, Yamato immediately chose to launch an attack. In an instant, before the 6 Biju could even react, his wood-release jutsu sent them flying outside the Hidden Leaf village. Send the signal. Yamato knew he was no match for them, so he hastily sent a signal down, which the police department in the distance happened to see. The Uchiha Jonin, with their 3 Tamo, will not allow the enemy to set foot in the village. Roar! Pairs of elite Uchiha clan members with 3 Tamo Sharingan eyes leapt out from outside the village, weaving through the forest. Seeing all 13 of the Uchiha clan's 3 Tamo Sharingan powerhouses, Yamato immediately broke into a smile. Be careful, this time the enemy is Obito controlling puppets. All of them have undergone Biju transformation. Our mission is to stop them. Yes, if we're talking about defeating the enemy, it might result in considerable casualties. But if we're talking about merely holding them back, everyone immediately gains confidence. Rumble, the Hidden Leaf village was in turmoil, but this time almost all the enemy forces were stationed at the village's border, while some were fighting directly outside the village. Aburain Torin, frowning in the midst of battle, said, the enemy is either from the land of impure lands or a puppet. My nano-poison insects are practically useless. Meanwhile, Yamanaka, standing beside him, calmly said, let's work together to prevent the enemy from becoming too audacious. Once most of them react, these people won't be able to escape. HMPH, daring to disturb Lord Yoru, you all deserve to die. As a Biju Damo was about to attack the village, a red world-shattering powder suddenly appeared. Shimmering jade, shimmering labyrinth of magic. In an instant, an enormous barrier, simmering with the arrogant aura of Guren, appeared, trapping the 3 Tails Jinchuriki Karatachi Yagura. That's great. Seeing the reinforcements, Yamato couldn't help but smile. Fasting techniques for sun flame formation. In an instant, a purple barrier rose up and sealed the 7 Tails Jinchuriki, revealing the 4 sound ninjas. With smiles on their faces, they immediately began their jutsu transformations. Konoha's internal affairs began to escalate into a counterattack. For this enemy, Konoha's first target was these powerful Jinchuriki with their formidable jutsu, because each jutsu was like a map cannon, with incredibly destructive power. The Jinchuriki were temporarily held back in the outer village, making it difficult for the enemy who had infiltrated Edo Tensei to hold them off. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzu, Udatain Kaharu, Midokado Hamura, Sarutobi Isuma, the 3rd Reikage, the 4th Kazakage Ressa, the 2nd Mizukage Hozuki Hogengetsu, and Narashikamaru 9 people in total. We cannot allow Jinchuriki into the village. Emii Terumi frowned upon seeing the enemy, especially when she saw the giant oak figure shaking violently in the distance. She couldn't help but shout, let's go help Tsunade. The Edo Tensei region relies primarily on sealing techniques. Yes, the Konoha Jonin surrounding the area shouted in unison. At a moment when Konoha was engulfed in flames, Uchiha Itachi single-handedly held back the 3rd Reikage, the 4th Kazakage, and the 2nd Mizukage 3 legendary ninjas. Sasuke and a group of Konoha Jonin were momentarily exhausted facing the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzu, Udatain Kaharu, Midokado Hamura, Sarutobi Isuma, and Narashikamaru. At this moment, hidden within the Hidden Leaf village's secret base, Orochimaru's yellow, snake-like eyes revealed a hint of madness. Quick, quick! Then the village shook violently, causing Orochimaru to show a rare trace of anger, his snake-like eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Normally, even if you beat Orochimaru up, he wouldn't hold a grudge because it wouldn't be necessary. But if you disturb or even affect his research, especially during this critical period, then that's not good. Inside the vast, gloomy secret chamber, Uchiha Yoru's body was stiff, only his eyes able to move, while the Gato Mazu cultivated there had long since been sealed within his body. He is currently devouring and cultivating this Gato Mazu, rather than sealing it to become a Jinchuriki. Teacher Orochimaru, please help me find some decent corpses. Being disturbed at such a crucial moment made Uchiha Yoru very angry, but Orochimaru immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this. Haha, I also wanted to see the legendary power of the Rinnegan. It's not impossible to get Orochimaru to go into battle, but right now he needs to admire the most perfect work of art and evolution, so he won't go into battle. Lord, these corpses are the ones I've meticulously cultivated, perhaps intentionally keeping them from yielding any harvest. A moment later, a large snake's head coiled around several corpses that had been nurtured inside, pulling them out and revealing them before their eyes. Each corpse still had a thick, viscous liquid on it. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Well, this is indeed a pretty good corpse. Although there weren't many corpses, only 4, each one was infused with wood-release cells, making them truly rare and precious experimental subjects. Konoha. A thunderous battle erupted in the border village. Following the activation of a powerful defensive barrier, a massive, egg-shaped barrier appeared above and below Konoha, completely isolating the village. With the barrier appearing later, the fighting outside the village intensified, and Tsunade unleashed her full power, driving her giant wooden dummy while Karen and she teamed up to fight her two grandfathers, as well as Uchiha Madara. In the village, amidst the fierce fighting, suddenly 4 shadowy figures appeared, their bodies covered in black metal rods. When these 4 appeared on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes welled up with cares, while Sarutobi Asume and Shimura Danzu were filled with even more rage. These 4 individuals appeared cold and heartless, in order: Tendo Shimura Danzu, Sarutobi Asuma Gakido, Kanahamaru Chikushido, and the Asura Enma. The evil Uchiha actually nurtured my body. Shimura Danzu was on the verge of breaking down and screaming and roaring, but he was facing the very 6-pound puppet he had nurtured. Tendo Shimura Danzu's eyes revealed a Rinnegan, and he coldly raised his hand, directly shouting, "Danzo, let you feel the power of the same kind." Banshu Tenen, in an instant, Danzo's body, no longer under his control, was sucked away. From afar, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, quickly formed hand seals and suddenly struck the ground. Doriheki Earth Release. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly lived up to his reputation as a doctor of ninjutsu. While the common defensive ninjutsu Doriheki mostly consists of earthen walls, in his hands it was directly a solid, hard bluestone earth release jutsu. In an instant, a solid stone wall rose up, suddenly appearing between Tendo Shimura Danzu and Danzo. Danzo, attracted by Banshu Tenen's Edo Tensei, was directly slammed against the stone wall. Kuchioshi no Jutsu. At that moment, Shikushido Kanahamaru leapt from the forest, suddenly forming a hand seal, and in an instant, Kuchioshi summoned his summoning beasts one by one. First, Danzo summoned Baku, then the Sarutobi clan's ape, followed by Hell Crab, Chameleon, Hellhound, 8-fingered bird, Fighting Bull, Stone Panda, and a whole series of other summoned creatures. Kanahamaru. Seeing the cold and emotionless Kanahamaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes welled up with tears. His grandson had now become a cold and heartless puppet. Chikushido Kanahamaru said coldly, "Old villain Sarutobi, your grandson has long since become a rogue ninja, and was even killed by Uzumaki Naruto and your son Asuma. Now that you're attacking Konoha, your grandson's corpse is just what you need." Rumble. At that moment, Enma's strong physique appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, unleashing powerful taijutsu that forced Sarutobi Hiruzen into a desperate defensive position. Enma. Seeing Enma transformed into such a state, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes welled up with tears. Enma's body was already strong, and after being transformed into a Shura, he became even more formidable, especially his pair of iron fists, which were incredibly powerful. Because of time constraints, they couldn't create the pain puppet they had at the time, and the mechanisms on its body hadn't been modified yet. Transform it into the Ryu Golden Cudgel. At that moment, Enma suddenly transformed, turning into a sturdy, thick stick, which finally landed in Sarutobi Asuma's hand. The towering figure of Gakido Sarutobi Asuma, wielding his golden cudgel, majestically and directly attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to suffer repeated defeats. The situation seemed to be reversed, but this caused Obito, observing from the shadows through the Edo Tensei area to immediately show an expression of ecstatic joy. Haha, Uchiha Yoru is indeed using the wood release cells to cultivate the Rinnegan, but it hasn't fully awakened yet, haha. Uchiha Yoru did not manifest physically. The appearance of 4 puppets within the Rinnegan proves one thing: the opponent has awakened the Rinnegan. But when comparing the strength of these 4 individuals to the strength of Uchiha Yoru's original form, the difference is not just a little bit, and this is what makes Uchiha Obito happy. Haha, Uchiha Yoru. No matter how you awaken the Rinnegan, the power of wood release cells isn't something you can easily obtain. The sealing technique looked greedily at the bullet. No, evil Uchiha, how could you possibly possess the Rinnegan? Facing the overwhelming Tendo forces, Shimura Danzo was completely overwhelmed, utterly on the defensive. While being trampled underfoot by the Tendo Danzo, who had cultivated his own body, the Anbo Ninja Sai, hidden in the shadows, appeared. With a sealing technique cast, a tiger's roar was heard, and a watercolor painting of an old tiger appeared, directly biting Shimura Danzo before returning to the sealed painting scroll. In the painting, Shimura Danzo is depicted as an unparalleled figure, his head crushed by a tiger's claw, his unwilling cries echoing in his face. Lightning released Chidori. The pressure on Uchiha Sasuke, who had previously possessed Kamui, was significantly reduced, and facing Uchiha Kaharu, Midokado Hamura, Saratobi Isuma, and Nara Shikamaru, the 4 of them displayed an even greater oppressive power. How is that possible? It hasn't been that long, and you've already become so much stronger. Saratobi Isuma, having only recently engaged in combat, showed a look of shock, while Uchiha Sasuke displayed a mocking smile. How could you possibly understand the power of the Uchiha? Last time, I was merely testing out the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, stared intently at Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Hamura, and said coldly, "Both of you old geezers are dead, yet you still dare to show up." Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Hamura were both filled with resentment at this moment. They had both died 2 years ago, but how did they die? Don't you Uchiha have any sense of justice? I'm not in the mood to play with you guys. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned serious. The cursed seal on his neck instantly heated up, and his entire body was covered in cursed seal patterns. At the same time, he entered the cursed seal form. Be prepared to seal it at any time. To the ninja reinforcements, Uchiha Sasuke shouted, and in an instant, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. The fierce fighting continued without interruption. Young man, you are very strong, especially those eyes of yours. I can sense that you haven't unleashed your full power yet. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Homonetsu, let out a strange, loud laugh, and the 4th Kazekage, Ressa, also kept exchanging words, trying to understand the changes that had occurred over the past 3 years. He was especially overjoyed to hear that Garo was being considered the 6th Kazekage. Only the 3rd Reikage unleashed his full power, roaring and launching an attack, finally realizing the immense pressure the Cloud Village ninjas were now facing on Konoha. The 3rd Reikage's terrifying power was truly formidable. His strongest weapon, the Hell Spear, suddenly pierced through a palm, and his strongest shield, the Lightning Release Armor, could be described as humanoid Bija level. Although Uchiha Itachi had reached the eternal Mangekyo state, it was clear that the current situation was under control, and he did not want to reveal his eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha Itachi's fighting style can be considered a genjutsu, ninjutsu type of ninja, while the 3rd Reikage is essentially a combination of thief and warrior. Their battle is exceptionally fierce. The village outside suddenly let out a cry that shook the earth and mountains, a sound capable of destroying heaven and earth. Would release Shinsu Senju. Would release Shinsu Senju. 2 Senju Buddha statues, one large and one small, clashed. One was clad in Susanoo armor, the other was clearly the largest. It's very clear that the #1 powerhouse is Tsunade, while the one wielding Susanoo is Senju Hashirama in alliance with Uchiha Madara. Eventually, the 2 Edo Tensei users emerged. Obito, to prevent the forbidden jutsu from being dodged, weakened their power, so even with their combined strength, they could barely hold their own against Tsunade and Karin, and were even somewhat suppressed. Even Senju Tobiramo was being confronted from afar by Emiai Terumi and Parakura working together.